you know, it's a small roadblock. It's a little bit of a speed bump here. The channel lake frigid is something that she'll have to navigate. It just means that her turns are not going to be as you know, as sequenced. There's not going to be any many links in this chain.
Yeah, thus far this turn is feeling like it's going to be quite anemic, actually. That was a bolt-in shot that was already in Arsenal, so there's no +1 from Voltaire or anything.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? We're popping in the middle of some gameplay. Planned the stream to start at 8:30 this morning. Saw some gameplay go up, and we got to get started. Let's go. Day 2, Pro Tour 1, live from New Jersey. I'm still setting up here. I got the audio going. I got the stream going. I'm seeing a Bolton shot flying. Let me turn up the casters for everyone here for a second.
It could be one of those turns where Yuki might, if she can dodge something like Okanold, if she can dodge something like a massive crippling crush, any disruption effect, that is basically, you know, it's off to the races, because we've seen in the previous.
We got a couple people in chat here. What's going on? Good morning. Good morning, early showers. Good morning to those showing up early. Thanks for hanging out. Jim Williams, what's going on? Stop throwing out burgers in the chat already, Jim. I'm already hungry.
However, Starvo has some other plans here. It's time for a Spinal Crush, and again, that can.
Oh gosh, starting my morning with a 12 dominate go again Spinal Crush, staring at a channel lake frigid.
There is a space to make good blocks here and still maintain your turn. Let a little bit of damage through, but of course.
Good morning. Good morning, Yuki.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to
12 Spinal Crush go again. Dang.
What cards you have in hand, if maybe you want to take
It's I don't know what wakes me up more, that or some coffee, guys.
We mentioned this yesterday as well. Lexi doesn't have equipment that blocks. It's all utility.
Correct.
It's not defense. So this can be problematic.
Announcers talking about Lexi's equipment blocking really poorly. This is one of the problems, right?
These and maintain a good hand, because right now what she's presenting is, I think she's presenting
It doesn't
a block here.
It doesn't look like this is dominate.
A pretty good turn for Yuki, but you see she wanted the monster turn here. That's what she was playing.
It must not be dominate, right?
And put my Sage on the back foot, and it's going to be challenging with only a 4-card hand, even if 3 of a
I'm
kind is going to be
confused.
able to juice some. And actually, Yuki's saying, in that case, I'll just commit more defensive resources here, and I'll go ahead and do a full block of this Spinal.
All right,
And I
so
think this is fine, because
she's
this
full
is-
blocking the Spinal, so it must not be dominate. It must just be 9.
You know that
Thomas, good morning, dude.
And it was
Welcome.
lining up perfectly, Flick. She had the Fandel Spring Tunic ready to go. It was
We're gonna
really
get the
well
first
set up.
game here. We're gonna get our bearings. We're gonna check out. You heard it here yesterday. You heard it on stream yesterday. Watching Yuki play Lexi is just impressive. Talk about someone who absolutely knows what they're doing. Just like plays the deck at a different level. It's insane.
At the top of the show, we talked about the importance of sideboarding, but look, Yuki's.
Ooh, see, this is the goal with Lexi. This is why Lexi can still get there. You can get Spinal Crushed and still have yourself a turn. 3 of a kind out of Arsenal right here is such a great position to be in.
Back to the Starvo player, and now is going to go ahead and put something decent together.
Dude, you can still, so you can get Spinal Crushed, block with 3 cards, and still possibly throw 3 arrows here. You can throw 3 arrows here.
Yeah, this is really good.
Oh,
Again, slow
blue
down.
fatigue shot's not great, but you can still throw 3 arrows here. Gosh, what a cool card. Like, imagine, just imagine. You get Spinal Crushed, you block with 3 cards from hand, and you follow up by throwing 3 arrow attacks.
There's going to have to be some detriment to that, and that is the fact that you cannot play.
Oh, it's not a blue fatigue shot. It is a red fatigue shot. Red fatigue shot, 5 damage.
If you're drawing with, like, what's the nightmare scenario with 3 of a kind?
I mean, you could draw all of your ice stuff, your winner's bites, your amulets, and certainly that's annoying.
I don't know.
Your deck is set up in such a way
Gosh,
3 of a kind
when
is
Yuki
very
plays this deck, it just seems to like she's got this command over the deck where she's like, I'm going to draw this. And she looks down at the deck, and the deck's like, okay, whatever you say.
I mean, there's some exceptions. You can play
Like, yes, ma'am. And just gives her what she needs. She's able to rip off the top of this deck and then play just so incredibly. We saw a game yesterday with Yuki where I don't think she planned on going late, but she was still in this awesome habit of pitching like these red arrows super early that were going to come back around to close the game. Dude, it was insane. Just like the little things where she's prepared for any scenario. It's freaking nuts. Like, as someone who casually plays Lexi from time to time, it just freaking blows me away. It's insane. It's so good.
So Masi right now is saying, all right, that's the first one. But there's a situation here. You've got one.
And the weird, so imagine, put your guys self in Masi's shoes right now, right? Like Masi's got this fatigue shot for 5, flying at his face. Fatigue shot for 5, just flying at his face. And if he takes it, he knows there's another one. So if he takes he can't like take this and then, you know, kind of have a decent turn. He also can't block this and then still try to have a decent turn. He's committing to like, I don't know what he's committing to here. It seems like he's got to block. It doesn't seem like an option, right? It seems like block is the only option here. So he took the 5, the first 5. Second fatigue shot for 5. Only 2 arrows off the 3 of a kind, but left with an arsenal target. And a judge call. I'm assuming they're talking about how, how the fatigue shot abilities stack. No Lexi in the history of the world has had enough pitch to hit with 2 fatigue shots.
We just got confirmation from the powers that be that is in fact what the judge call is about.
Yeah, so they're trying to figure out how the fatigue shot ability stacks.
Mr. Steven Armada, Steven Kukis has definitely confirmed that is the fact. The judges are going to go ahead and just reconfirm that with the players, but yes. So a 10 becomes a 5, a 5 becomes, I believe, you round up.
Okay, so a 10 power attack, so it gets half twice. A 10 power attack becomes a 5 power attack, and then a 5 power attack becomes a 3 power attack. So I think it's rounded up, right? Yeah, fatigue shot is rounded up. It's okay. So right now, Masi, it's Masi, right? Okay, he is running defense reaction version, so he's got turn timbers and diffused. He didn't. Maybe he had diffused to just prevent all the damage there. But he could throw a 3 power crippling crush or a 4 power hammer. Oh.
A little fusion action. Starvo going to go ahead and activate that hero ability.
I'm confused about this fusion. If you throw a break ground for 9,
the first one, and again, there's no surprises here. We saw the
it's for 5. Okay, it's for 5 over 4, but you do have go again, but you won't get an arsenal here.
Split in half though.
So if you're so base power split plus 2. So base power so it is for 5. 6.
Yep, coming in for 6. Yep, there we
rounded
go.
up.
So
Gotcha.
No
rounded up, not rounded down. Guys, I'm still drinking coffee. I'm still getting my morning started. If you're getting your morning started, let me know in chat. Like, single fatigue shot and then a 6 damage break ground coming back. If you're Yuki, I feel like there's no chance you're blocking this. Like,
it's almost like
there's no chance, right?
Absolutely.
Right? So double duty.
Flesh and Blood is all about efficiency. It's about getting the most out of your cards.
Guys, if you're in chat, there's no way you're blocking this attack. Unless you're on one of those Lexi hands where you're like, there's nothing I can do. Like, I can only use so many cards. And then as I say that, the real Lexi player shows me why I'm bad at Lexi. Just straight up shows me why I'm bad at Lexi.
But that hammer is coming through again on hit. It is an icy hammer, so that means that 4 attack on hit will create another frostbite. That could be very detrimental, but Yuki's got a lot of blue cards in her list. You know, you need that kind of 1-pitch card to fuel most of your turn, even though there are
all right, consistency is a thing. We'll talk about, we'll do a good morning after this game. We'll talk about stream goals for the day. We'll talk about a recap from yesterday.
Who knows, even further from that. So it's just a 4 coming through. And again, without equipment to kind of
dude, Thomas, good morning.
That could be problematic. That is a weakness.
Good luck, man. Enjoy the work, enjoy the day. We'll be here with you all day, right here at Hometown TCG, courtesy of LSS. Again, we shout out LSS for giving us their permission to live view this event. LSS rocks. So thank them. Thank you guys so much. Lots of blocking from Yuki here. You definitely don't want to follow up that fatigue shot with all that blocking.
Really big turn, then slow things down a little bit. Really big turn, slow things down a little bit.
Well, it looks like she's gonna flip Rain Razors.
Gonna go ahead and turn a Rain Razors face up.
Masi learning what Rain Razors does for the first time, playing against his first Ranger, and she's gonna Arsenal here. Now, remember, with a 3-card hand, when you Starvo, attack, and hammer, you're left with no Arsenal. So Masi can't dig here, which leaves Yuki this window to kind of roll the dice, right, and say, I'm going to hold everything back, and I'm going to see how this goes.
time where he's, you know, all
I
asks what
know,
you
here
want
comes
is
the
exactly
channel
what you
now.
want. If you can't find a fused Okanold in this situation,
Oh.
that's the best thing, I think, especially for those 6-card hands. And hey, why not we just have a little Ice Hammer?
Yuki's
chaser on
first
the side
arrow
too?
about to cost
Might
$1
have to take
billion.
another turn off, but this could be an opportunity for Yuki also just maybe to filter out the hand, block a little bit of this, and look for a better 6-card hand. She does have the lead on life
So,
points here.
The announcer's
Does have
talking
the
about, and we
lead
see,
there as
oh
well.
my gosh, we see 2 endless arrows in hand with rain razors,
There's
and
no
the
hocus pocus here.
opponent
Like,
hit
I'm gonna
Channel
back
Lake
this
Frigid.
back
Are
to
you
the
kidding
back
me?
show. There's not, you know, there's less of that.
Oh,
variety
camera went
because
shy.
That combat trick is out there, and Massey knows. that
Guys, my
the
camera went
turn
shy in the
with
morning.
Rain Razors is going to be played, and the beauty of this as well is that if you do play,
Camera went shy right away this morning.
that Rain Razors can still be played and held if as at the
Oh,
time if necessary.
Guys, this
So
is
you
awful.
don't have to lead with it
She
in
had
hand,
such a turn lined
and
up. The turn she had
everything
lined up
that
was
is,
just
you know, there's no more
nuts.
surprises. It's there, he
Oh my
knows it's
gosh.
there, but she could save it if necessary. Asi might overblock to respect it, wherein Yuki doesn't have to play it, so she can play it later.
Yeah, sometimes the threat.
Oh, the Endless Arrow. Guys, Endless Arrow in these Lexi decks, in decks that have the ability to run out of arrows, to get fatigued so easily, Endless Arrow is such a card. Endless Arrow is a freaking card, man.
Time where she's really set up a big 6-card hand and is looking to go ahead and put Masage really on the back foot. And as he's had the perfect answer. Channel Lake Frigid here, Spinal Crush before. So just a small block here from looks like a Frostbite is going to leak.
Frostbite given over. Channel Lake Frigid on the board. The problem is, man, you're giving him just free spins at the casino. You're giving him free spins at the wheel to try to win the whole thing. And
Yes, that is a,
oh, that scares me.
arrow that was,
That channel timing from Masi was perfect. Perfect. Like, you could not have set that up better.
I think so. I think this is, again, when you see that Bolton shot.
She gave Starvo a full grip, but remember, she didn't give Starvo an Arsenal card, so he couldn't take a crack at the Wheel of Fortune, right? So he couldn't spin the wheel. He couldn't dig deeper with Crown. So that was almost best case scenario for Yuki, and just punished with the Channel Lake Frigid play. Now here's the concern. Not only was the first big hand stymied by Spinal Crush, second big hand stymied by Channel Lake Frigid, there is that Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft on the battlefield to stymie the third attempt at a big turn, to require that turn to need maybe one more pitch and throw something just slightly off, right? So it's not as detrimental as like the Channel Lake. Oh no, Starfall going for the 5-card hand. Now, when you don't have Rampart, using Tunic for Crown of Seeds, far more common, right? There's no Rampart, you don't have anything else to sink that additional pitch into. So that's super common. But going with the 5-card hand here from Masi is, oh, if I'm Yuki, if I'm in Yuki's shoes right now, I'm definitely scared. Because to throw one more arrow, I have to use that remaining pitch, and I have to pitch one more card in hand.
Those explosive turns. We saw yesterday Yuki go with an 8 attack, a 9 attack, and an 11 attack, all in a row, all with
Okay.
hits. It was ridiculous, and I think
Will she throw it? She'll just Arsenal and pass, it looks like. Okay, so if this is something like a break ground, if this is just a Starvote break ground, Channel Lake is gone, I would definitely look for Yuki to sit here and be like, you know what, now's the time. I've got Rain Razors. I know there's an Endless Arrow in hand. I think that would be the move. It looks like she drew up into a Bolton shot as well. This is nuts. This Starvo attack is going to mean a lot. Okay. Do we? Oh, there's 2 ice cards. No, there's 2 ice cards. No. No, it's a fused token. Oh, come on. Come on. Masi, come on, dude. Too mean. Come on. Fused Okanold. No freaking way. No way.
Yeah, the on-hit effect, if it does trickle for anything, this isn't Crush, okay? This is the new hotness, and Okanold is going to be, if it tickles you for 1, it's
My goodness, okay. All right. Let's get back into it. If you're Yuki, God, you're staring this out, you've got to start to get frustrated, right? I'm definitely starting to get frustrated if I'm Yuki. Kudos to her for keeping her cool. I would not be keeping my cool. Let's switch back to the nicer camera again. Let's see. When this camera gets camera shy, we got backup camera, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? This stream, nothing can stop this stream. We were given awesome permission by LSS. This is an amazing event. Nothing can stop. I got backups on backups on backups on backups. I got backup headphones. I got coffee. I got the beautiful and wonderful Mrs. Hometown TCG asking if I need anything. She's incredible. She is the light of my life and makes everything around here go. So nothing can stop this stream, much like nothing in that Lexi deck can stop this Oaken Old. It's impossible. Oh my god.
And Mase doing what I do, which is let the dice decide. I don't want any involvement.
Channeling Frigid dies.
The elements at all. If something good happens,
She's taken 6. It was Dominate. So remember that Channel Lake Frigid is Dominate. I don't think she has. She doesn't have much of an option there. Okay, so this is cool. This is cool because Endless Arrow feels like a must block, and with no Frostbite and nothing else, this seems like value. The blowout here. So there's a blowout here. And it's if Masi drops shield, Ice Shield, to generate a Frostbite, forcing Yuki to respond with Rain Razors and then being able to use a defense reaction. Nope. Just straight up 6-card block. Good. So there's the problem is we've lost 2 Endless Arrows in a deck that is known for like being light to fatigue. Icy Hammer. This is it. Okay. Come on, Yuki. Draw. Draw. Come on. Draw. 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 Draw well. Draw well. You can do it. Taking all 4. That's what I like to see. That's a Lexi player that's like, nope. Screw it. Let's go. Eric, I agree. I think this is Yuki's window.
Not at all.
Pair of wire cutters and no more electricity. I got a Starbucks down the road, dude. I'll go live stream from the Starbucks. Let's go. Hometown TCG Dennis being a jerk in chat in the morning. Have some coffee, dude. Cheer up. It's FaB Pro Tour weekend. Let's go. Oh, Rain Razor straight up out of the arsenal.
So that is the first indication that this is going to be fireworks.
Flipping up Sleep Dart. On a Rain Razor's turn, though, Sleep Dart feels like there's no chance. Like, you're blocking that Sleep Dart no matter what. Way of, I got you, dude. Ooh, it's fused, too. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to fuse this Blizzard Bolt.
And there is...
Whenever an attack deals damage, create a Frostbite token. Any attack.
Any attack. This lasts for the rest of the
Any attack. Okay. And remember, there is a Tunic counter.
The question is, what is that other card in hand?
There's a Tunic counter. What's the mystery card? It can't be another arrow. There's not enough pitch to throw all of them. This is forcing Starvo. Starvo has to take the turn off here.
Well, I mean, Rain Razors, I think that if this turn isn't like that magical turn we saw yesterday.
Oh, no, there's another blue in hand. The Amulet of Ice is in hand. She can throw 3 arrows, all with +2 on this turn. Okay. The Amulet of Ice is in hand. She can throw 3 arrows, all with +2. And she can force Starvo to take a turn off, essentially.
But if she can sort of shake up the hand with a few Frostbites, she might be able to get another 4 or 5 card hand to continue that pressure.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, Yuki was
She's got to, I think she's got to follow this up. And then, okay. Okay, so full block here.
Oh, 100%. And look at this
on the Blizzard Bolt. Okay, go to 2. Load. Oh, load Searing. Okay, good. Sweet. Load Searing Shot. We'll get to keep Tunic counter. I think she holds Fatigue Shot. I don't know. That's a tough call. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence about holding Sleep Dart. Sorry, not Fatigue Shot. I'm on the fence here about, let me know in chat. How are you feeling about holding Sleep Dart here? The problem is it's Rain Razors. You need to close this game out. The longer this game goes, it's not good for you. But how much you then have to like draw into something sick just to pop it off. Would you send it or are you holding it? Guys, in chat, hashtag ship it or hold it. What are we doing? Let's embrace the James White of the weekend. Hashtag ship it or hashtag hold it. I think I overthink these situations a lot. I often keep that card in Arsenal and go for another 5-card hand. All right, so that's all 4 cards, no cards left. This means that's a Frostbite token given over. So this Sleep Dart represents naked 7 damage. Like, this represents putting your opponent down in life.
the Canadian national champion.
Okay, so she
on Lexi.
hashtag ship it.
I said, when you are
There we go.
ready,
Okay,
I am all
chat,
for
chat, you are correct. Yuki is on your side. Ship it. We're shipping it. Let's go.
Look at that damage output on the turn. Like,
Oh my God, wait.
messages turn, nothing coming back.
Holy
And that
smokes.
Yuki's gonna try and keep things going, keep
Okay,
tempo
okay,
up.
okay, okay, okay.
Find
Okay.
more disruption.
We draw into, we have Tunic Counter.
This
We
is
draw into
fine.
Rain Razors,
This is
3 of a
how we're
kind
playing
right here.
sometimes. If you hit a hand that really doesn't do much, you're in trouble. But
Okay, 8 with no hand. You're correct. 8 with no hand. We draw into Rain Razors, 3 of a kind. Rain Razors, 3 of a kind. Rain Razors, 3 of a kind. Come on, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Let's go.
looking real good for Yuki because basically 2 turns in a row.
Dennis, that's a great point. You're 100% correct.
Pop off Art of War here is an instant
Ooh,
card that
she's
you'll
got
get
Art of War. She has Tunic Counter. Guys,
before option.
we said this yesterday. This is a pro Tunic stream. Okay, the value.
What you want to go
Well,
with.
look here, Flake. Yuki playing it differently, and you see
Pitching
why.
Art of
She's
War.
getting all reds besides this Art of War. So she's got to find resources for this.
Yellow
and this
Bolton
is a
Shot?
powerful attack in and of itself. It's Ice Quake.
Yellow
powering
Bolton
up
Shot
this
for
Bolton,
7.
giving it go again.
Go again.
representing some
Hit
cost by
free
deck.
reload. So this free reload is
Art of War
scary
option
because
there.
it could
Roll
represent
the dice,
any arrow in the deck.
Use your tunic, play the Art of War, see what comes off the top. Yuki's saying, I have
It is okay, it's a red Bolton Shot. This reload could represent any arrow in the deck with Tunic Counter floating right there. Now this is the time. Blocking with shield can blow that out, right? If you block with shield, you can guarantee from the Starvo side of things, you can guarantee, right, that they can't throw another arrow. If you block with shield right here, the reload doesn't make a difference. They can't possibly throw another arrow.
The entire hand just to stay
Is that Nerves of Steel?
But that
Is that
like we're just blocking their
Nerves of Steel hometown TCG spoiler card Nerves of Steel? It looks like Nerves of Steel.
Entire attack here, and again, fascinating card choices in certain cases here. You know, we saw Frost Locks in certain cases.
Blocking
Now,
7.
Yuki
Okay,
wants to take a
so
look at what these cards are.
unless,
And I'm gonna
what
tell
is
you,
it?
Flake,
You can Starvo here
I don't know what card that is.
if
I
it's
actually
exactly
can't tell you.
Pulse.
I recognize almost
You can
every
have
card
Pulse.
you
Oh
can
no, you need a Tunic Counter. One would have to be Pulse of Candlehold. Okay.
impose
So you can Starvo here, but you can only Evergreen or Break Ground or something like that, which is something I do not think
You ever
Yuki
test
cares about. Oh, it's Imposing Visage.
card with cost?
Dang.
Let's put it on
Guardian players in the chat letting me know how crazy wrong I am.
message there. I'm assuming this is about Channel Lake Frigid. A lot
Ugh.
of times. Just go ahead and keep that.
Imposing
up.
Visage
Really
getting
important.
Channel Lake
I
Frigid.
see that as being like kind of chain tech.
I just cannot imagine. Yuki checking out the hand. Now remember, I always say I can't imagine blocking in these scenarios. If you've got nothing, of course you block. But there's no chance. Yuki is saying, guys, that shield. If she drew an all red hand, that shield is going to be wild. Mossy presenting the cards out there saying, come get them. If you don't come get these cards, I'm going to Starvo your face.
Go ahead, activate Lexi.
There it is. There's the Rain Razors. Okay, this is a good.
Is this the salvo?
This is a good start. That's a blue pitch. That's a blue pitch. Holding back this Rain Razors could be huge. You force the Starvo player to constantly overblock.
Here comes I believe this is a Pathing Helix, and coming in for 4.
Pathing Helix for
Four in air quotes.
4 and go again. Yes.
Sitting right there, Flake. She's not fooling anyone. We know there's damage potential.
Dude, you and the Rain Razors here is like,
Yeah, maybe a second Rain Razors in hand from Yuki.
oh, if that's a second Rain Razors, that's crazy. You're gonna look to close this thing out.
Just have to see if there's the arrows to really take advantage of a double Rain Razor.
I was about to say, where are the arrows? Where are the arrows? Okay, she's got a fatigue shot
Fatigue shot, I believe,
and a Rain Razors.
for Yuki.
Dennis, probably the best Lexi Lightning Elemental Lexi player I've seen. Maybe it's her or Levi, for sure. They both play this deck really, really well.
That Masse is playing Turn Timbers, he's playing D-Reacts, we saw some Sink Belows.
Yeah.
So there are some defensive potentials here, but 4 is still an awkward position to be.
And Pathing Helix, is Pathing Helix the reload arrow? Let's go.
This turn are 2 8-power attacks.
Dude, there is a real case. And I said this at the start of the stream as we have people, we'll talk about goals. Obviously, we're watching the first game for right now. We'll have a break in between games. But it's like she's got this command over the deck. And she's like, don't you give me a dead hand. And the deck just looks at her and is like, yes, ma'am. Sorry, whatever you say. And it just doesn't give her these terrible, awful hands. And that's probably because her pitch cycle and the way she sets things up It has nothing to do with just the deck listening to her, but I like the meme.
Still contemplating here again.
God,
Might be a
I don't envy the position to start. Okay,
Brian is when you've got, you know,
this is good use of this stalagmite, I think. You need to pull your opponent off a 3-arrow turn for sure. If both these are 0-cost arrows, they're on a 3-arrow turn with Rain Razors. So I think this is correct. I think this is the best case here, and I think you say you need to do it. Prove it. That's what I'm saying here. I'm saying you need to prove it. Now remember, even if she Rain Razors here, she doesn't have the extra pitch. I'm trying to think. You can pay to activate Tunic to still have 2 pitch. So yeah, I don't think you reload here. I don't think you Rain Razors and fire off the reload. Okay, so she's going to have access to Tunic here by firing off the Rain Razors after the Frostbite generation. And she's going to fire off second Rain Razors, which means Fatigue Shot is coming down. I think it's yellow Fatigue Shot, is it? Is coming down for 8? Oh my gosh, this could be huge. And the pitch is there. The pitch is there to throw it. Michael, we'll talk about Kano. Yeah, we'll do a day 1 breakdown after this game. We'll do a day 1 breakdown after this game. We'll talk about day 1. We'll talk about goals for this stream and goals for us and what we want to see. There's the Fatigue Shot. Is it red? It's red Fatigue Shot for 5, 7, 9. Red Fatigue Shot for 9 here.
I believe that's a red Fatigue Shot, so 9 damage, 10 damage.
10. Oh, +1 off Voltaire. That's right. 10. 10 damage Fatigue Shot. Starvo at 4 with 2 cards in hand. If they're both 3 blocks and Tunic, he makes it. If they're both 3 blocks, he makes it. If they're both 3 blocks with Tunic, he makes it. Oh no!
Oh man, Canadian Legolas just firing arrows.
No, what is going on? Yuki Lee is Canadian Legolas.
That's the whole hand.
Oh! Wait, there. Holy smokes! Let's go! Let's go! Good. Good. We need. The problem is we have to stay on the front foot. If you're Yuki, you have to stay on the front foot. I need a 3 of a kind or something. I need some piece of gas. An Art of War, a 3 of a kind. Something we need to pull our opponent, because we can't even trade with a Starvo. Hammer's more effective than anything we can do in the deck. It's too efficient. We can't leave them with 1 card and force them to peel or tax resources. There's the Art of War. She's got an Art of War. Yep, here comes the Art of War. I lied. Oh, it's a 3 of a kind. Never mind. I lied to you all. I lied to you all.
Is this the first 3 of a kind she played?
No, it's the second 3 of a kind. It's the second 3 of a kind she's played. Here it comes. Okay, Art of War in hand. 3 of a kind. Opponent at 4.
But he's in the middle of a nasty sandwich here of 3 of a kinds.
Mossy's in the middle of a nasty sandwich. I guess it's a sandwich when arrows are constantly firing at your face.
And Flake, she already has those 3 arrows. Those are available. But there's also an Art of War in hand. So this Blizzard Bolt already fused. Again, if any damage...
And then, there's a Bolton Shot too. There's a possibility the Art of War can banish the last... Oh, no, there's not the pitch. The pitch isn't there. Oh, yeah, there is.
If not the entire game, Flake.
So pitch this card right here.
That Art of War is unfortunately jammed up and gummed up in the head.
Good point. Yeah. Very good point.
So this could be a situation where this hand could
look at that.
Devastating. But then if you pocket that,
we're gonna see a break. We're gonna see a Bullseye Bracers break here, probably, or maybe. But this is great. So Bolton Shot here with empty arsenal is incredible. Again, we have 1 pitch floating with Bolton Shot. It threatens any arrow in the deck.
Yeah, because
eat his entire hand.
That's true. You're right, Eric. Good call.
Why not? You're on camera. Enjoy it. Take your time.
You're blocking all 5. This threatens any card in deck. It has go again. Bullseye break. Is there any cards left in hand? Break. Bullseye. Is there another arrow? Bullseye Bracers. +1. Fatigue Shot. Coming in for 5.
And now the equipment is put to work, and that leaves Message at an extremely vulnerable 1 life.
Blocks. 2 goes to 1. And Yuki gets an arsenal card.
Yeah. Oh boy. This is. I mean, no equipment left. And
oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? She's got an arsenal. She needed it. She needed the 3 of a kind. She drew it there. 4-card hand from Starvo. Attack reacts are live. Razor reflex or Rain Razors 3 of a kind is live. Art of War is live. Tunic to 2. She's got Snapdragon Scalers too. There's the Art of War. Come on. Eric, it's easy to say that from the top down, but when you're at the table, you're thinking, if I need to hold this for as long as possible because I'm so on the back foot.
I don't know if she's going to play it again.
Did Mossy go to 1 here?
Because she just has really good options.
I thought Mossy went to 1 here. I'm not sure. Okay, Icequake is just huge. I love Icequake. Guys, those who know, locals know, I know Hometown TCG Dennis knows, I freaking love Ice Lexi. Any Ice Lexi tech, it's right up my alley. I am 100% for it. This is money. And Bolton Shot for 7 is, oh.
He might be thinking, all right, I don't think there's any Rain Razors left. But let's be real. But she's picked all 3.
Okay, there she goes. There we go, because that comes in for 6. He's only got 1 card in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuki gets it done. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Guys, what a way to start a stream. Are you kidding me? That's how we're going to start today? That's what today is going? Oh my gosh, what a freaking start. What a jump off. This is amazing. This is awesome.
Double shot that stuff, Urukai falling all over the place, but when push comes to shove in practicality, it's not really
where are we at here?
A very good
all right, guys, let's pop over. What a freaking game. Let's start the day. Let's talk about the stream. Let's wrap up yesterday. All right, guys, welcome back to Hometown TCG. You guys know me. My name is Josh. Good morning, everyone. Everyone, if you got coffee in the chat, if it's your morning, if you're hanging out, or if you're overseas, maybe it's the nighttime. Maybe you're having yourself a little nightcap. Cheers. Cheers to everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out. This is such a great time. A couple goals for today. First of all, let's talk about the goal for today. I would like to reach 200 viewers today. We are going to stream all of day 2. We're going to be all of day 2. I'm going to see if I can't call Louie. I'm going to go live in the Hometown TCG Discord. I'll let patrons from the Discord jump in. We're going to chat. We're going to have some fun. And then tomorrow will be top 8 streaming as well. Shout out to LSS for giving us the ability to do this, to watch this coverage, to call them up or reach out to them, and they said this was cool. So that's amazing of them. I'll see if Louie is available. I know Louie wanted to do something as well. I'll see if he's available because, he's the man in this space. Let's talk about yesterday. So again, 200 viewers, share this with your friends. Let's get this thing to 200 viewers at some point today. That is my goal. Let's go back and let's talk about the coverage yesterday. So if you're in chat and you didn't catch the coverage yesterday was bonkers. It was so good. We saw so many heroes. We saw our Starvos, we saw our Prisms, but we also saw a Levia on stream. We saw Lexi. We saw Bolton, we saw Chain, I think we saw a Briar game, we saw Kano. Things were insane. And there is, in fact, a Kano at the Pro Tour right now that is 7-0. There's a 7-0 Kano at the Pro Tour just ripping through AB1 Starvos. It is nuts. It's absolutely insane. It's so cool to watch, and those games are terrifying. The Starvo player draws their hands and put it on the field, and it's just like, I can't block anyway. So if you can kill me, you can kill me. If not, I'm going to kill you. So hopefully we'll see some Kano today. We haven't seen anything like Dorinthia. We haven't seen any Reiner on stream, I don't think, anything like that. But man, it has been nuts. So let me know in chat what you guys know from the first day, from day 1 of the Pro Tour, what you guys encountered, what's your thoughts on day 1, and what's your thoughts going into day 2. And I'm going to, while you guys are letting me know, and I'm going to read chat, I'm going to reach out. We have members of Team Ascent. I believe 4 to 5 members of Team Ascent made day 2. And the highest placing member is, I believe, 34, 33, maybe 32. It is Easton Tealwater, the creator of the Icelander Blitz deck tech. Easton Tealwater is at that 32 spot in day 2. Right, that's Easton. Easton just showed up on the stream. I don't have the stream going. Not the stream. It was like the pictures sliding by. It was Easton. Let's go. Let's go, Easton. All right. So I believe that I'm going to reach out to double check While I'm doing this too, if you're a Hometown TCG patron, Hometown TCG Dennis, I'm talking to you. I am going to go live in the Hometown TCG Discord. Actually, I can't go live in the Hometown TCG Discord. It keeps cutting off my mic or my audio. Well, I'll figure out a way to try to go live in the Hometown TCG Discord. But yeah, let me know, guys. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's talk to you. Good morning. Tell me about your guys' day. We got a little time between matches. We're going to have to get comfortable with chatting with one another. Tell me a little bit about your guys' day. Dennis says, ew, coffee. All right, never mind. I'm glad I can't go live. That's unnecessary, Dennis. That's completely unnecessary. What a comeback from Lee Bennett. She was really in control, and that 3-of-a-kind turn off after getting Okanolded, being able to respond with 3-of-a-kind and still throw 2 really powerful arrows. What a move. What a freaking move. That was a move. I think there'll be more Kano love for sure. Dude, I think you're correct. Starvo without Arcane Berry. There's a lot of talk about Starvo without Arcane Berry is just rest in peace. That is just true. Anyone with no Arcane, true. Heck, Dennis. Jim Williams, I'm with you. Heck, Dennis. Let's go. Eric got some music stuff to do later. We're going to be watching the stream as much as possible today. Thank you so much. You can leave me on in the background, whatever you want to do. Whatever you got to do. Jim Williams, don't walk your comments back. Music stuff. Dude, people that are awesomely talented like you make me so jealous. Make me so jealous. Thiago says, started the game playing Lexi. Dude, Lexi is hype. Lexi's so cool. So yeah, like I said, goal of today, 200 live viewers today is what we want to get. We want to see some Ascent gameplay on stream. That would be amazing. I want to get Easton on stream sometime today. He was on a feature match yesterday, but it was the backup feature match. He wasn't on the main feature match. I was like, no, we could see the back of his jersey. It said like East in the background. We're like, come on, give us the Easton. Give us what we want. Give us what we came here to see. All right, looks like we're going to be getting into another game, guys. All right, and for those of you in chat that said you wanted Kano games, you wanted to see some Kano spice, all you had to do was ask. We've got a Kano game coming up right now. Kano into Starvo. What? No! This Kano has so much AB. Shock Charmer Kano. Shock Charmer Kano, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. All right, guys. This is insane. Remember, share this stream with your friends. Share it with everyone. We want to get 200 concurrent live viewers. That would be the goal. Oh, no. We're throwing a Reverberate for 4 turn 1. And there's essentially AB 3 for 1 turn and a Null Rune Boots.
That is simple. Very clutch. It's not flashy. A lot of people just throw this card in the garbage when they
We've got Andrew Rothmel versus Alexander Vor. Reverberate, guys, has done work this game. He's going to banish a Reverberate and throw another Reverberate for 3. He's going to present 7 damage first turn. He's going to try to even these life totals a little bit. All right, he's going to take 5, and we're going to go 35 to 30, and we get an Arsenal target. Great start for Kano. Great start for Kano. Let's go.
All right, so Reverberate into Reverberate, starting to push through with some damage. Again, like you mentioned, Null Rune Boost.
Let me know if you guys want commentary from the commentators, the Channel Fireball commentators, louder or softer or whatever you guys want. I'm open to suggestions, but what I will not do is flip back and forth all day and just change the volume of the stream all day long. We'll settle on something, and we're going to go with that for a long time. But dude, Kano, right away, first turn, and Blizzard here. Kind of a dead, not a super dead draw. Spinal Crush, Blizzard. Gosh, if you're Starvo, you want an Arsenal target here. You want to be able to prevent arcane damage with that Crown of Seeds. Yeah, this makes sense. Regular old, even on off Starvo turns, you get to be like, hey, look, regular Spinal Crush. Look, regular Spinal Crush. Pretty good. Regular Spinal Crush is pretty good.
You saw those huge Ether Wildfire turns yesterday.
James, thank you so much. Regular on Starvo off turns, this is what hurts something like Alexi or something like a Katsu. It's like, oh, you spun the wheel at the casino, you lost. You still get to keep an Arsenal target and throw Spinal Crush at me that I have to block. You're like, oh, it's just detrimental. It just sucks, man. Dennis, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, homie. I love you. I love you like a lot. That's so sweet. In the meantime, I'm going to try to figure out this this deal with Discord where I can't hear both the game audio and people's audio in Discord. And I want to find a way to get in Discord to chat with the homies, to let patrons come in and live commentate with me and just hang out and enjoy FaB all day. Kano just taking the damage. Just saying, you know what? Not a chance. Not a chance. Don't care. How many turns does this game go, chat? Chat, how many turns does this game go? I've got 4. I've got 4-turn game. And the Shock Charmers are going to be huge here. Because if Kano goes to close out the game with an Aether Wildfire turn or something like that. Oh. Okay. See, this is why I'm bad at Kano. I 100% play the Energy Potion here. I block and lay down Energy Potion. I block that Spinal Crush, and I lay down Energy Potion. This is why I am not the Kano player. Ooh, let's go. Aether Flare.
So that's going to look to do a little opt-in, set up the top of the deck, going to respond to that with Gaze the Ages and take a peek at the top of that deck.
Aether Flare, 3 damage. The next card deals X more. So it's a buff here. And Gaze the Ages is going to opt 2 and come into hand. There is a zap. I can't tell what color. I'm assuming it's a blue zap. I can't imagine many decks are running red zap. But the free attack off the top, maybe one of red zap to find. Oh, because you could find it with Lesson in Lava. But man, that's a really niche scenario. Maybe a one of red zap to be able to tutor up with Lesson. Most of the time it's a block target. Something to the bottom, something to the top. Aether Flare for 4. And it gives the next thing he does plus X, where X is what it does. We're assuming it's going to do 3 here. Or no, 2. Because there's AB1 and a No Rune Boots. And a Crown of Seeds. That Crown of Seeds is sick here. The Crown of Seeds here is just going to get so much value. 100%, dude, Crown of Seeds in this matchup. Like, keeping an Arsenal target to keep yourself alive. To be able to one-off AB4 with Shock Charmers. Tome of Aether went off. That's such a setup. That's such a setup. Let's go. Sorry, I'm so hype. I'm so hyped. Tome of Aether went off the top. Tome of Aether went off the top might be one of my favorite plays in FaB. That play is just ridiculous. Those who know me know I love card draw. If you follow this channel long enough, you know I made card draw Briar as a deck. Like, this is just sick. I did a deck tech on it on the channel. This is amazing. This is incredible. This is just the best. He pitched the Aether Wildfire here. Tome drawn off the top. Blue Zap coming in for 3. I would like to see something bigger off that Tome, but this is why, guys, these Kano players are just on a different level than me. I want to see something bigger off that Tome. I don't know what it is. I can't play Kano like this. I just can't. If I take a turn off, I'm getting Oaken-Olded or Crippling Crushed right away. It's not even a question. It's just happening. Guys, we got some local love in the chat. Jim Williams plus Hometown TCG Dennis equals true love forever. Jim Williams has become an icon in this chat over the time of Hometown TCG, and Dennis is the big homie, the one who makes things run, but actually hasn't done anything in a while. I've really let him off the hook. I should make some work for that guy. I should make some work for that Dennis guy. What am I doing? All right, 31-21, 10 life differential. Gosh, this is going to be another Starvo activation, right? Like, he kept a Starvo activation for sure. For sure kept a Starvo activation. There you go. And guys, with AB1, right? An effective AB1 on your turn, at the side of the table of Starvo, Andrew's saying there's no reason to hold back. Normally when you're playing this Kano deck and you're playing any of your other decks and you've got all this Arcane Barrier, you're not pitching blue and going balls to the wall full force all the time. You're holding back so you can respond. You're trying to chip some damage. You're trying to fish out a block or two before you go ham. With one Arcane Barrier, you're like, what am I waiting for? What am I holding back? He can decide to kill me anyway, and I can't stop it. We saw an Aether Wildfire pitched, and we saw one blocked with. Oh my gosh. We're losing copies of Aether Wildfire like it's going out of style. 1731. Tunic goes to 3. Nothing. Notice that Alexander is not just playing willy-nilly on the turn of Andrew. He's not just saying, I'm going to try to high roll this off the top. No, he's not just playing willy-nilly. He's leaving Kano activations for his turn. Red Snapback off the top. Red Snapback, great card. Crucible, Aether Flare again for 4, and that Snapback's going to come in buffed. That will be a buffed Snapback, probably by 2. So that Snapback will come in for 5, presenting 9, taking our opponent to 22. Wait, dude, of course. I'm so happy to be here for you guys. And be grateful for LSS, too. I reached out to them. They gave me the permission. So it's a lot of it was in their hands. They provided this. They enabled us to do this and bring the community together. I was sad I couldn't be there, but it was awesome of them to let me do this. Oh, you think it's an Aether Wildfire? Dennis is calling the Aether Wildfire in Arsenal, meaning we have seen all copies of Aether Wildfire already. Now, that Shock Charmers is got to specifically be for the last copy of Aether Wildfire, right? Like, that's what that Shock Charmers is sitting in the wings for, is for the last copy of Aether Wildfire. That shield over there, all these Guardian shields right now just sitting on the sidelines looking sad, dude. That's a yellow pummel in hand. That's a yellow pummel in hand. We can pummel an Icy Encounter here. Oh, no. Oh, no. Guys, if you go to Pro Tour, don't stalk Rudy. Don't stalk Rudy, poor guy. I would do the same thing, but poor guy. Dude, that yellow pummel could be just devastating here. If there's a blue, I don't know what there's to think about. I'm throwing Icy Encounter with my float. Is there a blue? Is there a blue? So it looks like he has Starvo activation, but no attack to throw with it. So this is, I see so many players, so many Starvo players hit the casino wheel, show their hand, but have no attack to throw. And that's a weird move, right? Don't just show your hand for free. Right? Andrew holding his hand back. Oh, he pitches Icy Encounter. Oh, he's going to pummel the Winter's Whale? Is he going to pummel the Winter's Whale? I would have loved to see the Icy Encounter pummeled here, but I don't think there's another blue in hand. I really don't think there's another blue in hand, chat. Ugh. Yep, here comes the yellow pummel. Yellow pummel coming down. Yep, just leaks damage. Just leaks damage, hands over the Frostbite. I like the players with the Frostbite. All weekend, guys, we're watching the players just be like, yeah, Frostbite, I guess. People have just come to this. When Frostbites were released in Tales of Aria, people were like, oh, you just can't play aggro. It's impossible. And people have just learned, just deck building and the thought process has evolved and grown so much, even since then, where it's like, Frostbite, I guess. I built the deck to play around having an occasional Frostbite. Let's go. I tweeted this morning. I had to check Twitter. I tweeted at FaB TCG because they mentioned that they're going to monitor the crowd size for like the building requirements. They think like the hall has like a population requirement that they can't go over. And they're like, we'll monitor to make sure we don't go over that. And here's a Sonic Boom. This card has been integral in this deck, right? Alexander Vor he famously earlier went Sonic Boom into Sonic Boom, which is just nuts, right? And this is tempting. This is tempting right here. If you're the Starvo players to pop Shock Charmers, but you just can't. It feels like you just can't pop Shock Charmers here. He's going to blind look. He's going to leave it. He's going to leave it. That's scary. Oh, it's scary to whiff. It is so scary to whiff there. Okay, there is a snapback at least. There's something. We're going to get our opponent into lethal range. At least there's something. The problem is, Andrew is going to present lethal here. Yeti, what's going on? Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Andrew will be presenting lethal here, like guarantee. If Andrew doesn't present lethal here, that's a huge mistake, right? Like, here, yep, and there it is. There's the Oaken Old. There's the Oaken Old in hand. The dominated Oaken Old. We will be presenting lethal. Oh, and it will be a fused, it'll be an, double fused Oaken Old, dominate for 11. Followed up by Winter's Whale. Unless there's also a crippling crush. Okay. Okay. So here it is, and we knew this was coming, right? When they kept that, when Starvo keeps that full hand, it doesn't even like AB1 and just says, screw it. We're 100% dominating this Oaken Old. And this is worst case for Kano. Alexander Vor, this is worst case. Staring at those Shock Charmers means you can't even rip Aether Wildfire off the top to try to just combine something crazy here. Here comes the Talismanic Lens. This is 100% the good call. Show me a tome. Show me a tome. Show me a tome of Aetherwind. I don't think there's enough pitch available right now. I really don't, to bait out the Shock Charmers with something that isn't Aether Wildfire and then be able to throw the Wildfire. I really don't think there's enough pitch available, but this is why these players are on a different level, right? I don't know. Is Alexander Vor going to find a way out of this? Make your predictions in chat right now. Does Alexander find a way out of this scenario? Staring down lethal definitely can block the Oaken Old and then throw Tunic and a card in front of the follow-up hammer, unless the card in Arsenal. The problem is, if the card in Arsenal is Evergreen or Break Ground, it's just straight up lethal. It's just straight up lethal if that card is, if the next attack is anything but hammer. So I don't know if I'm on board. Or if the card in Arsenal is a pummel. If the card in Arsenal is a pummel, oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy. Staring down lethal, looking at the top two. The last thing we want to see here, if you're a fan of Alexander, if you're a fan of Kano, the last thing you want to see is that card, both those cards going into the bottom. You do not want to see those cards headed to the bottom of the deck here. That would be just devastating. That means we're in blind Kano roll time. Alexander doing math faster than I can do, I don't know, make a coffee. This guy is, like, he is calculating every scenario here. Just look in his eyes as they dance across the table. This guy's calculating every scenario that he can think of. Like, every Kano scenario here known to man is like calculus flying through this dude's head, and we're all just sitting here like, what's he gonna do? Like, I feel like I'm just banging on the table. Like I'm a caveman and I can't figure it out. Like, and he's sitting here doing finite mathematics. This is terrifying. All right, our votes in chat. Let's see. I asked, is Alexander taking this home, or does Andrew win this game? I asked in chat. Craig is saying 7-1. Guys, we're not going to have a mask mandate argument in chat today. We won't be doing that. We're just going to enjoy some flesh and blood, embrace the community coming together. I want to know who's going to win this freaking game. What's going on? Eric says Alex wins here. Dennis saying Alex in trouble. I think I'm on the side with Dennis. I feel like Alex is in trouble. Alex is in trouble here, and it's that Shock Charmers include. That Shock Charmers include is huge. Huge. If you're seeing Vor, if we're talking about Vor's hand, right? If we're talking about Alexander Vor's hand, we want his hand to be exactly blues, Aether Wildfire, and Arsenal, and good stuff to throw off the top, right? Alex needs to step into the casino. I don't, oh gosh. You're 7-0 at the Pro Tour. Do you know how difficult it's going to be to like, all right, I'm risking it. Let's roll it. Let's roll the dice on this. I worked my butt off. I went undefeated day one, and I'm going to leave that all down to this top deck. Like, the stones, the courage to make that happen is insane. That's crazy. That's wild. I almost every time I've had a Kano go into the tank like this, they've won. I think what he's thinking, too, is he's thinking, could it be? If I bin this, if I put this at the bottom, right? What could it be? There's the Potion of Deja Vu. There goes the Storm Striders. I think he's going to try to break the Shock Charmers here. Crucible. Here comes Metacarpus. Okay, so he's going for it. He's got Storm Striders. He's got Crucible. He's got one floating. Oh my gosh. He's giving his opponent a window to react. Do you want a Crown of Seeds now? Would you? Dennis calls it. Hometown TCG Dennis calls it. Okay, Shock Charmers. If we see no pitch here. If we see no pitch here, Shock Charmers break, Tunic counter to activate Null Rune. Then we know the card in the arsenal is an attack. If Tunic counter activates Crown to prevent, and maybe he digs for an attack, we know the card in arsenal is not an attack, and we know he's either digging for one or throwing Winter's Wail. So many things to think about here. Shock Charmers are getting broken on this attack. Shock Charmer's breaking on this attack. It's coming in for 5. This has got to be when you're playing against a player like Alexander Vor, you're probably asking more questions about what's happening than providing answers. Oh, and I was like, there's another game in the background. It's the Lexi game we just watched. Okay, so this is still round 8. Oh, duh, Reed. Hello. It is still round 8. This is crazy. He's risking it. He's going all in. Aether Wildfire for 5. And this is fair. I like the fact that judges aren't coming over. I mean, the life total's at 10 and 18. The game is coming down to just this turn. I love the fact that judges aren't coming over and being like, oh, we got to hurry it up. We know this game is going to finish on time. We know these are players at the top of their game. This is just 100% awesome. Clyde Frog says that Rainbow Tunic hit by the light just right. Dude, that is so true. Look at that Tunic on the top there with the 3 counters on it. Andrew's Tunic is just mwah, mwah. While they're in the tank, I had to pay one-off pack at an event, or I bought a one-off Welcome to Wraith pack at an event last week. I had to get over the credit card limit to use my credit card to register for the event. It takes a certain amount of money. And it was amazing because I pulled a Tunic. It was awesome. All right, Crown triggered here, so I'm assuming that was not an attack in the arsenal. Yes, fairly certain this is turn 3. Eric, playtime, I believe it's turn 3. This is the first, I believe both Tunics just hit 3. Crown trigger. No, I think you Shock Charmers this. I think you Shock Charmers this attack. You 100%, am I wrong? Chat, am I wrong? I'm 100% think you Shock Charmers his attack. I don't know if he still has a window. You Shock Charmers his attack. Please use Shock Charmers. Please use Shock Charmers. Please use Shock Charmers. Guys, chat, why are we not using Shock Charmers? It just buffs the... If there's 3 more Kano attacks that come in, no Shock Charmers. If there's 3 more Kano attacks that come in here, unless Shock Charmers and 1 prevents this entire Reverberate here, there's only 1 card in Kano hand. Oh no. This is not good. This is not good. We didn't activate Metacarpus. Are we trying to peel cards from the hand and then block? Is there a chance he's trying to peel cards from the hand and then block?
So the Crown of Seeds is going to soak up the Reverberate, making the Aether Wildfire a little bit more potent.
That's exactly right. And it also leads to a whole new set of questions for Andrew. And I don't envy
Evergreen pitch.
right now with these massive stakes at 7-0 at the first ever Flesh and Blood Pro Tour, trying to figure out exactly
Reverberate dealing 1. Is that a tome?
Alex will then play the Reverberate to soak up the Crown of Seeds damage through that. Then he'll go to the to go and look behind the Declaration of Independence. Okay, and behind.
What is going on? What is happening?
Now, if you can go ahead and steal that, you might be able to, in conjunction
2 float. There's a hammer coming through.
All right.
There's a hammer coming through. 2 float. That card, Reverberate hit. That card needed to be Tome of Aetherwind or Tome of Findel. I think Reverberate's Wizard attack action card. Yeah, it needed to be Tome of Aetherwind.
The absorption of the Crown of Seeds damage to make sure that that Aether Wildfire, which is the first domino, is as potent as possible.
Yeah, and it looks like
Oh, okay.
bend those shock charmers now.
Okay, so he is blocking Aether Wildfire with Shock Charmers. Alexander was playing it. He played the Reverberate as an instant with Aether Wildfire on the combat chain to try to soak that Crown of Seeds, to try to make sure Aether Wildfire could do more damage. Starvo still holding on to 2 cards. What a freaking game. Starvo playing this at the best way possible. Just sick. Sonic Boom pitch to activate Kano. It's got to be a tome of some kind. That's it. Starvo gets there. No, ladies and gentlemen, Starvo gets there in round 8. Dominated Oakenold, holding 2 cards. We needed another tome. We needed to draw into another tome. We needed to get a little bit lower. And guys, we see the Shock Charmers tech just being nutty. Shock Charmers tech, so good. Shock Charmers, so good. Confirmed. 2 cards that I loved going into Tales of Aria, Shock Charmers and Crown of Seeds, both so good. Ladies and gentlemen, what a freaking game. Remember, we are looking to race to 200 live viewers because we're going to be watching content all day long. Thank you very much to LSS for allowing us to do something this cool. Thank you very much to you guys for tuning in. Let me know in the chat what you thought of that game. That game was insane. That game was wild. So we're looking 200 viewers. Make sure to share this on Facebook, share this on Discord, wherever you want to share this, wherever you got friends that you think are going to jump in chat and hang out with us. Get this shared, let us know. And man, I wanted Kano to get there. It was tough. Yeah, that Starvo, that Starvo activation there on the Oakenold was 100% clutch. If Kano could have stayed at 1 there, pushed some damage, drawn up some more, and gotten Starvo a little bit lower before going for it, that would have been crazy. No, that was a great game by both players. What a freaking game. And I like the coverage is doing a good job this time too. A better job bouncing back and forth between both games, right? I like the fact that in round 8, we're not just getting one game. If one game goes quickly and there's time before the next round, we're seeing the second game. So that's pretty cool. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Last time we saw Easton here. Hold on. We got to go back here. Last time in the last slide, I was talking about Easton, and we saw Easton. No, now it's like it's back to the slideshow from yesterday. Where's Easton? Man. Guys, we just want to see Easton. We just want to see the homie. Team Hometown TCG Ascent, repping at the top tables. Guys, if you are at Pro Tour and you're in the chat, let me know. If you wish you were going to Pro Tour, also let me know. I personally wish I was going to Pro Tour. I couldn't believe that I couldn't make it. Oh, I wanted to make it. We're going to be playing games of ship it or hold it all day long. We're going to see a lot of Starvo matches. We'll be asking with that last card, are you holding it and putting it in Arsenal? Or are you full on LSS and you're going to go ship it and you're just going to the face? We'll be asking that with Pulses. We're asking that with Kano a lot. Ship it or hold it. Ship it or hold it. We're going to be playing that game all day long today. So I'm excited. We're looking to race to 200 concurrent viewers. I wish I was in, guys. I wish I was there. This motivates me to just want to get to Vegas. I just want to get to Vegas. Oh, look at that Valda poster. That poster is sick. This is a very low-res photo of Bravo Star of the show. Guys, should I get... Hold on. Chat, should I wear a blazer for casting? I think I have a blazer somewhere in the house. Should I wear a blazer for casting? I want to vote in chat. If you guys vote for me to get the blazer, I will put on a blazer. Maybe at 100 concurrent viewers, I'll put on the casting blazer. I got one in the house. I'll put on the casting blazer at 100 concurrent viewers. Let's go. That's what I'll do. I'll put on the caster blazer. 100%. I'll do it. At 100 concurrent viewers, I will put on the caster's blazer. So Easton is the highest performing member of Ascent right now. I could be in my jersey. I have my jersey. At 100 concurrent viewers, I will put on the blazer. I can confidently say that. 100 live viewers at one time. We'll probably get there as games go. I'll put on the blazer. Let me ship it back over to the gameplay. Let me turn these guys up just in case. And I will grab the blazer. I will grab the blazer so I have it down here. You guys stay put. Stay put. And I will... There's Easton! Let's go, Easton! Let's go! Let's go, Easton! Let's go! I'll be right back, chat. I'm going to grab the blazer so I have it.
Hey everybody, welcome back to New Jersey. I'm Tannen Grace. That is Stephen Cookus, aka DM Armada.
That's
How
me.
you doing today, buddy?
I'm good. I just watched a fun Kano match and I watched a Lexi match in round 8. Those were both fantastic games. What have you been up to?
So I've been walking around the room a lot, actually, the entire area. I watched some of this match, but I was busy taking pictures, getting some video done, watching the start of the calling that's going on this other side of the room, which I believe is going to be the biggest calling of all time. There are no empty seats in that half of the room. It completely capped. It's so full, and I think you can probably hear it in the background, just the hustle and bustle of the room overall.
Noticeably louder than it was yesterday at any point, which is huge. Yeah, you mentioned when you came back over, you said, I walked around that calling area. There is no seat available. It is packed. That is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been handing out some of these as well. I got handed this by one of the LSS employees. They're handing out a few of these. This is the new Briar. It's actually updated with the errata onto the card. So this is something pretty cool. You know, if you're a Briar main or a Briar player like I am and you like this makes it a lot easier when you're trying to explain, you know, what's going on with my card it's not as good as it used to be. You know, we kind of chilled a little bit on the embodiment of Earth, but these are really, really cool. I'm enjoying it. So if you're watching this coverage and you're in the New Jersey area, come find me. I got a few more to give away. So
yeah, you have a full pack over there. Look at you.
Nice little LSS branding
I like
box.
that.
You can't have this
cool.
though. I'm keeping this. This is mine.
You're gonna keep the box?
Oh yeah.
I would too.
I love this stuff.
I would keep that box as well.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I think we're ready to jump into round number 9, and in round number 9,
right,
we're
Chad,
going
I'm
to
back.
have a fun, nice
I got the
mirror
blazer.
match with Chris and Andrew. And I just want to point this out. We just watched.
I got the jersey.
A nice 7.
I got the
versus
caster
7
blazer. It kind of
match.
looks like,
We're
oh, it looks like a
watching
priest thing
2
here going on.
8-0 players.
Let me
One of
pop these
these
headphones
will
back in.
remain undefeated on
Welcome
the
back to
tournament.
Chad. Welcome back,
And
guys.
One will fall to the very respectable 8-1.
Yeah, still a really good tournament record. I mean,
I got the
you're in
blazer.
best
I got the
position
chat, but a
right?
blazer comes on at 100 concurrent
Yeah,
viewers.
towards the top 8. You can
Taking
almost
off the
taste it,
blazer
almost
for
see it,
now,
but
but I
there's
got
still
the
a lot of work
jersey.
to be done. You still got to keep your eye on the prize. I got to ask Armada, when you're in a seat like this, does it get to you? Like, does it kind of
Welcome back, Father.
Or
Thank you.
Is it all the same when you sit down?
Oh, I don't think anyone could tell me that they can't see.
Guys, it's like when you watch your favorite sports team. When I watch Ascent, I gotta wear the jersey. You know, jersey's a little tight, been getting a little ripped or a little chunky. Don't know. All right, we got the Starvo mirror popping off. Andrew again and Chris Wray. Chris Wray, make your predictions in chat right now. This is your only time. Before the first turn, I want to see some predictions in chat before any damage is dealt. If damage is dealt and you make your prediction, it's too late. Before damage is dealt,
For Chris Wray, but that's not going to stop him from attacking.
before damage is dealt, you must get your prediction in.
No Starvo
The Starvo mirror. Channel like Frigid first turn.
Taking a look at the equipment loadout, it's virtually identical. It completely is identical, in fact. And one of the things that we want to always look for is what shield is being played. That can sometimes give you a hint into the idea of...
All right. Now, looking at this, we do have the same equipment loadout like the casters just said. Both Rampart, we see no Stalagmite, and Stalagmite, I believe, is a little soft in the Bravo mirror, because often these Starvo games become this grind fest, right? They just turn into this, like, this slog fest where they might throw big haymakers at the beginning of the game, but at the end of the game, man, it just comes down to efficiently blocking, efficiently card cycling, and essentially just playing a Guardian. So seeing this match pop off right now is pretty insane. You love to see it. Guys, again, thank you for hanging out. I got the caster jacket here at 100 concurrent viewers. We'll throw on the caster jacket. Channel like Frigid out and turn 1 is just wild. Oh, we have an extra draw. Oh, no. No, it's a card draw. An extra card draw. No. Best of Fabrica Starvo win. Let's go. So an extra draw here. I believe this. What is the situation? Turn the hand face over and let your opponent put 1 to the bottom. I just want to see Easton on stream. Guys, that's what I want. All right, so they want to resolve this card draw. I believe, I thought the resolution for this was to let the opponent see the hand, pick 1, and put it on bottom. I thought that was the resolution to this, but I'm not 100% positive. Let's change the frame of this a little bit, huh? Shall we? Let's change the frame of this thing a little bit. All right. So they're going to try to get this resolved. Guys, we've all been there. If you've played FaB before, you've drawn too many cards. I think we've all done it. We have all 100% drawn too many cards. I'll be interested to see how they handle this. But what scares me is anytime something like this happens, you get everybody just be like, oh, cheating, 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 and start screaming. It's insane. Ladies and gentlemen, Wifetown TCG is popping into the door. What's going on, boo? Oh, you're going to a craft fair today? Ladies and gentlemen, hype in chat for the craft fair. Let's go, craft fair. Woo! Oh, the dog? We have Wifetown TCG and Dogtown TCG both in chat. Let's go. I love you too. You can see. Kristen, you know that the chat can hear you say that you love me and it's not like embarrassing. It's okay for somebody in this world to love me.
I love you.
Have fun, boo. Craft fair, let's go. See, this is the stuff you don't get on the mainstream. This is the quality content you come here for. And my puppuccino. Harper, lay down. Thank you, chat. Thanks for being so supportive. The wonderful wifey is going to a craft fair today. That will be sweet. I hope she has a blast. She has a blast. And I am... Our dog had ACL surgery a couple weeks back, so I have to carry her up and down the stairs because right now my wife can't be carrying the dog up and down the stairs. So I've got to carry the dog all around the house when she's got to go potty, when she's got to go from bed to bed. It's a very exciting life, guys. I sling the dog over my shoulder and we hang out, and she hates being carried. That's the best part. She hates it. She can't stand it. We are back to the game. I can stop filling time with amazing craft fairs that my wife is going to. And we look like we have a Winter's Whale coming through. No ice trigger, just naked Winter's Whale. Jim and Dennis joining Kristen at the craft fair. Kristen likes you guys probably more than she likes me. So in all fairness. Love me some blacksmith crafts. Yeah, that would be insane. That would be really cool. Channel like Frigid gone. Ooh, here we go. First Starvo activation on the side of Chris Wray. Chris showing the goods. And guys, if we remember, so the Chris Wray deck, if you didn't get a chance to see it yesterday, the Chris Wray deck is notorious for having just kind of all these spins at the wheels, high elements, and being able to Starvo on repeat. This is what this deck does. Pitching all three. There's the dominated Crippling Crush. First one. Oh, an opponent has Oakenhold in hand, too. Opponent has Oakenhold in hand, but there is Crippling Crush for 13. Go again. Dude, that is so hard to say. Oh, it looks like we're going to lose main cam here. We're going to lose main cam here, but that's okay. We have backup cam. We always have backup cam, dude. Nothing can stop this stream. It is 100% impossible to stop this stream. It is 100% impossible to stop us from hanging out and watching FaB. I got, guys, the Ascent jerseys are hype. The Ascent jerseys are where it's at. You don't plug in your phone cam? No, I got 2 webcams. No phone cam for me. No phone cam for me, dude. 2 webcams for me. I got a webcam and a phone, and a DSLR, like nice stream camera. All right, and we see the turn timber block, guys. This is why. So these are the 2 versions of Starvo, and we saw this yesterday. Chris Wray and Nick Butcher actually went at it with these 2 versions of the deck. And Chris Wray, if he can get on that front foot and run his opponent out of defense reactions, he's in a great spot. But that game yesterday, Chris Wray pulled a bunch of defense reactions out of Nick Butcher on Starvo with things like Evergreen and things like Break Ground. Right now, using those defense reactions to stop key targets like Crippling Crush and even Oakenhold is clutch. Like being able to line up your defense reactions with really powerful attacks from your opponent is 100% clutch. We see Andrew just Arsenal and pass here. So often I believe that is another defense reaction. Andrew has held on to another defense reaction. Clyde Frog, my camera is run through an outlet. It overheated. As it turns into summer here and it gets a little warmer in the basement, it overheated. So it's not a battery issue. Do I have a backup cam, dude? You know I have a backup cam. You know I have a backup cam. Let's go. 9 dominate Evergreen. This is what you want to pull defense reactions from your opponent with, and it was not a defense reaction. He did not keep a defense reaction. He just swung nothing, kept 2 cards. My goodness. So this is where you want to be peeling defense reactions out of your opponent. And with 2 cards left in hand, remember, Chris is free here to throw 9 dominate, go again, and then throw Winter's Wail while keeping an Arsenal target. Oh, there's 3 cards left in the hand. The Evergreen came from Arsenal. So there's 3 cards left in hand. So this Evergreen could be followed up with something like an Icy Encounter or something like that. I'd love to see what happens here. Evergreen coming through for 9. It looks like the damage is hitting. Crown of Seeds trigger taking 8. Winter's Wail. Frosty Winter's Wail coming through. Frosty Wail on the combat chain. I feel like we're taking the Frostbite. If you commit to taking the Evergreen, I feel like you committed to taking the Frostbite. I guess unless you can efficiently block this. But a lot of these Starvo players, here comes the 1 block, a lot of these Starvo players are really great at holding that equipment, not letting the discrepancy in life get to them, and they're holding that equipment for the late game. Dude, this is hype. I can't believe this is going down. This is awesome. They're talking about the Awakening ban and the free catch-up mechanic. And guys, I just want to point out, called the Awakening ban. I knew it. Let's go. Here comes a Starvo activation. So we talked about this. This is the first half of this game. It's like Starvo activation into Starvo activation into Starvo activation, just back and forth until, no. Oh, God, okay. I thought it was a Crater Fist activation. I was like, oh, please no. But we see that back and forth until we get to the late stages of this game when it starts to become this back and forth Guardian value grind fest, right? So Starvo activation here, Evergreen on the chain, coming in for 9 dominate go again. That looks like a red Evergreen, 9 dominate go again. Chris Wray with a life lead, but definitely staring down a lot of damage here. Staring down 13 damage. She did use Tunic to trigger Crown of Seeds. He asked, I think he's asking what the ice card was, because this turn drastically changes if Andrew decides to throw Icy Encounter over Evergreen. So here we go. Here we go. And the question is, like, is he going to block? Or is he saying, I'm comfortable trading right now, and I know my high elemental version of this deck stays on the front foot more effectively than your version with defense reactions. So I'm going to say, I'll get more spins at the wheel. I'll get a chance to close this game out before you will. It's a value proposition, and it's a scary one if you ask me, because if you, at this moment, if you choose incorrectly, that could just be it. Definitely still thinking about it. Players in the tank. Crown of Siege trigger is out there, but he's not going to block enough to where Crown of Siege trigger will matter. Guys, what are you doing in this situation? You could almost see both hands. There's the fused turn timber. Is that full blocking? That's full blocking, and here comes the hammer. Here comes the hammer. Huh. We pitched the Shock Striker. Here comes the hammer. There's one pitch floating. Are we going to shield and block this? This is not something we see Chris do often on this deck. Often he is, with this high elemental build, he's saying, we're willing to trade. I'm going to trade with you. We're going to go back and forth. We're going to trade. But now we see him throw that 3 block, throw that shield in front of there. Keep, what is it? Did he keep 2 or keep 1? I believe he kept 2, so he'll throw Winter's Wail back. And then he will look to Arsenal if he kept 2. If he kept 1, yep, here comes the Winter's Wail throwing back. And we don't see Chris do this often, right? Chris is known for kind of getting on that front foot, and that's how he took down Nick in day 1, is he got on that front foot and he stayed aggressive, and Nick was playing that more mid-range with defense reaction version of the deck, and he wasn't able to pull him off that constant Starvo strategy. So this is interesting. 1 pitch floating, definitely going to see some damage mitigated here, and we're seeing a block, an equal block from the opponent, blocking the full Winter's Wail, 3-card hand. 3-card hand can activate Starvo, but without Tunic trigger can only throw something like a Break Ground or an Evergreen. With Tunic trigger can throw a fused Oakenold. Here comes the Starvo activation that we expected to see, and it is an Evergreen. It's hard to tell what the pitch color is. I can't tell if it's yellow, I can't tell if it's red, but we're seeing an Evergreen, and it's coming down. Evergreen with Starvo activation, dominated on the combat chain, 1 card in hand, and this is the Starvo gamble. You're staring at your Starvo opponent. Your Starvo opponent has just shown Starvo with 3 cards, has thrown Evergreen or Break Ground, or what used to be Autumn's Touch, right? So he's thrown these attacks. You have to now gamble. If you can't play around the Frostbite, you have to wonder, is your opponent going to Arsenal that card and get another look with Crown of Seeds, or are they going to swing Hammer, right? That's your value proposition that you're making with yourself, and you have to make that decision, and you have to know a hammer could come through. So you have to be willing to play around the possibility of a hammer and the possibility of Crown of Seeds. It's one of the things that make this deck just so versatile and so obnoxious to play against. So, and again, if we're only going to block 1 time, I think we play it safe and we block. We can throw the Crater Fist in front of the hammer with 1 card in case of emergency. I feel like we take this damage, yes, and Chris will take this damage. I feel like we're taking this damage, and then we're saying if we're blown out by Frostbite, we want to make sure that we're prepared for that. We don't no Frostbite blowouts. We want to be able to block that in an emergency situation with 1 card and, you know, Crater Fist or something like that, or Shield if we've got 1 floating. Yep, so he takes the generic. It is a yellow Evergreen coming in, so for 8. I could have made that analysis a while ago, but I was too distracted by the notion of what, like, the different things that Starvo could do. Wray, of course, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Remember, Casting Blazer goes on at 100 concurrent viewers. Share this in whatever groups you want to. Share this in whatever feeds. And the Starvoed Crippling Crush. Oh, no, just regular Crippling Crush, not a Starvoed Crippling Crush. What?
Yeah, he's also not going to get to Arsenal's turn, but he does only have 2 counters on the Tunic, so a lot of stress on him to actually
What? I thought that was a Starvote Crippling Crush. Was that not a Starvote Crippling Crush? Did we not pitch a Lightning card? Nope, it looks like we didn't pitch a Lightning card. This is just a vanilla Crippling Crush, which, guys, we've talked about this now ad nauseum. It's even on bad turns, Starvo still gets to Crippling Crush and Spinal Crush. That would be crazy. Yep, 40 more to go. 40 more to go. Let us know. We'll be here all day. Hopefully the homie Louie will be stopping by. I got to reach out. In fact, I should do that right now. Let's reach out to the homie. Let's see what he's up to.
show your opponent. I have Pummel in my deck, and you can see the stress that it'll put on people for blocking later in the game. They're like, oh wait, you actually have the Pummel.
I could call him live on stream. I won't do that to him. That's mean.
Because they're like, if he's got yellow Pummel in his deck, he's running a lot of them.
He pitches the yellow, and you know it's weird. We actually haven't seen too many players running the red Pummel. It's mostly been yellow Pummel, which is funny because the yellow Pummel gives +3, which you would think. Well,
All right. I just reached out to the homie, reached out to Louis, see what he's up to, see if he's on family duty all day today. So the 11 Crippling Crush, guys, is just nutty. It pulled Yuki off of a turn. Remember, she had the Spinal Crush just thrown at her. It's pulled her off turns. It's pulled these other aggro strategies off turns. The Crippling Crush, even for 11, is able to pull this Starvo deck off of its turns. There's the Pummel Pitch, and there's the Staunch Response. And these defense reactions for Andrew are lining up extremely well with exactly what you want, right? You want to line up these defense reactions with the big threats in your opponent's deck, and they're lining up super nicely. He's not having to throw defense reactions at things like Break Ground and things like Evergreen. He's getting to throw those defense reactions at the at the Crippling Crush, at the Spinal Crush, at the Oaken Olds, and that's going to be a key to victory for this more defensive build of this deck. Chris Tunic ticking up to 3. And when you're running Crown of Seeds and the high elemental version of this deck, Tunic ticking up to 3 is pretty important here. Are we going to see a Break Ground thrown? I don't think we will. It's hard not to. The temptation's there. There goes the Lightning Surge pitch. And we are going to see Break Ground thrown. 4-6, just naked Break Ground. Now, from our opponent's standpoint, we do have to be wary. This could be a blink play with something else coming in the background. We don't want to leave ourselves susceptible to too much damage, but most of the time, we see that Tunic to 3, we see no Arsenal that just kind of popped up. We know that odds are we are not going to see something crazy here. We're just going to look at 6, pitch a blue, maybe take 4 between Crown and Rampart, and go next and see what we can make happen. Okay, so there will be a Staunch Response here, and I'm not a big fan. So getting Staunch Response, if you're Chris Wray and you see that Staunch Response against just a naked Break Ground, you have a couple things going through your mind. You're like, all right, he drew another defense reaction, so he has a second one, and he's trying to get one out of his hand, filter it away somehow, or I don't know. I think that's what you're thinking. So we have a Starvo activation on the side of Andrew, and I believe there's a Turn Timber in the arsenal of Chris Wray. There's a Turn Timber that looks like it was in hand. And here we go. Here comes the Break Ground. This one looks red. It's hard to tell. Yep, this one is red. It's coming in for 9 Dominate with Go Again. There's that one-card hand, proposition we were talking about with the fact that we need to value. Is our opponent going to throw Hammer or prioritize that arsenal? And with Tunic counter up, you think they're going to throw Hammer. Oh, wow. Look at this hand. Look at this hand from Chris Wray. Pitching 3 cards to Staunch Response. And the Hammer coming through will leak damage. I don't know. I am not a fan of that Hammer there. I want to see that card in Arsenal, and seeing all those defense reactions that were just used and pitched, I want to be able to take a spin at the wheel. My Tunic's at 3. If I'm on the side of Andrew, my Tunic's at 3. I just saw a bunch of defense reactions used. I want to try to take this game over. That's what I want to see. Chat, let me know what your thoughts are. Do you think the 4 damage is more valuable than a spin at the wheel there? Or do you think that We want to take a spin at the wheel. We want to try to get on the front foot and see where we can go from there. Let me see what you guys think in chat. I love to hear your reactions. I love to hear your thoughts. Michael hasn't watched Louis in a long time. Dude, Louis the homie. I always call Louis the Fab Father. He's the first one of us as flesh and blood content creators to make it as like a flesh and blood content creator. Like that was his thing. That's all he does. That dude's the Fab Father. And then Chester Cheetah. Dude, did you get a haircut? Yeah, a while ago. I knew that this weekend was going to be long, so I didn't make much content this week because we are live all weekend watching Flesh and Blood. So I saw this coming, so I was like, I need to take a little break. There's the Turn Timber. So it was Turn Timber in Arsenal, unfused Turn Timber. Looking like Chris Wray does keep 3 cards and snaps off the Crippling Crush, right? Chris Wray just snaps and just says, you know what? Boom, Crippling Crush. Boom, Crippling Crush. Don't even care. Before you draw your cards, don't care what you're doing. Boom, Crippling Crush. Let's go. Chat saying needs to prioritize Arsenal. Hammer Throw wasn't worth the 3 damage leak. I feel the same way. I think I'm with you guys. I'm trying to take a spin at the wheel. I'm trying to take a spin and try to take over this game. I see my opponent miss twice in a row. I know he's on the elemental version of the deck. And we look down, and I think we see 2 pulses. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's facing a Crippling Crush. I think we see 2 pulses. This could have been wild. No. Chester Cheetah has been shifted from giving Louis a hard time to giving me a hard time. It's a good thing I got thick skin, dude. I played sports my whole life through high school and college. I've been made fun of. I've been beaten up. It's fine. Bring it on. Oh my gosh, no. No, the 2 pulses. I mean, the 1 pulse is a defense reaction, so that's fine. But it's just suboptimal. Like, you want to be able to hold these and get on that front foot and just kind of Starvo activate on repeat over and over and over again. Ugh. And this Crippling Crush is going to leave Chris without an arsenal. However, it will present this threat. It does turn off his opponent's Starvo activation for this turn. Dennis, you're not that bad. Playtime TCGs, we can give both hard time. I'm down with that. Louis can handle it too. He's the homie. This is crazy, guys. I'm excited to see what comes of this. No, I was never a wrestler. I'm too tall. I'm too tall to be a wrestler. Here comes the Crippling Crush. And the staunch response, again, guys, Andrew lining up these defense reactions with key cards in his opponent's deck. Except for the 1 staunch response, every other one has hit a Crippling Crush or an Oaken Old or something like that. And if you're going to play the defense reaction version of this deck, that is crucial. It is crucial. You have to line up those targets. You 100% have to. And he is doing it, and it looks like he's going to start. He kept both pulses! He kept both pulses. He's going to throw Evergreen. Oh, no, don't play Pulse. Don't play Pulse. Oh. Okay, he doesn't play Pulse. Yeah, he pitches away the 1 Pulse, and you Arsenal. Unfortunately, you Arsenal the other Pulse. But now, in the late game, in second cycle, you have both Pulses next to each other. This is a wild turn right here. Evergreen for 9 go again. You know the card in hand can't be pitched to play Hammer. You know that card cannot be pitched to play Hammer. You know this is just 9 vanilla damage. You know that's all that's happening right now. This could be insane. There's the Oaken Old block. So not only have we lined up defense reactions really well, but we are now resigned to blocking with Oaken Old. Blocking with Oaken Old. Another Oaken Old in hand. Chris Wray blocks with Oaken Old, has second Oaken Old in hand. I would not be surprised to see Icy Hammer here, Arsenal the other card, hold Oaken Old, and take a spin at this wheel. He's running that high elemental version. He knows his opponent runs defense reactions. He might be able to take a turn off. He's got a slight life lead. Oh my god, this could be insane.
trying to keep that tempo going. Hey, I want to find big attacks.
My buddy is messaging me about a basketball game the other night while I'm live on stream. Remember, guys, at 100 concurrent viewers, I throw on the caster jacket. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Share this in your communities, in the Facebook, whatever, wherever you think people will enjoy it. If you're having a good time and you think other people will have a good time as well, make sure you share this content with your friends. I appreciate all you guys for hanging out. Just the Icy Winter's Whale coming across. This deck is so nuts. Like, Shock Striker blocks for 2, and you just turn 2 block into 2 block with a recycled card. You can block with 1 from hand. That's a Crippling Crush in hand! Alright, Andrew has a Crippling Crush in hand, but the problem with Crippling Crush in hand while facing a Frostbite is often you cannot pay for it. And it's a Staunch Response. It looks like a Crippling Crush and a Staunch Response red, and that could put us in trouble. That means we can't pay for the Crippling Crush, so it looks like we're going to hold. We'll probably hold back here. And are we going to get the Crippling Crush block? There's the Staunch. Okay, perfect. We lined up a Winter's Whale to eat a Staunch Response. If we're on the side of Chris Wray, that's what we want to see. We need to see more value like that happening across the table. And if you're Andrew, that one crushes you to have to do. But you did pitch your Crippling Crush to try to set up. You know there's a pulse at the bottom of that deck. So you're pitching that Crippling Crush next to that pulse. So that could be a clutch play as well. We see a second Staunch Response in hand. And now we're at this point of the game. We talked about this. The early game, guys. Haymaker, 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 Haymaker. We are in the back 9 of this game. We've reached the second half of this game where it becomes just increasingly important. You focus on that second cycle. You moderate the amount of damage that you're taking for free. And you don't get too risky. We're going to start seeing both these players play like real Guardians. Like, these players are just going to start playing like Guardians, right? They're going to start mitigating damage. They're going to start trying to focus on that value engine and that second cycle that all of these Guardians have access to. This is going to be insane. I love the way this game is playing out, and these Starvomirs always play out this way. It's bam, 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 and then now we have to turn on, you know, the high IQ, the monocle and the top hat brains, and get the best of this. So Winter's Whale blocking with the Crater Fist. So we see equipment block here early. And Nick Butcher pointed out, or just showed us all yesterday, how important that equipment block can be. And to see it this early on both sides of the field can definitely be scary. Channel Lake Frigid played. So equipment block to get out Channel Lake Frigid and maybe stifle some of those defense reactions. Really up the cost of those Staunch Responses. Guys, I'm pouring myself something to drink because it's going to be a long day and my voice is going to get tired. I don't know why I went something there. It's just fun. It just sounded like a good idea. Ah, fizzy. So, you see this, you're like, okay, this is Icy Winter's Whale. This is what we're doing here. We're Icy Winter's Whale, but what we don't realize is with one pitch floating, Chris Wray, if he does not like his Arsenal card, if he does not like what he's got going on in his hand versus in his arsenal, if he doesn't have an ice card, he can Crown of Siege trigger here, right? And he could float that card to the bottom of his deck, draw a different one, and arsenal a different target. Crown of Siege is a versatile card, not only on the defensive side, not only on your opponent's turn, but on your turn, with leftover pitch to try to dig for something slightly more effective. Ironhide Boots block with Channel Lake Frigid on the ground. Holy, what is Andrew prepping for? Is Andrew about to take control of this game and just dominate this battlefield? Holy smokes. This is insane. Barrett, yes, we saw an awesome Kano game. We saw an awesome Lexi game. Now we got the Starvomir in the point of the game where they're going to start turning on those value engines and going back and forth and really trying to peel resources off the other person while they dance for that second cycle play. Jason, dude, what's up from the UK, Jason? Welcome. International viewership. Live from the UK. That's what you love to see. That's amazing. That's incredible. Welcome. Welcome. Anyone else from overseas? Anyone else from not in the United States? Let us know. Let's go. I forgot to let the Discord know this morning. One second, guys. All right, let's let everyone know we're live. All right, we got overseas from the UK. Shout out from Canada. Australia. Guys, the world representation in this chat right now just makes me so happy. That pops me off. That's so awesome. That's the greatest. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Here comes the Evergreen. Evergreen to the face. Oh my goodness. Taking the Evergreen and saying, you know what? I have Channel Lake Frigid. I'm going to pivot. Okay, so there's the pulse. We see the pulse. Best of Fabrica, Ukraine, welcome. Welcome. From Shanghai? Oh my gosh, guys. From Spain? From Thailand? Guys, I should get a map. You guys freaking rock. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Thanks for spending your time with us. Here comes the fused, double dominated, double dangerous, double ridiculous, double guardian card that is Oaken Old, slapping Andrew in the face here. Just coming for it all. And Andrew has to line up a staunch response here. If you're Andrew, you're looking to line up a staunch response 100%. Thank you guys so much. Jay from Florida, watching from Florida. The rest of the states doesn't really accept us as part of the U.S., so it's kind of another country. Jacob, I don't disagree. What's up? Thanks for hanging out. Curtis, hi from Chicago. Same, dude. Same. We are Midwest homies up here. You and me, Midwest homies. For those of us just joining, thanks for hanging out while we wait for this Oaken Old to be resolved. Know that at 100 concurrent viewers, I will be putting on the caster jacket right now. I got the Team Ascent jersey rocking right now. You got to rock the Team Ascent jersey. If you got the jersey, you got to rock the jersey. At 100 concurrent viewers, I'm throwing on the caster blazer so I can fit in with the pro casters. And we're going to hang out. We're hanging out all day long watching Flesh and Blood. This is sick. I can't believe you guys are here hanging out from across the world. We got one from Wisconsin. X Factor from Wisconsin. I went to high school in Wisconsin, so I respect Wisconsin. Come on now. New York State, Barry, get over there. What are you doing? Get to New Jersey and go to the Pro Tour. I'm so jealous. Shred came for the Flesh and Blood, stayed for the jersey. All right, so we will get that second block out of Crater Fist. We will get the Rampart block, and it's almost like our opponent is spinning the wheel here, saying, I need to keep something. Oh, my goodness. Dennis, if you're wearing the jersey, we got to get you on stream today. Maybe I'll pull up a dual cam. We'll go in Discord, and we'll Discord stream together. Oh, there's the fused turn timber from Arsenal. Let's go. Winter's Whale coming through. Chris Wray will keep an Arsenal card. He does pitch the pulse, but he will keep an Arsenal card. Winter's Whale coming through for 4 damage. Definitely presenting that Frostbite. Opponent going to block 2, take 2. Opponent, this is where that deck shines, guys. This is where the defensive version of Starvo shines. Being able, if you can line these defense reactions up and mitigate these big turns from your opponent, you are just in a great position. You get to keep this Arsenal target. You let your opponent, it's like babysitting. You let your opponent kick and scream and punch and holler and flail until they run themselves out of energy. Then you show them multiple colors, you give them a pizza, and you send them to bed. That's how this works if you are on the side of this defensive Starvo strategy. And it looks like Andrew's been able to line things up really well so far. The turn wasn't from Arsenal, he crowned? Okay. Good call. Good call. Thank you. Oh, CFB kicked you. I'm sorry, man. Again, we won't have mask mandate discussions on here. I don't want to have anything. I just want to enjoy Flesh and Blood. So I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate the commentary, man. Thank you so much. I just want to have a great weekend and enjoy Flesh and Blood. I was so stressed about this stream, guys. He does keep drawing them at the right time. Cincinnati, Ohio here. I went to the Calling Cincy. That was a sweet event. That was my first time in Cincinnati. Australia getting late here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't believe you're going to be hanging out with us this late. Good for you. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you. What a time. This is nuts. You guys rock. Lightning Surge from Arsenal. Lightning Surge from Arsenal with Go Again. That's crazy. So what are the players keeping track of on their notepads? They're individually keeping track of on the life totals. So how this works at the feature tables is you have a little a tablet where you can note life totals on the side, but you're encouraged to keep track of it yourself just in case there's any discrepancy. You know, tablets can be hit, buttons can be knocked while either player is trying to press the buttons. So often you're encouraged to keep track of it yourself, so they're keeping track of it themselves. There. No, Barrett, I got you, and I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you so much, dude. Dude, Wade, you're pumping me up. My ego, whoo, I can't handle it. You gotta calm down. Remember, guys, at 100 concurrent viewers, I put on the caster's jacket. Share this with your friends. Share it in your, whatever pages you're in that you feel like people would enjoy it. And if you don't feel like people would enjoy it, don't share it. Don't do that. All right. Crown of Seeds activation. And the Lightning Surge play from Arsenal is pretty wild. Now remember, those defense reactions are more spendy, right? Because there's a channel like Frigid on board. This is crazy. This is crazy. Lightning Surge sitting on the table. Andrew with a little life total lead, probably just going to be like, yep, you know what? Take 3. Crown Trigger will eat 1 of the damage. I'll take 3. Yeah, he's like, I will never see a Lightning Surge being played. Ball Lightning. Get Ball Lightning off my screen. What are we doing? Get Ball Lightning out of here. What's the meta looking like in the... Dude, Jason, the meta is wild. There's a 7-1 Kano right now. We're seeing Prisms. We're seeing Starvos. We're seeing... I haven't seen a ton of Prisms, though, which is weird. We're seeing Lexi. Yuki Lee is just smashing on Lexi. We saw Levia on stream. We got a Bolton that came on stream earlier that was just awesome. So we got Lightning Surge into Winter's Wail, trying to take some tempo back. Frosty Winter's Wail offering that ice token. Now, it's important to note that on the side of Andrew, there is no more equipment block. We are out of equipment block. So this Winter's Wail is going to start to command a saving block from Rampart or 2 cards, right? We're going to have to save a Crown of Siege trigger, Rampart, or 2 cards to block that Winter's Wail. We can't do it with 1 card anymore without the use of those. So it's going to change how we block first versus second attack on Starvo activation turns. And the life totals here, guys, it's like we can see the future. We just called it. It's the smash, 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 get into a close game, grind fair. You try to get the value, outvalue your opponent. And this is what we saw Chris Wray against Nick Butcher yesterday. Nick went with the defensive strategy, but wasn't able to line up defense reactions. And Chris Wray just went, Starvo, 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 and just ate him alive. It was crazy. This is wild right now. We've got a lot going on. Frostbite heading over to the side of Andrew kept, I believe, a 3-card hand. But I can't imagine we'll see a Starvo activation here off a 3-card hand into a Frostbite, not giving us an Arsenal target. That just doesn't seem like a move. So there is a fuse, but that's only... Is that Winter's Bite blue? Winter's Bite blue, I believe. Now at this late stage of the game, Pulse of Candlehold is interesting. I can't quite make out the evergreen. I don't know what it is. I think it's a yellow evergreen. And chat, maybe Channel Fireball heard us. It might be a yellow evergreen that we're looking at. All right, so we got evergreen coming in. I believe it's yellow, and if it's yellow, that means it's coming in for 7 dominate with go again, 1 card in hand. There is a card in hand, so we must have kept a 4-card hand here. Okay, understand. What do you guys think? This is 7 dominate go again. Most of the time we're seeing this damage just eaten up. He lines up a staunch response with it. So the offensive Starvo deck, Chris Wray showing off his defense reactions. Maybe he pivoted into a different sideboard package after knowing a little bit about his opponent's deck. There's a possibility there. Let's check in with chat with you guys. I prefer restreams, a little more personal. I got you. Okay. We actually met at the Calling Cincy, but I was busy. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry, but I'm happy that we got to hang out a little bit. Yeah, Calling Cincy, I was mad busy. I was making content over at the MinMax booth. It was wild. Eric, that is just a lie. I am not super cool. I am super tall, and I try to be nice to people from time to time, but I am far from cool. As a nerdy software engineer, I will never be called cool a day in my life. Turn timber in hand, so no hammer coming. That is true. And here comes an evergreen fired back. And at 11, the dominated 8 evergreen with go again starts to look kind of nutty. It starts to look crazy when you get those low life totals. From Brunei? Howard C. I don't know what that is. That sounds amazing. Where is someone in chat? Where is Brunei? Brunei? I'm not cultured enough. I need to be more cultured, guys. That is admittedly my fault. Dennis, hook me up. Tell me where Brunei is from. Brunei. And give me a pronunciation so I can properly shout Howard out and not just be wrong. Notice, guys, for our webcam, we just covered up Starvo all day long. I covered up Starvo twice with both webcams. So we got the main cam, we got the backup cam, and either way, we are covering up Starvo on this stream. And if we're lucky enough to get a guest joining us, we'll put him up and we will cover up Prism. Poor Prism. All right, here comes that 8 dominate go again, flying at the face of Andrew. We're showing Tome of Harvest, and I do believe we saw a Tome of Harvest come out of Andrew's deck earlier. It's an interesting card here to maybe give you more spins at the wheel on Starvo, but realistically, you use an element to, like, lose an element. Goes to 3, takes all of the damage, Arsenal's card. Chris Wray arsenals the card. Tunic goes to 2. Andrew has to throw something meaningful back here. Here's the Tome. Here's the big play. Is it Crippling Crush? Is it 13 Crippling Crush? What is going on? It better be. It feels like. Oh, is it Oaken Old? Oh my goodness. So we Starvo activation. We Starvo activation, and now we're digging for value? If he knows what his second cycle is, if Andrew knows what he's about to draw into here, this could get wild. Draws 3 cards. 5 card hand. More looks at the wheel, and there it is. We see Oaken Old in hand. Does he have the fusion? He's got Oaken Old in hand right now. Does he have the fusion? There's Oaken Old. There's the fusion. Boom! Let's go! Drop in the freaking hammer. 11 double dominate, fused Oaken Old. I have Ophidia digging into the top of the deck to trigger Crown of Seeds. Brunei. Oh, Brunei. Okay. It's a small country that shares the land with East Malaysia. Dude, well, welcome. Thank you for so much for hanging out. Thanks for enjoying such an international game with us. That's awesome. That's amazing. Dominated Oaken Old for 11. Oh, Chris Wray. Chris Wray looking at the dominated Oaken Old for 11 and going, oof. Oof. Oh, oof. It was so cool watching Yuki Lee play Lexi. She's a master. 100%. Shred 100%, and I don't think that's the last we've seen of her. If I had to guess, we're going to see Yuki again. If I was a gambling man, if I was a guessing man, we're going to see Yuki again. Guys, I want to see Easton on stream. Hometown TCG Easton was on stream, and he was just on the backup match. I tried to, yesterday, I was mentally flexing and trying to reach Flake telepathically, being like, throw to the other game. Throw to the other, and he didn't do it. So my mental powers need work. Let's go. So he's triggered Crown of Seeds. It's still 11. So we got 10 effective, no defense reactions in hand. If we look down at the hand of Chris Wray, we see no defense reactions. No defense reactions could be insane here. Oh my gosh. What an unlucky time to have this hand. What an unlucky time to have this hand. No. Okay, so I'm thinking save this equipment block for the hammer coming through. However, if this is something that isn't a hammer, right? Remember, we can follow up this Oaken Old with a break ground for 7 from hand and still have an arsenal target. If that's not a hammer, this could get nasty fast. So it looks like we're blocking for 2, 3, 4, taking 7 going to 5. Going to 5 means hammer's not lethal, and you can start to try to play that value game, but it gets hairy. Playing against Starvo at anything less than 3, where you could take one of these dominate attacks to the jaw and just lose, is just, that's just, oh, I don't love it. Does Andrew have a Winter's Bite? Possibly. I believe there might be a Winter's Bite in hand, which could be a problem. So that's the question. Did Andrew play for second cycle, and is he getting there? He played that tome. There's a chance he got to second cycle, and if he's in second cycle right now, this could be it. This could be it. He could go Dominated Oakenold into Dominated Oakenold, and then remember that early pitched Crippling Crush to bring back around the Pulse. So he could go some crazy turns and chain them together. And if he's in second cycle, Chris Wray is in for a wild ride. The terrifying notion, too, is we saw Pummel. We saw Pummel pitched, I believe, by Andrew. So he's keeping a 2-card hand. He has to be able to block the follow-up attack here. Goes to 6. What's the follow-up attack? What's the follow-up? What is it? What's it going to be? Winter's Bite. Chat called it. No! Tunic pitch for Winter's Bite. And Icy Hammer, so he does clear his Tunic. Icy Hammer coming through for 4. Oh my goodness. The Winter's Bite eaten by Tunic. The John Wood special. For those that don't know, that's the play John Wood made against Matt Rogers at the top table at the Calling Indy. Here comes Winter's Bite for 4. I feel like you're you're blocking? Okay. So we're blocking with Tunic, and now we've reached the same situation we were at with the Starvo mirror yesterday. One Starvo has Tunic, the other one doesn't. If we're not playing the second cycle dominate wheel over and over and over again, we could be looking at a situation here where that Tunic matters, that Tunic generating 2 to 3 more charges over the course of this long game, but none of that'll matter. If Andrew is truly in second cycle, and he's willing to just go boom to the face, drop the hammer, nothing you can do about it, then that will not matter. He arsenals and passes, doesn't peel a card. I think you have to. I know it's hard, but I think you have to try to peel a card there. Throwing an arsenal. Oh no, I think you have to Winter's Bite because it presents lethal. At least force the Tunic block. It is a Starvo trigger, and a break ground's going to come through, and I don't think there's a defense reaction. I think that's just it. And there's the Oakenold. I think you have to peel a card there. There's the Oakenold. You have to Crown of Seeds and try to find Staunch Response. And even if you find Staunch Response, I don't think you can block the break ground that's coming next. I don't know. No equipment. I think you have to look. You're looking for a Staunch Response here, chat. Chris Wray on the back foot, digging. Has to find a Staunch Response. It must be a Staunch Response here. Oakenold, 411, dominate, needing, desperately trying to find a Staunch Response. He's Crown of Seedsing, 2 float. Knock top of the deck. He knocked the top of the deck. He took a peek. It's a Lightning Surge. It looks like a Lightning Surge. Oh, no. He's on the back foot. Andrew looking to close this one out. Played for his second cycle. Used Tome of Harvest to dig and find the second cycle. Good game. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew closes it out. What a mirror match. What a freaking game. Andrew closing that bad boy out. Let's go. Congratulations, Andrew. Well played by Chris. That was sick. That was sick. That was a sick game. Guys, that's exactly how we talked about it going down, right? We talked about it going down exactly that way. What a freaking game. All right, let's check in with chat, guys. Chat, let me know what you thought of that game and get me some predictions. I want to know what the next stream game I'm going to see is. What's the next game on stream? What's the next game we're going to see? Howard, let's see. Chat, checking in with chat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Remember, at 100 concurrent viewers for a game, I will put on the caster's jacket. Just like the official casters, I too picked myself up a blazer. I will snag this blazer, we'll put it on. And just like sports fans, I have to rock my team jersey. The team hometown TCG jersey. I'm not showing you the back very well. That was wild. What a freaking game. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Remember, at 100 concurrent viewers, throwing on the jacket. Thank you guys so much. Share this with your friends. Share this anywhere you think that people who want to watch the Pro Tour coverage can find it. We will be here all day, and we're watching Top 8 tomorrow. Top 8 action is going to be freaking insane. This is crazy. Oh, camera's dead. Womp, womp. So we've only seen, I believe, one Prism on stream so far. It's been wild. One Prism. That's it. All right, what do you want to see on chat? Let me see. Let's talk about it. Didn't manage to get to Pro Tour because of personal issues. Howard, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. Super pumped to see a local guy get to 9-0. 100%. Just out there crushing it. Just making the most of it. What a freaking match. Carlos, way to call the match. Thank you. Thank you so much. Finally, Tiago is done listening to the Starvo mirror, and I respect that. 100%. I want to see Ethan Van Sant Slavia. Pretty sure he's there this week. And he had a rough going on day one. So Mansant is a huge friend of the channel. He's a hometown TCG patron. And we met him before he created YouTube content for the first time. He actually did some logo redesign for us. Super creative human. Like, amazing person. Mansant is just amazing all around. And he had a rough day. I follow him on Twitter if you haven't. He's at Mansant FaB on Twitter. So you can follow him there. I think he had a rough day one. Let's catch up with this interview. Let me know if you guys can hear the interview.
Were there any other heroes you were considering?
Oh, wow. Their interview quality is actually really quiet.
Everybody knows it's a really good deck right now. Actually, the mirror match is what pushed me up a bit. It was kind of like super smooth.
I can hardly hear this. I'm going to pivot away from this interview. I can hardly hear it in my headphones. I'm sure you guys can hardly hear it as well. So a couple more in chat. Duties and work can go. Dude, I understand. I wanted to go myself. Hometown TCG, Dennis and me, we were debating going, but my dog had ACL surgery. My wife can't exactly carry the dog up and down the stairs. Dog's like 60 pounds, or I think he's like 50 pounds, so she can't exactly carry the dog up and down the stairs herself, so I have to do that. I couldn't leave just her and the dog alone for the weekend, so I stayed home. But shout out to LSS for giving us awesome permission to view this content and just hang out together and chat about FaB, bring people together over the Pro Tour. That was awesome of them. So when I couldn't make it and they stepped up and I asked and they said, yeah, for sure, 100%. That was just amazing of them. So Yuki's a crowd favorite. Everyone wants to see more Yuki. And I love to see how that deck is played, because those are kind of decks that I like to play. It seems like there's so many decision points. I love to see that deck played. I'd love to see maybe a couple more Prism games, because there's so many decision points to be made. So I want to see maybe a Bolton player. Taylor, day one. In the day one coverage, there was a Bolton player on stream. It was pretty cool. It was awesome, I got to tell you. Hayden Dale. Shred Zebra wants to see Hayden Dale represent. That would be sick. I'm into that. Seeing Hayden Dale represent would be awesome. A lot of ditto. Such a small dog. Yeah, it's not the biggest dog in the world, but they're not small. It's like 50 pounds. So Jason asks, what deck list do I see winning this weekend? And it's going to sound like I'm stealing this prediction from hometown TCG Dennis. However, I'm not. I thought there would be a lot of Starvos, but I thought Prism has the chance to outplay most decks. So I think I'm going to see, we're going to see a Prism winning list. We're going to see a great player on Prism win the weekend. That's what I think. Devin Mychan, yo, Devin, huge friend of the channel. Always hang out. Devin, the homie, what's going on? Thiago would have gone, but his wife graduated Masters on Friday. We have our baby shower tomorrow. Congratulations. Are you kidding me? That is sick. Congratulations. Congratulations to you and your family. That's awesome. Josh Gardner's got a gigantic dog. I do not. We have 2 minutes of cooldown time before the next match. Remember, guys, share the stream, like, comment, share, subscribe, all that normal stuff. And then at 100 concurrent viewers, I will put on the caster's jacket. They all look snazzy and sharp in their blazers. I have one too. I will put my blazer on, and I will wear the blazer. Why? Because, I don't know. It'll make me feel like I'm at the Pro Tour, and I just wish I was at the Pro Tour. Dennis, why did you stop me from going to the Pro Tour? What's going on? Josh, when sealed? I don't know what that means, Ken. Ken420, you are 100% the homie, but I don't know what that means. I don't know what I cannot tell you what you're saying to me. Hugh, not much. Dad mode, trying to watch what I can. Dude, 100%. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Josh is yelling for the blazer. Dude, I look decent in that blazer. I gotta tell you, I can pull the blazer off. I'm kind of a blazer dude. You know what I mean? I can rock the blazer from time to time. Oh, I think I gotta, guys. I think I gotta get my snap streak with my wife. Oh no, I can't break the snap streak. All right, guys. Everyone smile. Did everyone smile? I hope you all smiled. When are we playing sealed? I don't know. When are you coming up here to play sealed? When are you playing sealed? Gosh. Ken is bullying me on stream. He just got here. Ken is bullying me. This is ridiculous. Chat, bully Ken back. Ken, your name has weed numbers in it. Meh. Guys, thank you for hanging out. This is just a good time. We're going into our next match. Let's unmute the stream. Let's see. Call it in chat right now. What's the next match? You get one prediction in chat. Who's the first to call the next match correctly? What's it going to be? I want to hear it from you guys. I want to see you in a sweater vest. Dude, I'm getting old. I'm in old man mode. I think I got a sweater vest upstairs. Cheesy Poof says Starvo versus Starvo. We just watched Starvo versus Starvo. I hope it's not Starvo versus Starvo again. I'm not going to troll school. I'm an honest, good boy content creator. I don't believe in bullying. Unless it's Louis, in which case I probably bully. I shouldn't bully him as much. He's such a nice guy. He's so nice. Ooh. This guy's eating a coffee crisp. Let's go. See, Flake likes coffee. Me and Flake, a lot in common. He's slightly better looking than me. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it, chat. All right, we got a couple more predictions. Get our predictions in chat. Chain v. Briar. Dash is coming. Thiago says we're seeing Dash. Prism and Briar. No, come on. I know, Ken. I love you. Hey, guys, we're not going to bash the casters. I would love to cast events, but these guys are doing a great job. They're doing a really good job, and they were well chosen for the job. They're fantastic at what they do, and it takes a lot of energy to go all day long. So I won't be involved in that. I don't wish to replace either of these guys. These guys are great at what they do. I'll always fill in if I'm ever asked, but these guys are awesome. So I would never do that. And I don't have an instant speed podcast shirt. I just have a sweet hometown TCG Ascent jersey. Let's go. Let's get the Ascent on camera. 100 viewers I'll put on the Blazer. We're getting into the next match. It is round 10. We got this today. We'll go through round 14. We will be streaming live through round 14. What a day. Here's our standings. Let's see where we're looking at. Andrew at the top. Alexander Vore finishing number 2. Looking, I don't see Easton. No. Oh, Easton Douglas at number 5. Let's go. Let's go. These are the standings after round 7. Let's go. Easton Douglas, hometown TCG Ascent. Easton, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. No, after 9 round, he's number... Okay, Easton still number 7. Easton alive for the top 8 after that round. So we've got Andrew, Chris, Vore, Nick Butcher, Yuki Lee at 5. Yuki Lee, fan favorite, sitting at 5. Isaac Krutz sitting at 8 or at 6, and then Easton, and then William Kubik filling out number 8. Matt Rogers sitting down at 19. We see Hayden Dale at 17. Marcy, we just saw play Yuki, and that's where the names Wesley Dong. That's awesome. That's where we see that. That's a childish joke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a childish joke, but I can't believe we still got Easton Douglas at number 7. Let's go. Let's go, Easton. Let's go. Where are the Bun Bros? That's because Matt Rogers doesn't have John Wood there to bully into a win. Oh, I mean, sorry. Never mind. Vorenville, I played a couple times. Those guys are beasts. Dude, they're out here. Hayden Dale, seeing him at the top of the list. Seeing Hayden up there. Kevin up there. Okay, this could get interesting, guys. We have hometown TCG Easton at the top, sitting at that number 7 spot, fighting for a spot to get into the top 8. Come on, everybody. Everybody. Send hometown TCG Ascent Easton your energy. Send this man your energy. Sending him the energy. We ate all children. Oh, gosh. Oh, Thiago. That was a very unfortunate time to mistype that. Ladies and gentlemen, who called it? Who called Kano v Prism? Nobody. Nobody in chat called Kano v Prism. Kano v Prism is our match. Hayden Dale. Whoever wanted Hayden Dale on stream called it. We've got Hayden Dale on stream. We've got Prism popping up on stream. I need some Easton on stream. That is what I need. That is what I need. This is live on Channel Fireball's Twitch, Log Bro. And at 100 concurrent viewers, I will put on the stream, the caster's jacket. We will celebrate. We're shooting. We want to get to 200 live viewers. So share this with your friends. Share this in fan pages. Let people know where they can find a stream like this. And let's get into this game. Hayden Dale on Kano into Michael on Prism. Interesting game. Looks like we do have Arcane Barrier 2 on the side of Michael. So 2 Arcane Barrier. Let's go. Hayden's deck is the same as Brendan Patrick's. Yes, that 100% makes sense. What's the record needed for top 8? I'm not sure about that information yet. I believe it's going to be a point system. So because you'll have more than 8 people at the end of this day with the same record, then you're going to have to go into a point system. Wow, Energy Potion played first turn. Getting Energy Potion down super early in Kano feels so good. The problem is Hayden Dale doesn't have the ability to pop any of these auras, but he can just go around them. He can just say, you know what? Doesn't matter. Don't care. Going around your auras. Crown of Reflection giving us Arcane Barrier along with No Rune Boots. If you're a Kano player, you probably want to see some damage thrown there and an Energy Potion plays. Now, whether the damage comes off the top or the damage comes from hand and the Energy Potion comes from off the top, that's truly optimal. But here comes the Heralds. This deck is going to try to apply pressure. This deck cannot just lay down a bunch of auras and expect to win. This deck is going to get out there and try to apply pressure. Yes, Scour does pop auras. You're completely correct. Scour not only pops auras, but then presents damage as well. Tunic goes to 2, blocked with 2 cards, 2 in hand. Looks like we will trigger Crucible here and throw our first attack from the side of Kano. Trigger Crucible. Go down to 1. Is this the Reverberate? This is the Lesson in Lava for 4. Lesson in Lava for 4. 4 damage Lesson in Lava coming through. Prism staring down 4 damage. Wonder how they're going to handle this. Definitely block at least 2 here. Now remember, in a pinch, Prism can make Spectral Shields to soak arcane damage. So that is another option. A lot of these decks have really versatile ways to play around that big final Kano turn where they just try to blow you up. Right? We saw the Shock Charmers in the last with the Destroy to prevent arcane damage, the Spell Void, and we're seeing some Prism tech here to make Spectral Shields if we need to. All right, and we are getting Aether Spindle, putting that on the top of the deck. We will not be activating Kano to reveal that. We will just be drawing the Aether Spindle and the Opt. We're seeing these Kano players, both Hayden Dale, and we're seeing Brendan Patrick, and all these Kano players this week. We're seeing Alexander Vore prioritize this card as an Opt. This Aether Spindle to be able to pick the next couple cards they draw is crucial. It's a great card, and Hometown TCG Ascent player and friend of the channel, Mo Bogsley, loves him some Aether Spindle. Very high on that card and very great Kano player. Dennis is dropping chat for a bit, still watching. Of course, thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out. Miraging Megamorph coming down, 7 damage. Go again. No go into Soul Trigger. 2 float. You wonder if this is going to be this into something like Genesis. Now, Genesis coming down, preventing 1 damage a turn, is a decent aura for Michael to prioritize, in my opinion. It looks like we will block 6, take 1, and we're going to prioritize casting that Aether Spindle on this turn. So that's a snapback, an Emerititis scolding, Emeritus, Emerititis scolding, and it looks like we're gonna look to prioritize casting this Aether Spindle. Tunic goes up to 3. We're gonna trigger Crucible and Aether Spindle for 5. No follow up there with the 2 float, so not super punished for the line. Here we go. Oh, just kidding. Psych me out. Draw 2 from the Tome of Aetherwind play, and maybe looking to play off the top here a little bit. Tome of Aetherwind play, draw 2, not prioritizing the Aether Spindle, making me look like an absolute amateur joke at my job. Pitching to trigger Kano. 2 float. Let's see what we see, CC. We see Sonic Boom off the top. Blind Sonic Boom off the top. Blind Sonic Boom off the top. Mo got a shout out? Good. He deserved one. Mo's great. That's all 3 Sonic Booms. My goodness. Sonic Boom coming through for 4. This is wild. We're seeing all 3 Sonic Booms. 2 in the pitch zone. 1 on the field. Coming in for a buffed 4. Taking 4. Let's see what we find off the top. Knock the deck, Hayden. Flip the card. What do we see? He's debating. The debate is live. He will not play the card off the top. He will go to pass, give Prism a window, and then they will shut it down. Interesting. We would have loved to see a playable there. Loved to see something that got a little more value, pushed a little more damage. But with Kano, man, that's not always the case. We got to take the best and the worst with Kano, and sometimes in these red and yellow hands, it's just blocking and seeing what we can see. So you love to see it. 2 Sonic Booms pitched, 1 played, 2 Sonic Booms at the bottom of the deck. Without a Lesson in Lava, likelihood of those coming back around in this game are slim to none. But remember, with a Lesson in Lava to shuffle the deck and bring some of these cards back, we could see them again. Also importantly, 1 Tome played. Here comes a Herald of Protection. Now this Herald has a lot of value. If it hits, it does have go again, and if it hits, it is going to generate a Spectral Shield, which will not only push damage, but soak 1 on the back end. So as far as a life total trade, this is an actual +1 value if this card goes unblocked. Herald of Protection, yellow, does come in for 6, so 2 card block here is not bad, but on the side of Kano, you have to be worried about Herald of Erudition. Takes the 6, goes down to 23, Prism will get a Spectral Shield here, and the card will go into Soul. So Soul Supremacy begins right now, Spectral Shield being created, and one of the few auras that Kano can pop with just raw damage is that Spectral Shield. So it looks like Michael attacking with the Spectral Shield for 1, and if Hayden is going to play, now might be the time to make that play and see if you can push through damage and stop this attack. Nope. Here comes the blue Wartune Herald for 5. 2 floating. Will go into Soul and make a Spectral Shield. So the Spectral Shield did not come in for 1. It goes unattacked with so far. Spectral Shield for 1. Or sorry, Wartune Herald for 5. Not Spectral Shield for 1. Spectral Shield for 1 is not coming through. Depending on Hayden's hand on Kano here, so many difficult decisions. Not sure what to do. Not sure what to hold, what to throw, but it looks like we will block 3, take 2, give him the Soul. I would be surprised if we don't see one of those cards removed. Spectral Shield coming in for 1, taking 1. 2 pitch floating. I would be surprised if we don't see the 2 pitch used here. Yep, here we go. Make Spectral Shield. And this turn has generated a lot of value. It did push through 8 damage, 9, 10 damage, and will soak 2 on the back end with those Spectral Shields. The value on this turn from Prism is pretty nutty. You hate to see it happen. You hate, if you're a fan of Kano here, if you like to see what's going on, it's a 3-card Kano hand. You wonder, he's holding 3 cards, what the play is here. Takes another one. All right. Kept 3 cards. Oh! Pierce Reality coming down, and Hayden Dale calls for a judge. Hayden Dale calling for a judge here when Pierce Reality comes down, and I wonder what the confusion is. Chat, if you caught it, if you're in chat and you caught what's going on, let us know what's going on. Let's see if we can turn up the caster, see if they have any insight.
Boom earlier just really slowed him down. You need in the Kano, like just in general in Kano, you need to try and get that life parity.
Pierce Reality coming down. A lot of questions from our judges here.
Being able to do that because of we have just some off the top difficulties.
We don't see the issue, but let's find out.
Especially because Michael has been able to have more heralds present in the deck.
Yeah, getting those heralds and being able to toss them at a wizard player is so important here. A judge call here, real quick, that got resolved. Nice.
Yeah, Michael is doing great. It's great to see him doing well. It's great to see him doing on stream.
What that was though, but we will let you know.
Okay, not sure what the judge call was, but it looks like there was a judge call. Pierce Reality comes down, and Pierce Reality gonna offer this Kano player or this Prism player, Michael.
Finished the turn, was able to play down the Pierce Reality, and judge came over and resolved the issue with both players.
All right.
So it looks like there was confusion. They thought the Prism player had passed. He had not. Still at an action point. Able to get the Pierce Reality down. And Kano, the double trigger on Crucible. And here comes the Aether Spindle for 3. Blue Aether Spindle for 3. Not exactly what you want to see. Tunic counter to soak 1 for sure. Pierce Reality on the board is going to start making these heralds look dangerous, soaking all of the damage. Plays Energy Potion. Now, Tunic counter, 2 Energy Potion, but opponent, Michael, still sitting at 34. 34 is a lot of damage, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not 100% sure that Hayden Dale, given all the pitch in the world, can get to 34 in a turn here. This is going to be close. And here comes that Herald of Erudition, the card that you just don't want to see. Just do not want to see Herald of Erudition with Pierce Reality. Herald of Erudition dropped on the table with Go Again for 7. 7 damage Herald of Erudition here. You hate to see it. If you're Hayden Dale, there's a chance your opponent can just draw enough cards here to present lethal. Taking you to 12, throwing 2 more Heralds is 100% on the table in this situation. You have to think about this. And now that we see a block, it's less likely that he can go off the top and make something happen. That Pierce Reality into Herald of Erudition is a wild play. This is going to leak 4 damage as Emeritus Scolding only blocks for 3. There will be a draw 2 on the side of Michael, and we might be looking at, pause the stream, we might be looking at a really bad situation on the side of Kano. Eric says GG. It's not GG yet. Not only is Hayden a great player, but this is a good event. This is a top table event. A lot of players get under pressure. Michael's feeling the pressure to close this game out. I think there was just a discrepancy, realizing that Pierce Reality triggered on that effect. So Pierce Reality coming in. Michael throwing down right now. Wartune Herald. Coming back with Wartune Herald. Wartune Herald, again, hit go into soul. It looks like it's a blue or a yellow. Is it a yellow? It might be a yellow Wartune Herald, so it's coming in for 6. This is a blockable attack. Hayden evaluating what's in the graveyard. This is a blockable attack. Blue Wartune Herald is 100% a blockable attack, but with all this Go Again, 2 to 3 cards in the hand of Michael, it feels so threatening to stare this down and just take this damage. But you know what? Hayden says, I'm not scared of anything. I'm taking this damage. Hayden going down, taking some loss of life, 1 floating, 2 trigger, make a Spectral Shield that will be a 2 damage trade Spectral Shield in this Kano matchup, guaranteed, unless we see something like a Scour. Wow, these players going back and forth, taking 2 more, and Hayden Dale taking a lot of damage here. Down to 7. 34-7. This is an uphill battle. If you've played Kano, you've sat in this chair, you've felt this feeling. Going probably down to 6 here. This is crazy. Nope, still at 7. The Spectral Shield had already attacked. We are at 7. This has got to be a turn that pushes through some good damage. We need some great damage pushed through here on this turn because I don't know if we can withstand another onslaught. Here comes Crucible. There's a Voltic Bolt coming in for 6. 6 damage Voltic Bolt. Six damage Voltic Bolt. Now remember, if that's a blue left in a hand, we do have the option to look at the top card of the deck with Kano Trigger, and then if we have to play something, we have Energy Potions and Tunic Counter to play what we find off the top of the deck. Stormstrider still available, trying to whittle away at that life total to make this final explosive turn from Kano more manageable. 7 damage, Spectral Shield available for our opponent, for Michael. Spectral Shield available. Shimmers pitched. Soaking 2. Soaking 3. Soaking 3 with the 2 Arcane Barrier and the Spectral Shield, 1 float. It looks like we will take 3 damage off that Voltic Bolt. Oh, that's not a great trade. Sometimes it feels horrible in Kano when your opponent is able to effectively block, keep that full hand, and then go to town. It's going to be interesting to see what we find here. Here we go. Miraging Megamorph presenting that sneaky, cheeky lethal. And this is the scary part. If you're Hayden Dale, when you go to block here, if you don't play off the top, if you just choose to block, Michael feels like he has a green light to lay down the hammer and get to swing it. So if we see a single block here, which we almost are guaranteed to, as this does present lethal, and you don't want to just go off into lethal and leave no cards left in hand, Hayden Dale has a tough decision to make here. This is wild. This is wild. I'm interested to see what could happen here. Lots of decisions to be made here. Big decision point coming up. Hayden Dale staring at a lot of damage. 2 cards left in hand, 1 pitch floating. A lot of damage presented here. Gotta make the block decision. And this is what's great about these Kano games, is the judges are letting them take their time on their turns. They know that there's no chance this game is going to time. There's not a lot of slow play warnings. These players have a million things to think about, and the judges at the event are letting them think about them. This is a great decision by the judge community to let these games play out to the optimum effect, even in these lower rounds. Miraging Megamorph still staring. Hayden Dale definitely doing math. Tons of cards available. Blocking 2. Taking 1. Oh, taking 3 because of Pierce Reality. Going to 4. Blocking a lot of reds. What looks to be a lot of reds in that hand. Pierce Reality for 1. Taking 1. Going to 2. Pitch. Make Spectral Shield. Again, these Spectral Shields, the value is going to start to stack on these Spectral Shields. This game is going to be nutty. Going to 1. I believe, if I'm correct, I believe Hayden Dale went down to 1. He may be at 2. I may have miscounted. This is crazy. Trying to make sure pitch is set up correctly. We will definitely see something thrown back here. Ideally, we'd see an Aether Spindle so that Hayden is able to opt, look at those cards, get a little hand selection for this last turn. We're seeing a Lesson in Lava for 4. Interestingly enough here, there is enough pitch on the field to throw something on top of the deck, be able to play it, and try to go off. We need to start seeing some kind of wild plays off the top of the deck. This is crazy. Lesson in Lava for 4. 3 of it can be blocked. There's a Spectral Shield. There is Null Rune 2. We can block 3 of this as Lesson in Lava for 4 is dropped on the field. Interesting. This has so many options. You can get almost anything in the deck off this hit effect. Let's see. There's a chance we caught Michael on a bad hand. Right? Michael does not want this game to continue. Michael wants to close this game out before his life total gets any lower. And if he's caught on a red hand or a hand without being able to generate go again, this could not be a not great look. So Lesson in Lava sitting on the battlefield. We have to assume that's an Aether Wildfire in Arsenal. You would hope it's an Aether Wildfire in Arsenal. Lesson in Lava for 4. Michael, thinking about all the possible lines, can block up to 3 if given the opportunity. Can actually block all 4. Can make a Spectral Shield. 1 float. Okay, so he does not make a Spectral Shield. He blocks and he lets Lesson in Lava hit. He saves that last card in Soul for some possible go again with his opponent at 2. What do we get here? We get Lesson in Lava off the top. We're putting Lesson in Lava on the top of the deck with no pitch floating. This is a what? Or is there 1 pitch floating? There may be 1 pitch floating. If that's a blue Voltic Bolt, Lesson in Lava costs 1 to trigger Crucible. There may be 1 pitch floating. So we can take a look at this using only 1 Energy Potion and Tunic, but I'm not sure why we would do that. That doesn't seem to be the optimal play, but maybe I'm wrong. All right. Lesson in Lava going to the top of the deck. Passing. Looking to draw up. Oh my gosh, guys, this game. So we know 1 card in hand is Lesson in Lava. We don't know what the rest of the hand is. 1 card is Lesson in Lava. Pierce Reality. Pitch Yellow. Throw Wartune Herald 1 in hand. Wartune Herald for... It depends on the color. If that's yellow, it's for 8. So if we got yellow Wartune Herald coming at our way, it's 8 damage. It's red Wartune Herald. It is 9 damage. 9 damage or 8 damage. I don't know. I think it's 8. The stream is showing red. I believe it's a yellow on the field. So 8 damage coming our way. And it just feels like we can't block this out and survive this turn. Because we know that there's 1 card in hand. If that card is miraging, if it's another Wartune Herald, or if it's anything to pitch and make a Spectral Shield, the Spectral Shields can present lethal. They can bonk for 1 and bonk for 1. They can present lethal here. Wartune Herald is a great drop by Michael, and he is feeling in the driver's seat at 30 life, saying, Kano can do 30, but I'm going to need you to prove it. I'm going to need you to prove it, Hayden. You can do 30, prove it to me. This is insane. Are we going to see blind Kano trigger? Notice on the side of Kano, we are running Ragamuffin's Hat over something like Talismanic Lens. And in these big, explosive, crazy turns, Talismanic Lens might be the move. Might be the move. You never know. Wizards do feel weird to fight. Wizards are wild. And yes, they can present that much damage. Scolding will blind trigger Kano off the top. Digging. Blind. We will banish a Scolding. Is that a red Scolding? If that's a red Scolding, we're off to a decent start. Banish Emeritus Scolding off the top. If it's red, we're in a decent start. If it's red, that is coming in for 6. If it's blue, it's coming in for 4. I feel like we need that to be red. We need it to be red. 8 damage War Tune Herald on the field. Michael saying, hey, if you're going to kill me, you better do it because I'm killing you. I'm presenting lethal. You're not getting out of this one, Hayden. And Hayden saying, well, just hold on a minute. You just wait. I might be able to end this bad boy right here and right now. Chris G, I want to see him goes off to Blind Kano Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, back to back. I'm assuming he's blind Kanoing. Pitching the Aether Wildfire. Okay, so in response, so he Kano triggers, he activates Storm Striders, he's going to tick Ragamuffin's hat. He's going to draw a card, pick one, and put it on the top of his deck. Yep. So you can only do that if you have one card in your deck or in your hand. He's going to pitch, he's going to activate, he's going to draw a card, he's going to pick one of these 2 cards to put on the top of his deck. He doesn't like what he sees. He is not a happy camper. You see the exasperation on his face. He doesn't like that. Storm Striders is there. So if the top card of his deck was a red card, he might not have the resource to get this done. Let's see. He's at 2. He's trying. He's digging. He's trying to find the resources. He wants the resources here. He wants to get this done. Ragamuffin's had 2 cards in hand. We know one is Lesson in Lava from the last Lesson in Lava, featuring the draw up, doing some finite mathematics, 2 energy potion available, 1 tunic counter available. Michael just chilling, looking at the date, looking at the table, looking at the game state, saying, you better find a way out of this, otherwise I am killing you this turn, Mr. Dale. Storm Striders did break. He did pop Storm Striders. This ain't lethal 30. He's banishing the Lesson in Lava to the top of his deck. So he's banished both. Storm Striders is broken here. Storm Striders broken. Digging and trying to find the pitch to do what he wants to do. Trying to find the pitch. Digging at the bottom of his brain. Wants to know, is there a way out of this? Breaks it, creates 2. Is this the Aether Wildfire out of Arsenal? Is this the Aether Wildfire from Arsenal? There's the Aether Wildfire from Arsenal. Coming in, presenting 4. Aether Wildfire for 4 here. Blocking. Blocking 3 of the Aether Wildfire. Only 1 damage leaked. Only 1 damage leaked from Aether Wildfire. Aether Wildfire has done 1, meaning everything else this turn will do 1 more. Popping Tunic resource here. And that looks like that will wrap it up. It looks like there's nothing he can do. He wanted to throw... Man, so close. Michael gets there. Congratulations. The chat had so much love for Michael, and Michael gets there. Congrats, chat. Michael gets there. The game has ended. What a play. What a freaking game. GG's. Michael getting there over Hayden Dale on Prism, improving to 8-2, while Hayden Dale does fall to 7-3. What a freaking game. Just for an update, guys, thanks for hanging out. We're looking for 100 to 200 concurrent live viewers throughout the day. At 100 viewers, I will put on the caster jacket. Remember to like, comment, share, subscribe, all that fun. And thank you for hanging out with me during the Pro Tour. Let's check in with chat, see how you guys are doing. What'd you think of that game? That one was wild. It felt like Prism was just in the driver's seat that whole time. What a game. Flake showing the math sign. That is how you play Kano. You do math. Canada repping, 100% Canada is repping. They're showing out right now. Devin with asking from Canada. I believe Michael was from Canada. So I believe he's repping and he's showing out right now. Nevin, we got 3 Canadians doing pretty well. Yes, you do. Absolutely. People from all around the world in this game, at this Pro Tour, and people from all around the world in this chat. We did a worldwide check-in earlier in this chat, and people representing from all over the globe. So cool to hang out with everyone. Taylor says that matchup seems rough. On the Kano side of thing, I believe it is. Prism is so versatile. Those heralds, when they hit, are so deadly. They're devastating, and Kano doesn't really have a way to block Herald of Erudition effectively, and that card can just turn the tide of any game. Now, I'm waiting to see if they throw to another game here, because if they don't, we are going to take a short bathroom break, and we will be right back. In fact, I will turn up the volume.
And
don't go anywhere. I will be using the restroom, and I will be right back. Let me get... Let's do...
We could have seen a different outcome in that game.
Well, what a day for a Prism game. Let's play 2. So it's time for another round 10 matchup. This one is going to be Andrew Rudin versus Zach Bunn.
Oh.
7-2 versus 7-2. Briar player. Love it. Let's go ahead.
Wait, they do not want me to go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't get to take a bathroom break. They are moving into the Prism and Briar gameplay. Guys, we need to get to 100 concurrent views. If I'm not going to take a bathroom break, we need to get to 100 concurrent viewers. Share this video. Get this video out there. Invite people you know to come hang out with us. If we're not even going to take a bathroom break, I don't even get to take a bathroom break. This is insane. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. We start this Prism game with Andrew dropping double aura. Genesis and Haze Bending. Turn 1. Oh, no.
Here's some auras that you definitely want to destroy.
Zach Bunn staring down a turn 0 Genesis into Haze Bending. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. All right, guys. So we got Genesis and we got Haze Bending turn 1. Drop down from the Prism player. Briar has to think this through. We must pop Genesis this turn. It will generate a Spectral Shield off the Haze Bending, but I don't believe we can start giving Genesis triggers on turn 0.
Jam out another high priority target like Haze Bending, and even if those get targeted, you are going to be left with a little bit of residual Spectral Shieldage-ness. That's another one.
This is wild. We said Fabrica LMAO. Oh. Briar with Creepers? Interesting. Yes, Creepers is an interesting way to play around those Herald drops. Oh, here we go. Runic Reclamation will get some cards out of hand. Runic Reclamation is that card for 7. If it hits, destroy target aura and create a Rune Chant token. So this is some Prism tricks right here. This is some of the tech Prism did that Runeblades received to combat these heavy aura matchups on Prism, and this card must be blocked. And I think we see a Sink Below in hand, so I think we can expect this card to be blocked pretty effectively.
And a lot of the strategy, a lot of the wisdom concerning the game is
Dun Bros? Is it Dun or Bun? It says on stream the name is Zach Bunn. So there's a lot of Wolfpack ow in chat. That is a great time to have a Sink Below. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Genesis triggers here. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Genesis trigger, Command and Conquer thrown. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I paused the stream. This is too much. This start for the Prism player is no, 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 no. No. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is awful. blocking for 6, Force of Nature, Command and Conquer block, thrown down. Such a rough start.
Definitely. Now, again, we were talking about how important a card like Herald of Erudition is.
Cheesy Poofs, I don't know if that is going to be true. Oh, no. All right, Lightning Surge from Arsenal with 4 go again. Protected the Lightning Surge. I would be surprised if we don't see something pop Genesis here.
So here's a Lightning Surge is going to be played from Arsenal. 4 go again. Shades of Meta's past.
So Crown of Reflection is great in these Aura Prism lists. It does sometimes with Merciful and 1 life. It lets you present lethal. It lets you throw out a kill out there. It's a really, really great card to have. Crown of Reflection, and it's just strictly better Null Rune, right? So yes, it's awesome to see the Everfest equipment being thrown around right now. It's very cool. I'm loving some of this gameplay, but if I'm on the side of Briar, I'm not loving this start. So looks like Andrew will take 3. The board state looking to get out of control. It will create an embodiment of Earth. There is some go again here. 2 in hand. Create Rune Chant. I would be surprised. We're going to swing weapon and pop Genesis here 100%. Swing weapon, pop Genesis. Will create a Spectral Shield. So because of the Haze Bending trigger, we will get a Spectral Shield off the Genesis pop. But that Genesis pop had to happen. That was just 100% necessary. That card is too much of a value engine.
You have to have a plan in terms of really having a tier list of where all those auras are. Genesis, number 1. Haze Bending is a big one. Merciful Retribution. But by the end of it, you've named...
I just got a text from MinMax Games who's there. It sounds like Rudy is in their booth right now. MinMax Games and Rudy hanging out at the Pro Tour. MinMax Games, proud partner of this channel. Proud sponsor of this channel, and Rudy, obviously, just one of the greatest of all time. Like, you just absolutely, Rudy's just great. Our chain player, or our Briar player, did get to keep an Arsenal card here. Now, Herald of Triumph turning off most poppers in this Briar deck, but still keeping on cards like Runic Reclamation. No pitch floating. 2 cards in hand. 1 Tunic trigger available. Prism feeling very comfortable, stretching it out. This is a big mountain for Zach to climb, guys, but remember, this Briar deck is explosive. These Briar decks can get on that front foot and start the snowball going downhill and never let up. Wow, Zach says no defense. Take that. If you got a 6, I'm sure that you're holding it for Herald of Erudition. Herald of Erudition is just a devastating card. Here comes for 1. Haze Bending coming in probably for another 1. The Prism value is just stacking up. The Prism value is getting insane. Herald of Erudition, there it was. We tried to feint and bait out a popper. Here comes the Herald of Erudition. We do have Skullcap, Grasp, and Creepers has a block on it. We could block this with all equipment, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Skullcap and a card here. I think we're going to see Skullcap and a card here to block this Herald. And remember, with the Embodiment of Earth, we can block it with something like an Earthlore Surge. And they will make another Spectral Shield and poke the value. The 2 pitch for 2 value, 1 on the attack, 1 on the defense. Just great value from this Prism deck. And now, 3-card hand, 1 in Arsenal, Tunic going to 3. Zach has an opportunity to take some of this tempo back, but it's likely that Rosetta swing at the end of the turn will be to pop that Haze Bending. You have to mitigate, you have to manage this idea of pushing damage and at the same time keeping that board state super clean.
Classy move by Andrew. Nonetheless,
seeing the Earthlore Surge tells us that this is definitely the Mountain Briar archetype. We could kind of surmise that. That's basically what Briar has become, is like the zero cost attacks, I should say. And
so here comes the
nature with Earthlore Surges in there and
Pulse of Candlehold, putting Lightning Surge on top. Tome of Harvest, pitching, creating that embodiment of lightning, filling up the hand. Drawing 3 cards, Tome of Harvest, a techie play here, and as a fan of drawing cards, the fact that we just saw Tome of Harvest makes me extremely happy, and we did see a Command and Conquer draw here. If we have a blue, we can throw Command and Conquer at the face, Rosetta Thorn at the haze bending, and call it a day, and keep that lightning card in arsenal. My goodness, so many lines, so many decisions to make with this Briar deck. 2 skilled players going back and forth, throwing haymakers. What a wild time right now. This is freaking wild right now. Embodiment of Lightning on the table. There's no chance we hold this. So the Embodiment of Lightning will get eaten up with the Lightning Surge. So 1 Rune Chant, 4 physical coming through. Remember, those Spectral Shields will pop if Arcane Barrier is not triggered. So the opportunity here to pop a Spectral Shield, throw this Lightning Surge at the face, try to get some cards, and then possibly create Rune Chant again if we got a blue, pop, and hold on to the Command and Conquer. So many lines here, guys. If you haven't played a Briar deck, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't got the chance to get behind the table on one of these Briar decks, it can be an absolute blast. It can be so much fun. There's so many decisions to make, and you can go full gas. You can go all the way to the wall. You can take damage. You can prevent damage with your embodiments and try to set up for these big turns. Play Channel Mount Heroic. You can do all of these things in this deck. It's a wild time. So both Spectral Shields being eaten by the Arcane and the physical damage here. Life total is still close. Definitely, if you're Briar, you need to trim the board state. Wow. Using the Tunic to trigger Rosetta. No Embodiment of Earth generated here. Oh, wait, yes, 1 Embodiment of Earth generated here. Using the Tunic, keeping 2 cards in this hand. 2-card hand instead of dropping it. And then popping the haze bending, making a Spectral Shield on the back end. Here comes a Wartune Herald. Looks to be a yellow Wartune Herald. So this will be for 6 with Go Again. 6 with Go Again, and I wonder what kind of cards we're looking at in the hand of Zach. If Zach's hand looks good, there's an argument just to take these auras and try to take control of this game, and you'll know. If Zach found a Channel Mount Heroic, you'll know about it.
It destroyed 2 Spectral Shields, and then he followed up the Rosetta Thorn by pushing into haze bending. When haze bending gets destroyed, it creates a Spectral Shield as well, so that's why that Spectral Shield moved over to the side, because that is created off of haze bending.
I'm chatting with MinMax right now about possibly having Rudy sign a hometown TCG playmat.
Into this blue aura prism, which is kind of what I call it, is remove all the auras. They don't have threats. Win the game. Like, that's the strategy. But we're seeing that.
All right. So we just chatted with MinMax. There's a possibility we're trying to get Rudy to sign a hometown TCG playmat. That would be sick. So we pop the Herald with the Command and Conquer. We keep the Command and Conquer in hand as a popper. We do go with Go Again here. Ping for 1 from the Spectral Shield. I can't imagine we'll see much block against these Spectral Shields until the time comes. Until the game gets into this late game state where we just have no choice and have to block. That's the crazy thing. Are we dropping? So the pressure is chosen. Pierce Reality is pitched to play Herald of Protection. We talked about this in the last matchup. Even blue Herald of Protection creates that Spectral Shield and presents, essentially 3 more trade, right? Because now it attacks for 1, it creates a Spectral Shield for free, saving your pitch, attacks for 1, and blocks for 1 on the back end. This card can be nuts. This card is so good in a matchup where players don't want to block, and you do not want to use that Grasp trigger for this Herald of Protection. You have to save these armor pieces for Herald of Erudition. This armor block is there for one purpose and one purpose only. You must block Herald of Erudition. You absolutely must.
Because you want to kind of keep counter pressure. If he's thinking that his overall game plan is to deal with auras, now he has to position and consider how he's.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing 5 block on this Herald of Protection, giving up the grass with the Arknights. If you're on the side of Andrew, you're feeling good. However, this means that Zach must have some gas. There must be something Zach can do here to be presenting a good amount of damage. They can present something wild. You have to believe that Zach is doing something on this turn to make that trade worth it. Here comes the Ravenous Rabble for 2. No!
So playing a Ravenous Rabble, which is a fantastic card generally, but in this Mountain Briar, sometimes you have.
No. Ravenous Rabble for 2. Not exactly what you want to see.
Unfortunate to hit off the top because it means that
Creates an embodiment.
is vanilla 5.
Pops the Spectral Shield. Opponent keeping a 4-card hand. Andrew feeling very much in control. Swarming Gloomveil for 3 go again here.
It's happened. I mean, that is the way you
3 go again, taking damage, tying down to 30.
So because it was coming in for 2 go again, Andrew was content to say, okay, you take a Spectral Shield, and then we just keep it rolling. And then a Swarming
Oh my goodness. Arsenal card given over to the side of Zach, but Prism keeping a 4-card hand here. And do we see a Herald of Erudition? We do not. It is a Wartune Herald. Remember, Skullcap turned off here. Herald of Erudition is an absolute blowout. But Herald of Erudition not found in the sand. Wartune Herald coming through. We know Force of Nature drawn on the side of Zach. We know that Force of Nature can block for a good amount given the embodiment of Earth, but is there a chance that Zach wants to turn the tables right here? Taking the first Wartune Herald hit, there's a chance that we want to see the tables turned here. Wartune Herald for 5. More Soul Supremacy. The Prism building up that soul. Presenting 11 damage off 3 cards here is pretty decent. It's pretty good. 1 still in hand. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. 1 still in hand. And if you took the first one, the yellow one, I feel like you're taking the blue one. And Zach looking to get on the front foot today.
Your output is so much more supercharged than what your opponent would be in almost all cases. Now, that's
The debate is happening, and if that Force of Nature can come down and really present some value here, this could be trouble for Andrew. Force of Nature letting this deck with infinite go again draw so many cards. Blocking for 5. The Force of Nature comes down. The Skullcap blocks for 5. Oh my goodness.
I think you have to. I think in this matchup you have to respect.
Oh my goodness, blocking for 5, going down to 24, 6 life discrepancy, 3-card hand, 1 in Arsenal, Tunic to 2 for Zach. This is going to be an interesting turn. I want to see what Zach has to offer here. Here comes the Lightning Surge from Arsenal. 4, go again. Great start to a turn like this.
That card just comes across for 4 with go again for free, but again, if you have
Listic, if you took one, doesn't mean you have to take the second. True, it absolutely doesn't, and I don't have all of the hand information, obviously. And these players are the top players in the world. These are players at the top of their game for a reason. Zach looking to make a comeback, dropping a good start to this turn with that Lightning Surge from Arsenal. 4 with go again, trying to apply some of this pressure. Some of this pressure needs to start to turn, and I know Zach feels the same way.
So 4 Lightning Surge. Was this out of Arsenal? I believe.
It was, yes.
I believe
It was out of Arsenal. 4 go again.
Coming out of Arsenal, that awkward number of 4 going through towards the Prism here. I believe Zach still's got a bunch of cards as well, so that's just going to.
This is a powerful turn. 3 still in hand. 1 from Arsenal. Takes 4. Sonata.
All right, so let's see how we can go ahead and peel some cards off the top and maybe get some extra gas.
Dumping 2 more pitch into the Sonata. Looking at 5 or 4. Looking at 4. 1, 2 non-attacks. Come on. Come on. 1 more non-attack. Let's go. Oh! Let's go. Ripping in and snatching a Lightning Strike off the top, throwing 2 arcane damage at our opponent. Let's go, Briar. Unfortunately, we see a Channel Mountain Heroic go to the bottom, but drawing 2, throwing 2, with 1 still left in hand, 1 pitch floating, definitely a good spot to be. Rosetta Thorn online and ready.
Of maybe Spellbound Creepers for like some go again stuff, and then follow it up with Rosetta Thorn to really push your opponent's life total.
Let's see. We got 2 in hand.
Now, if Zach can drop another non-attack action, he'll get an Embodiment of Earth. Is the next
Embodiment of Lightning, yeah.
Embodiment of Lightning, yeah. Is the next card that he's going to play a Snatch, or is he looking maybe to go ahead with the E-Strike?
Well, it depends. So if you have a non-attack,
All right, 24 to 24.
which he does,
Half of an Embodiment of Lightning. 1 non-attack action played.
I think it's probably easier.
This is crazy.
Lightning Strike, but he
Revel!
just has the
Revel making an Embodiment of Lightning. He can drop Snatch here. Revel, Revel, Revel. Revel is huge in these matchups. And here comes Snatch, feeling like a must block. Dropped on the table. Let's go. This is a comeback play. And if you're Andrew, you felt in control and you're loving this from yourself, but you're not loving what you're staring down now. This Snatch, given that there's an Embodiment of Lightning, you know there's an E-Strike in hand, you know there's a Rosetta coming. This feels like a must block. This is a must block. And Andrew knows it. Andrew's at the top of his game. He's at the top tables of the Pro Tour. He knows what he's doing. He feels the must block in this card. He knows it's coming.
Merciful Retributions. There's 0 block in hand. If that's an Arclight Sentinel, maybe it's something else, but that's still. Oh,
If that's an Arclight Sentinel, Merciful Retribution, Parable of Humility, there is no block.
There's a 0 block.
And then, but a Soul Shield coming out of Arsenal. Andrew with the Soul Shield tech from Arsenal, turning a no-block hand into the ability to stay alive here. Absolute insanity. Look at him go. Here comes the Rosetta Thorn just for some vanilla damage. Wow. Soul Shield there looking huge. Soul Shield, a huge play on that turn. However, Zach going to get to Arsenal. That Enlightened Strike, draw a 5-card hand, and have a Tunic counter. The tempo swing here can be gigantic, and even something as simple as Channel Mount Heroic with an Earth Pitch into Enlightened Strike can feel devastating. Just devastating. This can be wild. We are at a pinnacle in this game. Soul Shield tech there is huge. The Soul Shield tech on that play was massive. I love to see that Soul Shield coming out of Arsenal. Now, are you pitching one of these? Yep. Holding the Arclight Sentinel. Holding the Arclight Sentinel in Arsenal, making Spectral Shield, poking for 1. Cannot imagine we get a 1 block here. 19 to 23, Arclight Sentinel. Hidden in that Arsenal, waiting, ready and willing to blow Zach Bunn out on a turn that once he creates that Embodiment of Lightning trigger, that's that Soul Shield looking, or that Arclight Sentinel looking to come down. Ravenous Rabble for 2 again. No, we are missing on our Ravenous Rabbles. Andrew saying thank you to the FaB gods, only seeing 2 damage Ravenous Rabbles come through. But a 2 damage Ravenous Rabble makes me not want to play that Arclight Sentinel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily looking to drop that Arclight Sentinel on the board into a 2 damage Ravenous Rabble. But there will be a block here into the 2 damage Ravenous Rabble. Tome of Harvest coming down again. Half of an Embodiment of Lightning here. Drawing 3 cards. This card is so cool. You love the card draw. Tome of Harvest, half of an Embodiment of Lightning, complete reload. Look at new cards. 1 float or 1 Tunic resource available. Digging, searching for a second non-attack action. Found it, Bramble Spark. Is it fused? Fused Bramble Spark, let's go. +3 and 1 Arcane on the next attack. And it doesn't look like we can play the Arclight Sentinel because this would be time for Andrew right now. Would be time for Andrew to play the Arclight Sentinel. But it doesn't look like he was able to find one. It doesn't look like he has, maybe he doesn't have enough pitch. Maybe he's sitting on something weird. Maybe he's waiting for the right moment that I don't know about. Remember, these guys are at the top of their game. Andrew, probably one of the better Prism players we're going to watch out there. And if he's not dropping that Arclight Sentinel, there's 100% a reason. But that Swarming Gloomveil, man, for 7, oh my gosh, because we've created a Rune Chant. So it's for 4 base, +3 from Bramble, 7, that Rune Chant, 1 Arcane off the Bramble. This is effectively presenting 9 damage. 9 damage dropped on the board with 2 auras created.
into that as well. So 2 creates the +1.
Oh my gosh.
And 7 go again is pretty nasty. These are shades of
Blocking with the Herald of Erudition.
Exactly what you want to see. You want to rip those heralds out of the way.
And the Sink Below. Andrew does have the Sink Below to stifle the entire Swarming Gloomveil. What a rip on that Sink Below.
He's just gonna
Soak one with the Spectral Shield. What a freaking rip on the Sink Below there. Are you kidding me?
able to sort of seize that tempo earlier.
Yeah, well,
That rip was just massive to keep his life total high on the Sink Below. Tunic at 3. We know Arclight Sentinel is in the arsenal, so that tool easily available to turn this game back around.
with a Herald of Erudition.
The scary part is Briar deck keeping that card in arsenal and eventually will find Channel Mount Heroic.
A 7-point lead in terms of life total, but he's got
Will find Channel Mount Heroic eventually, but Briar is susceptible to drawing into these bad hands. Andrew on Prism could just take control of this game at a snap moment's notice if your Briar player draws in to these suboptimal hands. It 100% can happen. It has happened to these decks. Here comes Runic Reclamation. No go again. Just naked 7. But there is Spellbound Creepers. Spellbound Creepers is available. Zach might be sensing the end of this game. Andrew might be looking at that Arclight Sentinel saying, no, this game is nowhere near over. Devin, there is no anti-Prism going on here. There is chill vibes for every hero and every player.
tossing positivity and content out there, but also succeeding
This is wild.
from a professional standpoint like this. So kudos to you, Zach, and I love that NWO shirt.
Yeah, one of the showrunners on the YouTube channel Team Covenant, and also
It looks like Andrew will take the damage, go down to 9.
I mean, Runic Reclamation is a card against Prism that you obviously you want to kind of toss it out there in situations. where
Spellbound Creepers being triggered.
7 points of damage based on the life total difference is good enough, and you already have Tunic value.
Spellbound Creepers being triggered.
It's all systems go.
Whisper the Oracle coming out of Arsenal.
doesn't have go again.
Opting-
Is done, but in order to keep the turn going and keep the pressure on after opponent full took, he decided to Spellbound Creepers and play a non-attack that has go again. And that
So he
non-attack
gets his action point back with go again. Rosetta Thorn completely online here.
He Whispers of the Oracles, which resolves its go again, giving him another action point. And on
Arclight Sentinel coming down to stifle the use,
Sentinel comes down, and it's going to force the
and this will pop
the Arclight Sentinel up.
the Spellbound Creepers. You will not get a second activation. Great timing of the Arclight Sentinel. You will not get a second activation off the Spellbound Creepers. 2 cards still in hand. What can we throw back?
If he dealt prior arcane damage or any arcane damage
Yeah,
on
it
that
might be.
turn.
What can we throw back?
But either way, it's a very dangerous game sometimes you play where the Spellbound Creepers.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah, that's what
maybe
they're-
they're catching it right now.
Yeah,
they
they're
might be
dis-
catching it.
They're discussing it right now because again, that is a dangerous game you play.
is.
Because if you do activate it, you need to make sure that you're dealing arcane damage
Yep,
equal
no,
to the
he
amount of.
caught it.
Yeah,
Good.
there it goes. So
And Spellbound Creepers will pop. So the players resolve it on their own. No need for a judge. Spellbound Creepers do pop. Here comes the Spectral Shield make, and we're poking for 1. Now Aura Prism is looking to become that value stack.
Ability to play it in
Dropping Shimmers on the board, Aura Prism looking to become that value stack, but at 9 life, there's a chance. Zach is just looking across the board and thinking, I can just go face. I don't have to worry about any of this. I can just go face. Face is the place. And we have to know, is that tech going to stand up? Dropping Shimmers, making that Spectral Shield, still 1 or 2 cards in Soul. So the ability to make more Spectral Shields, 100% on the table right now.
Skullcap is spent.
This is interesting.
Their grasp can only block 1. So if you're coming in with a Herald of Erudition,
I think there's only one
So,
left in the deck.
but it-
Herald of Erudition is a live card. The announcer's talking about Herald of Erudition being a live card, and that's true. The problem is you have to keep enough cards. Enlightened Strike here looking to be 5, probably go again.
with a
5 go again on the Enlightened Strike. Dropped on the table, not the most efficient use of cards to generate go again. Possibly a window for our Prism player. Is Prism looking to backtrack and get on the defensive?
Gives you an action point. Can't do it. So now it's just got to be the go again choice. But 5 and go again, still very dangerous overall threat.
and in
Oh my goodness.
the fact that,
blocking 5, Celestial Cataclysm, generating the go again. Is that another Arclight in hand? We're looking to Arsenal. Here comes down Nimblism. Here comes Scar for a Scar. 4-7. No go again off this Scar for a Scar. Wow. Nimblism, Scar for a Scar. Last card in hand available for the Arsenal. This deck, this Briar deck popping off. We will get a block of 3, taking what looks to be 3 with the Spectral Shield pop here. And then the Arclight Sentinel. It's looking like Shimmers will attack, get that +1/+1 counter, and the Arclight Sentinel is in the Arsenal, ready to come down on the side of Andrew. Here comes the Shimmers. I don't know if this is a mistrigger with the aura not being popped. I'm not sure what's going on with the Spectral Shield still on the board. So I'm not sure, and there's possibly that I missed something. There was maybe a Soul Shield played or something like that. There's a possibility that there was a Soul Shield played. It might just be a mistrigger, and that's gonna happen sometimes in game. We have to accept that. And I'd be interested. I don't know what chat is saying, but I believe we could just be looking at a mistrigger. That Spectral Shield should have been popped, and it isn't.
Is a beautiful card and one that I wish I had my hands on. Unfortunately, I don't. Just because I would sleeve it up and play it in every single deck that ever played Scar for a Scar. It's too good to look at.
Well, Zach, if you're listening to this, buddy, Armada and I we think that you're quite a handsome chap. So
you're doing a great job. And
all right, they're trying to figure out what's going on.
If you want to return the favor, just to compliment us over here.
I'm not sure if that Spectral Shield is supposed to be popped. I believe it is because it does look like Prism took damage. But I don't know if there was a 2-pitch used to make another Spectral Shield. There are things I could have missed.
Zach Fun could basically just absorb a turn of damage with that perfect hand, go maybe 2 or 3 wide.
Sam Dando saying he made an EOE.
Something like an Arclight Sentinel to basically pump the
If he made an embodiment of Earth, damage should have been done. But the Spectral Shield could have been regenerated. It could have been something we missed with floating pitch. That could.
Hey, look what you called earlier.
Arclight Sentinel coming down. Now, Zach has a weird opportunity, and this is an awesome thing I learned from the great Drip King himself, Sam Dando, is just playing 2 non-attacks here, and then attacking with Rosetta. So playing 2 non-attacks, making your embodiment of lightning to prep for next turn if you can, and then attacking with Rosetta into the Arclight Sentinel.
I call him the Arclight Sentinel of the USFL. I like that. Yeah.
This is...
On the defensive line,
Okay. All right, so Arclight Sentinel dropped. If there's 2 non-attacks available, 3 pitch for Channel Mount Heroic.
The importance of this must be massive.
And popping Arclight Sentinel. Channel Mount Heroic coming down, prepping for a giant turn next turn from our Briar player, Zach. Pitching 2 Channel Mount Heroics to play Channel Mount Heroic. And now, Andrew definitely against it all. Andrew up against it here. Wants to find, if he can find Herald of Erudition here. If he can find Herald of Erudition here, he's a happy camper, making a Spectral Shield on the end of turn with the window. Oh no, making a Spectral Shield on turn, attack. Yes, that's right, because everything was pitched for Arclight Sentinel. Yes. Okay, Channel Mount Heroic down. Briar needing to draw some value, to get value out of this Channel Mount Heroic. And that's one of those hands that we saw Briar can be susceptible to. They can be susceptible to these not great hands. So while that Arclight Sentinel was, it was annoying, it wasn't a great hand on the side of the Briar player, on Zach's side to begin with. So now, starting to develop some board supremacy, Prism starting to get ahead of the game, Andrew starting to go after it, but Zach, with a 4-card hand and a Channel Mount Heroic, looking to close this out. Is there a chance?
Hey, don't panic, everybody. There's an E-Strike available. So this E-Strike most likely 5 go again, but spoiler alert, it's actually 8 from the Channel Mount.
Spoiler alert. Now, there is
8 damage go again in Light and Strike, just buffing the value on this card. I'm assuming we're going to see some full blocks here.
Non-attack. Create lightning and then swing Rosetta and have the go again ready for next turn. It's a possibility.
Now, is he going to have follow-up attack? You definitely want to
8 damage, drop down. Channel Mount Heroic still on the field. Sonata Arcanix. 1, 2, attack. No attack. Sonata whiff. Andrew dodging the Sonata trigger. Sonata whiffing. Every Briar player in chat has had their Sonata whiff. They know what it feels like. Here comes a snatch for 7, which, spoiler alert, still pretty good. Snatch for 7. No go again. But if we don't have a block in hand, if there's no block in hand, we block for 2, we go to 1. No block, nothing in hand, 1 card in hand, going to 1. Tunic trigger paying for boots, Tunic blocking 1, boots blocking 1, Spectral Shield eating 1, going to taking 4 damage, going down to 1. That Spectral Shield should be gone, and will attack with Shimmers. Shimmers coming through, 3 damage coming through. I would be surprised to see a block here unless you just can't make use of the hand. Now remember, only 1 Arcane Barrier, no cards in Soul on the side of Andrew. We are in trouble. If we can attack with Rosetta Thorn, we can close this bad boy out here and now, barring the presence of a Prismatic Shield in the Aura deck, in the Prism deck. What's it going to be? Andrew up against it, but can he find a way out? Zach on Briar looking to close this one out. We are in the end game, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the final throes of combat. What's it going to be? This one is tight. This one's coming down to the wire. You love to see games like this. Went from 11 to 15 because of the 4 attack from Shimmers. The Shimmers has 3+1/+1 counters on it. So he took the damage from the Shimmers attack.
It did appear that, but again, at this point, Zach is looking for arcane damage lethal. That's all he's looking for. So he's trying to figure out a way to, just dodge any weird Arclight Sentinel, final Arclight Sentinel that could come down and maybe get him back in the game. Because his life total, it's not like he's just far and away, just life lead.
If we can trigger Rosetta Thorn here, this could be over. Playing Earthlore Surge. Definitely looking to trigger, possibly just looking to throw big damage because we can't trigger Rosetta this turn. That's a possibility. Tunic counter, make Rune Chant. Swarming Gloomveil, there's the go again, making a Rune Chant. 6 damage, go again. Pitch to stop the Rune Chant. 6 damage, blocking 6.
It's not digestible as we see the block for 6 is there. There it goes.
Man, the uber flex of creation.
Oh no, the Revel in Runeblood. The Revel in Runeblood for lethal. Ladies and gentlemen, Zach closes it out. What a game. What a match from both players. Prism almost bringing that one back. Great game, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Wow, the Revel in Runeblood there at the end to close that bad boy out was just crazy. Guys, what a game. As you know, I'm going to turn up commentary right now because we might go to the next game, and I've needed a bathroom break for some time.
Strong dollar there.
Ultimately,
so I am going to set up. I'm going to take a bathroom break. We are so close to 100 concurrent viewers, guys. Get this shared. Get this streamed. Let's get 100 concurrent viewers.
Never-ending pressure of
I need to add this so you guys can see, so people who pop in can see that I'm at 100 or at a short bathroom break, and I will be right back.
To see that, I think there was this prevailing theory that Briar was kind of like way down on the tier list because after losing the power of generating all those embodiments.
All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I will literally be right back. I need a short bathroom break because it has been quite the stream so far. This has been awesome. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out. Like, comment, share, subscribe, all the fun stuff, all the usual stuff.
chance at your face.
I will be right back. That was a heck of a game. We will get right back into the next gameplay, but I am live all day long, so I actually have to take a break to use the restroom. Let's go.
Round 11 around the corner. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go too far. Flake Armada. Everyone's here. We're having a good time. Don't go too far.
Stay. You stay, sweetie. Stay. All right, guys. Let's see. Boom, we are back from the bathroom break.
Hey,
back in
welcome to the
action.
Pro Tour here in New Jersey.
Right
I'm Jimmy
in
Rick,
time,
joined
it
by
looks
Kellen,
like.
Red Zone Rogue, and we've got a hell of a couple matches set up for y'all. We'll get down there in about 1 minute, but
All right, we got about 1 minute, they're saying, until we get down there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much for spending time here at Hometown TCG with me. You guys know me. My name is Josh. We have a couple deals going on. I am putting on the caster jacket at 100 concurrent viewers. So when we get 100 concurrent viewers, I will be dropping on the caster's jacket and going to town in full caster mode, looking all silky and suave. Love hanging out with you guys today. We just watched an awesome Briar and Prism game. So thank you all so much for choosing to spend some time here with me. Thank you to LSS for giving me permission to live view this. Thank you to Ascent for repping out there so hardcore. Those guys are doing a great job. They're having a blast. They're at the Pro Tour showing out. I need to get an update. If someone can get me an update, someone who's in the Hometown TCG Discord, one of the patrons can get me an update, reach out and try to find an update on some games, some records, see where we're standing. I'm out here. I'm bleeding for you guys. I cut my wrist standing up from my desk. So not only is this stream emotionally just a blast and we're partying, we're having fun, we're enjoying FaB, but I am getting physically injured to bring you this content right now. Absolute insanity. All right, let's interact with chat. Let's see how you guys are doing today. Let's reach back in and check out some chat. Congratulations to Zach. Yes, Thiago, I am not going to pee in a bottle. I am a 30-plus-year-old man. I will just go upstairs and use my bathroom. If I peed in a bottle, I think my wife would leave me on the spot, 100%. Dennis is back in chat. Let's go, Dennis. Want to see Zach and the Wolfpack win it all. He's one of the most humble players. Like James White had a vision years ago to save. That's awesome. Very, very cool. Full Circle 5 and 10, thank you so much. Appreciate you. She will know, Dennis. You know darn well. And we've got a banger coming up. We have Matt Rogers on Bravo Star of the Show versus James Silver into Prism Sculptor of Arclight. I never know like the heroes' surnames. 'Tis only a flesh wound. Now, Dennis, if you are available, let me know in chat. Do you want to jump down into chat and chat through this game with me? Let me know if that's something you're interested in, Dennis. Prism and Starvo, let's hear it right now. Who's winning this game? Get in chat and let me know who's winning this game. Is it Prism? Is it Starvo? Get your predictions in right now. I'm taking Prism, and the reason is I think Prism has a lot of agency in this matchup. However, Starvo's just deadly. Matt Rogers, turn 1, goes, guess what? Look how good I am. Look how good I am. That's what we call it in the local scene. Show your opponent how good at Flesh and Blood you are. And they are Matt Rogers out here just showing off. Break ground, drop it on the table. Hometown TCG Dennis says, let's do it. So let's get in as we're casting this game. I will jump. Dennis, once you're in table 1, I'll jump in, and we will start to chat. Wray is guessing Prism. We've got a lot of fans in chat. Dennis, if you're jumping in here, let me know when you're in table 1, and I will jump on in. All right, Dennis is in table 1. Let's see. Dennis, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream, Hometown TCG, Dennis. Denus, I'm going to have to turn you up. Go ahead, Dennis. Talk for us real quick.
On the activation from Starvo is really big here. You see,
I think you sound good. I have to turn down. I have to modulate them versus you. Guys, in chat, let me know if you can hear Dennis. Dennis, talk for him for a little while. You can see the stream that we're both watching. Is that correct?
Keep up this tempo against their onslaught of auras. You really can't let the auras overwhelm you. We've seen it earlier this Pro Tour.
Team Dragon Shields. So you guys can't hear Dennis, it looks like. Let's see.
And I think that's one of the things that obviously Matt needs to keep in mind.
Can't hear Dennis yet. Chat can't hear you. I'm looking to find a way to add you to the list. Let's see if we can't add you here. Guys, I'm trying to get Dennis added so we can have him chatting with us. Audio output capture, add source.
So this is something that Matt's going to have to be wary of in the future if some of those auras do come down. We'll talk about that more if that comes up.
100%. And here we have, once again, another break ground. Like I said, we're going to be seeing a lot of this card. So this is a 9.
I'm trying to find you, Dennis, right now. We didn't plan for this. We still can't hear Dennis. Why can't we hear Dennis? All right, I get. Dennis is trying right now.
I absolutely love, by the way, I love the art on Starvo because I imagine that's what he's doing when he does the activation.
Let's do this. Let's set you there.
Yep, exactly.
And then let's set. Oh no, then I won't be able. Can't hear Denus. All right, Denus. I'm gonna try calling you on Facebook. It looks like Discord is not jiving with what we're trying to do. Man, no, guys, the stream. We wanted to get Dennis. Dennis, I'll call you on Facebook. All right, guys. I don't know what's going on there. For some reason, Discord audio not wanting to work with what we're doing. So I'm going to try to call Dennis via a different venue.
That ability as the game goes on, if that's in Matt Rogers' list somewhere.
I'm going to watch
the there that are good against Prism
headphones here to see if we can't start hearing Denus as I call Mr. Denus. Oh, looks like we might be able to hear him all of a sudden.
Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis, say something for me. Dennis, I can hear you.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you, Dennis. Can you hear us?
I can hear you through Facebook now, so that's good.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Hometown TCG Dennis. Welcome to the stream, Dennis.
Hey, thanks, guys. So I love the fact here already. I'm noticing that Matt Rogers is repping his grading company.
Yes. Matt Rogers definitely repping his grading company. Guys, let me know about Dennis's audio if he needs to be louder, if he needs to be shorter or quieter, or if we want to just kick Dennis off the stream. If he's not a fan favorite anymore, Dennis, you'll be gone. No. All right. So we have Matt Rogers into Prism.
Matt Rogers is already 20 life ahead.
Oh my gosh, this is not looking great. As we tune into the game, Matt Rogers 20 life ahead. Harold coming down, trying to force a pop here. My goodness.
How's it going, man?
This pop is this Herald throw here out of Arsenal is crazy. This was a blue Herald out of Arsenal, and I wonder what led us to this point. That just does not feel great, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I wasn't paying attention because we were messing around with the audio, and I don't know what happened, but I'm not a fan of it.
No, 100%. It looks like Zomban sent us something in the Discord. I can't blow this up. Ugh. Oh. It just blew it up on our main screen here. Let's go back to full screen. I'm trying to find Easton Douglas in the United States here. I can't see what position Easton Douglas is in, but I know Easton Douglas is there.
Let's see here.
Zomban sent it in the chat, so I can't tell what position he is.
He is...
Make D a little louder.
3, 4, 5, 6. He's 7th.
All right, Easton Douglas, let's go. Pierce Reality coming down on the side of James Silver on the Prism player. Here comes the Crippling Crush. Matt Rogers showing everybody, hey, I'm great at Flesh and Blood. Look at these colors. Boom, Crippling Crush. That's what we call it here in the local scene. That's not a shot. That is what we do. We say, look at how great I am on Starvo. I show you 3 colors, and I smack your face.
With a Crippling Crush.
With a Crippling Crush. This seems completely insane. Devin, are you Zomban? I can't really tell what's going on in that screenshot. It looks like he's 7th. Just tell me in chat where Easton's sitting right now. I was trying to see from the screenshot, but thank you so much for giving it a shot. Yeah, 1 block coming down on the Crippling Crush.
Yeah, Easton's sitting at 7.
Okay. Crippling Crush forcing a discard of 2 cards. We're seeing 2 Parable of Humility in the hand of James Silver, so it's not looking great, guys. This one is not looking great, and this is looking like one of those situations. Oh, Unmovable popping out. Okay, all right.
Looking better, looking a little better.
Looking slightly better, mitigating some damage. It looks like that Unmovable will block 11. 8 with Unmovable coming from Arsenal, 3 down, pitching 3 to play the Unmovable. Damage mitigation is the name of the game in this matchup, and it looks like Matt Rogers, with being this ahead on life total, choosing to Arsenal that card. Now, Dennis, I know you were in chat earlier and you gave me some insight. What do you think about Arsenaling that card versus throwing a Winter's Wail?
Because of the fact that Matt Rogers is mostly trying to save his life total and give him some late game wiggle room, the Arsenal of the card was definitely a lot better because it just lets him keep searching for his Starvo activations on every turn, let him keep the momentum, and then worst case scenario, if he starts to lose a little bit momentum, he's got the extra life buffer to kind of keep things going.
100%, and I agree with you there. I think when you're this hard on the front foot, you want that card to be able to dig for a Starvo activation, but we're seeing worst case here. We're seeing Pulse and Lightning Surge in we're looking for Easton Douglas, Devin. We're seeing Pulse and a Lightning Surge in the hand while our Prism player is absolutely on the back foot. So Matt Rogers, if he has an attack here, has an opportunity to throw a 3-cost attack, throw Winter's Wail, and keep Pulse around to continue to trigger Starvo. Like, that could be crazy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's always the big thing. Like, when you get a Pulse in hand, if you don't need to empty your hand, it's always the better to keep that Pulse around, because then you're only looking for one card instead of 2.
100%. You look for 1 card over 2, and not only that, you also get Pulse in hand and an Arsenal target. So in an emergency situation, you can dig, and as that Tunic ticks and ticks and ticks, sooner or later, you're going to be able to free play. And here comes the Pulse of Candlehold out of Arsenal, and we're going to set up for next turn. Here comes two break ground going to the top of the deck.
See, I don't like that play.
Going to the top of the deck, well, I mean, it's fine because here you're still going to Starvo activate and throw something huge. You'll be able to keep Pulse, and you'll guarantee to draw into a big attack next turn. And if you keep this Lightning card, oh, he Winter's Whales here. So he showed Starvo activation. He made the call. He Winter's Whales for 4. Now, the problem is, does James Silver have the opportunity to use this one slow turn of tempo to get to the top of the food chain? So he is popping the aura, and in response, James will play the Parable of Humility. No action points on the side of Matt Rogers right now. Believe we're deciding on an Arsenal target. The Parable to replace the Pierce Reality is a decent play there. Still having some board state, but I'm telling you, Dennis, if I'm James Silver, I'm feeling nervous right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. He needs to drop down at least 2 more auras and keep him there. Once he gets to about 3 auras, he'll start to stabilize.
And that's kind of the gold rule. The blink play from Matt Rogers. The blink play to counteract the drop in aura, popping the aura, diligently keeping the battlefield clean. What a play. That is a high-level play. That is a Matt Rogers special right there. That's just a fantastic play. Now, he's got the Pulse in hand. He knows he's drawing into 2 break grounds. Does he just bank on that third card being a Lightning card? It looks like he will not Arsenal that card. He will draw into the break grounds and keep the Pulse in hand.
Do we know which Pulse he has? Is it Eisenloft?
Yes, it's Pulse of Eisenloft, so he needs a Lightning card. So in that last card, he knew 2 of the cards were break ground, I believe. That means the third card has to be a Lightning card, unless he set a Lightning card on top, which I don't remember. James Silver making Spectral Shield. 2 cards in hand. Nunflow did pitch the Herald of Erudition, but knows that his opponent's got 2 break grounds on the top of the deck. So odds of like making good use of that Herald of Erudition slim to none. And plops down a Haze Bending. Staying consistent with his aura drops. James Silver trying to just create that board state and trying to make it so his opponent cannot overwhelm him with Starvo triggers. But Starvo's about to do Starvo things. Even on bad turns, guess what? We're going to pop auras and we're going to chill. And that Spinal Crush that we just saw is going into Arsenal. Pulse staying in hand. And if we draw a Lightning card, this could spell trouble.
Yeah.
Matt Rogers on Starvo has enough of a life lead, right?
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I'm hating that Pulse of Candlehold move even more now because of the fact he ended up having to pitch both of those break grounds. He
did have to end up pitching break grounds there, which is that could be tough.
He got himself into a tough spot there.
That is very true, guys. Make sure Dennis is loud enough in chat. If you can hear Dennis, let me know. It's looking like our audio levels are coming through similar, but I want to make sure everyone can hear Dennis, and I can't just log onto the stream and check the audio. Otherwise, people will hear us twice.
Hey, look at that. I jumped onto the stream, and you went up 10 viewers.
Let's go. At 100 viewers, I'll put on a blazer. Dennis, do you have a blazer?
I don't have a blazer, but I'm wearing my jersey.
Let's go. Hey, Dennis, turn your camera on. Let's see if we can get you on here.
Can I do that?
Night, everyone. Wray, thank you for hanging out. Good night.
You got my camera?
No, it says turn camera on to see Dennis, and I can't turn my camera on because it's in use.
That's fine. We didn't plan for this.
I wanted to get you on the stream, homie. Man,
okay.
That's all right.
Close
We
enough.
didn't plan for this. That's okay.
Night,
Actually,
Wray, how's it going?
Take it easy. Listic, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Here comes the Prismatic Shield. We've heard about Prismatic Shield tech out here against these Starvos. And that Prismatic Shield there looking pretty decent. It's not the board state you want, but it is a decent board state for our Prism player. James Silver able to come back a little bit here.
Yeah, he's starting to get there. I mean, unless like Matt Rogers is able to, like, The unfortunate thing is that these are spectral shields, so like a big Starvo attack can wipe those all out. Like ideally, you want to get 3 like of the actual aura shields on, but I mean it saves him some life, and it starts to make him have to worry about it. And now that the Merciful Retribution's out, even with the Starvo trigger, Matt's going to be taking some life. So James has been able to even up the life totals pretty good for being
100%. And this is what we hear from Critical, right? Ascent Critical always says you're trading life for board state. You're trading life for board state. And that's 100% what's happening here. But Dennis, I don't know about you. I often don't have the stones, don't have the courage just to hang in there on this Prism deck and keep going lower and lower and lower.
Yeah. No, it's hard. I tried playing Prism. I was not a fan. But there's a lot of great players out there that are very, very good at it.
All right, so it does look like we have Starvo activation. And did we just show what was shown? What pulse was that? It must have been Pulse of Volthaven.
No,
he showed one of the cards he showed was Break Ground.
Was it? Oh, maybe it was Volthaven.
It has to be Volthaven, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's not Volthaven, that fuse doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, yeah, it has to be Volthaven.
It has to be Volthaven. So Pulse of Volthaven, but is that a Pulse of Eisenloft in pitch? Guys, I'm confused. Somebody in chat catch me up. I thought we just saw Pulse of Eisenloft and Break Ground shown as fusion cards. I'm very confused.
Yeah, I missed it.
I also missed it. And I'll have to see what's pitched here. I 100% want to see what's pitched here.
Well, I mean, the pitch has to be a Pulse of Eisenloft.
Okay, so he could have shown Blink. He could have shown Pulse of Eisenloft and Blink. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, so we know what's going on. Gotcha. Follow it. Following. Let's go. Okay, so Matt Rogers clearing the board again. Look at that. The board goes just from cluttered with everything on it to completely clear with the snap of a finger, with one gigantic swing of that Guardian attack that I forgot.
Yeah, did you see the expression from James there?
No, I missed it. Was it devastation?
That was a devastation look. That was a head rolling back. that was a rough look.
James, homie, we have all been there. Hang in there. Fight the good fight. You're in it for the long haul, and you are in it to win it. Let's see what you can do here. Matt Rogers, obviously fantastic player, applying a ton of pressure. James digging to the bottom of the barrel here. Oh, if he couldn't clear that board, this Miraging Megamorph would be huge right now.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Devin Easton looks to be sitting at 18th, the first at 7 wins, behind Zach Brunn at 8 wins. Sounds great. Thank you, Devin. Devin, the shout-out. Come on, Easton. Come on, Easton. I want you in that top 8, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Easton.
Easton is for sure making top 8.
Let's go. Miraging Megamorph coming out. Shield block off Tunic. Shield block off Tunic here.
I don't like that. But that means that Matt's got a Starvo activation coming. He's got something in Arsenal that he's probably got an Oakenold in Arsenal.
That 100% means Starvo activation, and we're probably seeing... Oh! No Starvo activation, but Channel Lake Frigid. Will there be a response? The weird part on Prism here is if you respond to this with an aura, the Winter's Whale's just clearing it, and instead, we're going to get a big-ass Winter's Whale. That's what we're going to get here. It might not be a Starvo activation. It's just an 8-damage Winter's Whale. James, shout out James for helping us out with the dice here on stream. Big ol' Winter's Whale thrown at the face. This is like Thor's hammer, but thrown really, really hard. Like, imagine if you had Thor's hammer and you just threw it harder than normal. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, James is a really good player. I played against him at a couple of callings. He knows his stuff.
Oh, he 100% knows his stuff. You don't get to 7-3 at the Pro Tour without being a great player. So great call there, Dennis. Shout out James. But James is facing down the might of the hammer right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter how good of a player you are. An 8-damage Winter's Whale is
yes.
not a fun thing.
Yes. Now, The Pulse of Eisenloft, or the Pulse of Oldhaven came down super fast there, and I wonder if you have an Arclight Sentinel, that is a window, right?
Yeah.
Like when Pulse of Oldhaven comes down, you have a window there to block that, or to react with Arclight Sentinel, and that would feel like a blowout to lose that Pulse, to trade that Pulse with an Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah,
100%.
but I think that's why Matt laid down the Channel Lake Frigid first.
100%.
Yeah, the Arknight Sentinel for 7 is a lot harder to deal with.
You're 100% correct. Great call. Here comes the Frostbite token. Let's see. Odds are here we see a pass. I'm not seeing... Oh, nope. We do see Yellow Wartune Herald being thrown. We're seeing a lot of priority. James placing priority on these heralds and saying, hey, I'm throwing this Wartune Herald at you. Oh, with Channel Lake Frigid and Frostbite, he's unable to play the card. So it looks like he is unable to play the card with a Frostbite and Channel Lake Frigid. It looks like he will go to pass. And if James had thought of that, I'm sure he would have blocked with that card instead.
Yeah,
so guys, we've all been there playing with Channel Lake Frigid. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, you can kind of see it in James's face. He's kind of done with this match.
Oh no, that feels so devastating when you make that play. So he goes to pass. Matt Rogers not Crown of Seeds here, which means he has it. Winter's Bite. Oh, no Starvo activation, but Winter's Bite being played to stay on the front foot. Tunic cannot be used to eat Winter's Bite here. Interesting point. Interesting time to play Winter's Bite. One float. Just a naked Evergreen. Going to peel some resources. Channel Lake Frigid will die here. Going to peel some resources. I'm assuming we will see this blocked. We know that card is a Wartune Herald in Arsenal. We shouldn't know that, but we do. And we know it can be thrown off Tunic here. And then the last card in hand can be used to Arsenal. So this is not the worst case scenario for James. We can block this out, possibly take one, throw a Wartune Herald back, and threaten to start rebuilding that soul. Here comes the 6 block, taking one.
Yeah, but having to block with that Herald is rough.
Yes, you're 100% correct. But staring at Crater Fist over there and the Crown Shield combo, you're not very confident the Herald's going to hit.
Right. Yeah, you got to get a Pierce Reality or something like that out there before you can get it to land.
100%. And I would be surprised if we don't see Tunic used to throw this ability and then throw something in Arsenal. Yep. Tunic will throw a Wartune Herald, but looks to be Yellow Wartune Herald for 6. We see Eye of Ophidia in the hand of Matt Rogers. Pitching Eye to Crown here could just be devastating. So we're opting to, then we'll essentially pick one and put the one in hand that we pick. It looks like he bins both, puts both to the bottom, draws a card, 2 float, Wartune Herald for 6, 1 Crown of Siege trigger floating, 80 live viewers, total hype here at the FaB Pro Tour 1. This is going to be an interesting block. We see a Spinal Crush just in hand. Matt Rogers was digging for Starvo activation. Did he find it? I can't see the last card in hand. I see Ice. I see Earth. I don't quite see Lightning. Dennis, any insight on that last card?
Can't see it. He keeps shuffling his hands like you do.
No, it looks like 2 Ice. It looks like a Winter's Bite, a Winter's Grasp, and a Break Ground. So it looks like there will be no Starvo activation this turn, barring some unforeseen magic that I can't imagine.
Yeah, actually, I kind of expect him to block 2 in Icy Winters.
I kind of do too. Block 2, Icy Winter's Whale. And I think that's what we're going to see here. Crown of Siege trigger, Rampart of the Ram's Head. Take 4, go down to 13. Take 4, go down to 13. Matt Rogers very much on the front foot. Listic never shuffles their hand. I do. I shuffle my hand on repeat. I have to be doing something. And
Makes
here
people
just
real nervous.
here comes down the Spinal Crush, because
Ooh.
even when Starvo doesn't Starvo, he gets to play Guardian attacks and slap the face. Naked Spinal Crush for 9 with the Crush effect online. This is just, with low life totals, this starts to feel devastating. How are you feeling, Dennis? If you're staring down this Spinal Crush, how are you feeling?
It's not dominated, right? So James can block it out.
Yes, he can block it out. It is not dominated currently.
Yeah, I kind of feel that we see a heavier block here because the big thing with Spinal Crush is that you don't want Prism to be able to go off and get all the various go-agains on the auras, but James doesn't have any auras on the board to make it matter. So I feel we're going to see a little bit bigger block and conserve that life total because the go-again is not as important here.
This is one of those attacks where we're sitting at sneaky, technically lethal, right? Obviously, plenty of armor on the board, plenty of ways to stop this attack. Technically a lethal Spinal Crush. 1 card in hand, so if you're James, you're not super concerned about a blink play. You can block 6 here, still have your go again, keep 2 cards, and go down to 6. And Starvo is in that life total, where with Time Skipper still available, he might be able to withstand some of your poking and just go face. Just say face is the place, and I'm going for it.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, like, at this point, Starvo is kind of enough of a lead that, there we go. He's going to at least get some equipment here.
He's going to get Crown of Seeds. Well, he might not. Crown of Seeds, Rampart, and a 3-block. Full blocks a Herald of Erudition.
That's true. I keep forgetting he's got basically 2 free.
Yep,
blocks
Starvo
there.
gets 2 free block a turn, no matter what. Nothing you can do. Can't stop it. Can't even hope to contain it.
Yeah, Devin, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's the thing is even when it's not dominated, we still got the equipment block.
Still got the equipment block, which means that there is something spicy in the hand of Mr. Matt Rogers. I believe we saw an Oakenold, and there's the lightning card to pay and play it. Here comes dominated Oakenold.
Yeah.
No.
This is going to be rough here.
Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, dominated Oakenold. This could get just crazy. This could be wild. This could be the end of the game. Dominated Oakenold into a Winter's Wail with an Arsenal card left over. James having to dig at the bottom of the barrel right now, trying to find a solution. But ladies and gentlemen, this could be all she wrote. James in the tank definitely has to consider every option here. I wouldn't be surprised, Dennis, to see this one come to an end.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is that James has been very diligent in not using his own equipment for blocks, so he does have, it looks like, 5 equipment available to him. But 6 if he wants to lose the footsteps. But
100%. So that is available. That is on the table right now. He can completely lose the footsteps, right? And he does have the Ironhide Gauntlet. And this is going to peel 2 cards anyway. The question is, do you need to keep that block around to block the follow-up attack? We saw, whether it's a burgeoning or whatever it is, we saw there is an Earth card. There is the Unmovable. The Unmovable coming down to stifle this attack. Is he taking 1?
7, 8, 9.
Well, the Unmovable didn't come out of Arsenal, right?
Yeah, so it looks like he's taking 2.
He's taking 2, but here comes the Prismatic Shield, dropping 3 shields on the table. I'm not sure if he took 2. It looks like he did take some damage. He does take 2, drops 3 Prismatic Shields, completely expended, completely spent, throwing everything he has out there on the board. Winter's Wail coming, going to eat those Spectral Shields and take 1 damage, get a Frostbite, go to 3, and Matt Rogers will have another spin at the Starvo wheel to win this game.
Yeah.
There's 1 float. There's 1 float here. We can keep a Spectral Shield or 2 around if we throw this equipment, and we do throw the equipment right now. I think that's the correct call. Keep a Spectral Shield around, ping for 1, and then hope we draw and hope Matt Rogers misses.
Yeah. Yeah, he really needs to turn off Starvo.
Yes. Now, keeping that Arsenal card there for Matt Rogers is huge. James Silver will be pinging for one. Likely, if we don't have it just naturally, we will see a pitch to Crown of Siege, so the one will be negligible. But it's important to note that the Crown of Siege trigger here lets us know if the game is already over or if he's able to dig something up.
No, I think Matt has 3 evergreens in hand. I saw a quick flash and it looked like 3 of the same card.
Oh my goodness, we're hoping not for 3 evergreens. Well, he pitched one away, 2 evergreens in hand. And you wonder, I mean, even at this state of the game, though, with Prism being who Prism is and all the no blocks in the deck, throwing just naked evergreen could be lethal. Matt Rogers triggered Crown, pitching an evergreen to throw an evergreen. So you are correct. We are seeing evergreen here for 7. 7 damage evergreen dropped on the table. Now, if you're James, not only do you have to think about effectively blocking this attack, but you can't just keep giving Matt Rogers free spins at the wheel. You have to, sooner or later, take control of this game. And that's the hard part. That's the part that feels almost impossible. Evergreen on the table. I know that there's at least 1/2 block in James's hand. How are you feeling about this, Dennis?
I feel James is kind of on a rough part. He really needs to get a soul shield or something like that to kind of save some cards.
Yes.
But, I mean, at least he's protecting his shield here. Maybe he can have another cheap aura or a cheap herald and start to regain a little bit of ground and at least keep Matt from being able to keep activating Starvo. What's that, Miraging?
Yep, and he throws down a Miraging. He does drop Miraging onto the field. Miraging Megamorph for 7. It is a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, and it does actually kind of force Matt to block because otherwise James will get a free Spectral.
He can get a Spectral Shield, so there's 8, 9, realistically 9 damage worth of value here. It looks like we're going to pop this. There's a Break Ground in hand. Matt's debating on the pop. It feels like it's going to be... Okay, the pop laid down. There's no pitch left. He'll pitch to Gift Go again. He'll double up on Spectral Shields. He has
I don't
2
think that
floating.
pitch gives him Go again.
What?
Oh,
no, it doesn't give him Go again.
Yeah,
right.
not Go again from the Luminaris, but it does give him from the Footsteps.
Yep. From Footsteps. Gives him an action point from the pop. Coming across, Crown of Siege trigger will eat the first shield. Second shield and third shield attack will happen. It looks like Matt will eat those, go down to 11? Oh, no, there's no go. It was only 1 shield attack, right. Only 1 shield attack, staying at 13. Break Ground for 7 coming through. And you've got to be feeling pretty good. If you're James Silver, you're feeling pretty good about this Break Ground for 7. 1 in hand. It's like, it can't be a blink play or anything crazy like that. I think you're loving this.
Yeah, you're starting to regain a little bit. So at this point, the game is protecting those Spectral Shields and still maintaining enough to be able to ping with them every turn.
100%. You're trying to block out as much of this as possible. You want to keep those Spectral Shields around. You cannot let them go to the wayside. Decisions to be made. I think the play is block 7. Get an Arsenal, but the problem is, I've said it several times, we're going to give more spins at the wheel. We're keeping 1 Spectral Shield around. We will block 4. 7 total. 5 as far as cards from hand. Keeping 1 Spectral Shield. Tunic going to 1. Interesting to see what James's plan is. If it's another Miraging, that could be intense. Wow. No go again, just Spectral Shield dropped here. You wonder what the rest of the hand looked like. I wonder if those are no block auras. 1 Spectral Shield coming through. This feels dangerous, Dennis. James is not looking happy, but he's still in this game. He has been fighting it off for some time. Still being in this game is just impressive.
No, absolutely. Like, the way he's been able to kind of maintain the ground even at such a low life, and with Matt hitting more than average Starvo triggers, It's definitely impressive. He's holding on for dear life. Matt's going in for the crown, or the tunic crown, so he'll have a 5-card hand, so this could be a little rough.
And it looks like he is going to find it. He will be revealing Starvo. So there will be a dominated attack coming through.
Yeah, this is going to be
this
hard
could
to get
spell
through.
disaster. This could spell doom. Oh, this spells doom for our hero.
Yeah, there we go.
This looks like it may spell doom for our hero. James Silver digging the bottom of the barrel.
I'd say on average, well, I don't want to say on average just because of the fact it depends on what kind of build that you're doing. Like a heavy elemental build will probably hit Starvo 6 out of 10 times. You're looking at about a 60% average, whereas the more defensive build, you're not really hitting Starvo maybe 2 or 3 times out of 10. But sorry.
No, I was thinking, does he have it? No, I think you're right on those numbers. If that card is unmovable,
that would be cool. And he's going in for a block. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Soul Shield and Unmovable are both hits. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Soul Shield and Unmovable are both hits from Arsenal. Prismatic Shield from Arsenal to create 3 more shields.
Okay.
So taking 2, dead on board, unfortunately, to the Winter's Whale, because the cards got to go away. James has got no cards left. Evergreen. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Rogers gets there. Prism being taken down by Starvo. I mean, yeah, it was a good game. It was back and forth. James stabilized so well. He was able to get back in there and stabilize that game to the best of his ability. But man, did Matt Rogers hit a lot of Starvo activations early and made James pay.
Yeah. Yeah, Listic, that is quite often, especially, like I said, if you're playing the heavy elemental build. But that's kind of what Starvo does. Starvo doing Starvo things. The defensive build is a fun match to watch just because of how they maneuver it, but then they start to see more Starvo activations on their second cycle because they're spending the whole first half of the game pitch stacking all of their activations together. So it's definitely a very hard game to play and get that second cycle.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Well, great game all around. Let's pop back on. See if we can hear some of the commentators
there for a moment, but ended up not
checking on my dog, see what she's doing. We might be calling the stream here in just a little bit, prepping for the stream for tomorrow. I still have to do things around the house, things with my wife. And we have been live, ladies and gentlemen, for 4 hours. This has been 4 hours of FaB stream. Holy smokes, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out.
We're so close to 100 viewers.
We're so, are we? Where are we at?
We're about 88.
Oh, we're at 88. I guess we got to stay live. We're not quite at 100 viewers yet. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for hanging out. At 100 viewers, I throw on the caster jacket. And we have the man, the myth, the legend. We have the Phano Black game coming up right now. Round 11, Jacob Baugh on Chain and Phano Black on Prism, Sculptor of Arclight, friend of the channel, all around a community hero with the freshest of fresh haircuts. Or maybe the second freshest. I got a pretty fresh haircut. He's got the second freshest haircuts. We got some Chain gameplay. I might, let's see if I can pull this off. Let's see if this works.
Ever the show.
Oh.
Yeah, yep, 100%. And,
oh.
You know, I like seeing Chain here, right? Chain was one of the heroes that I think was
is that James Williams playing?
Weekend, and we really haven't seen him perform as well as a lot of folks anticipated, right?
When did Jim Williams get a doppelganger?
Chain was going to be a little bit more represented.
Which one looks like?
Well. And you know,
the
Chain
beard.
Which one? Up some numbers, but
the mythical
beard of Jim Williams, guys.
So
I have to stretch my legs. It's been 4 hours of flesh and blood. However, that's what the sit to stand desk is for. Let's go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Moving into the other game for round 11. We have Chain, we have Prism. This game is gonna be hype.
When you need some more resources and stuff, so it gives you a little bit of flexibility. This is something you don't see a ton
Stretch
of
the legs.
in Flesh and Blood, but the decks they can do it. They do some really cool stuff with their
it's so cool to see the belittle minnowism package in these decks. Dennis, do you remember when Monarch dropped and the concept of tutoring up pitch was just the hottest thing in the entire world?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that Chain utilizes this package better than anybody else. Like Dash is a very good one for it, but
Depends on
Just
the list
it
here.
doesn't matter as much as
But
it does in
regardless of that,
chain.
we do have a
100%. I think you were right on. And the chain gang has started early. We have Bounding Demigon coming in for 5. The Soul Shackle being made. 2 pitch floating.
The reason it can get contentious is
And I wonder if Fano is going to be on a fatigue strategy here. That's always the argument. When you play chain, when you play against chain, are you on the fatigue strat or are you full committing? And it looks like we'll be throwing Rosetta for 2 and 2. Fade for Scene will eat the Rosetta, which is better than taking damage. So you wonder if that last card in Fano's hand is in fact some kind of aura.
Fly by the seat of your pants, kind of playing there. And
Yeah, I'm not.
Fino here, kind of matching.
Not sure I like that play.
Like tit for tat. He's like, you know,
It depends on what's in the hand, right? If the last card in that hand is some kind of aura, you gotta make it happen. You can't take free damage on turn 1 here, so that's completely understandable.
A good old opt defense reaction, setting up and sculpting a future.
Devin, of course, thanks for having me. I'm not, you know what? I decided to stick around. I'm not going anywhere yet. I was gonna end the stream, but I psyched you out. Psych! Gotcha.
Lots of defensive reactions. They may get attack in here or there, but they just want to.
I do have stuff to do today, but man, this is just so much fun, Dennis. Hanging out with you, hanging out with people, watching some FaB. This is just a great
It's more
time.
important than this.
Anything Kristen tells me to do. Here comes a Herald coming down right away. It is a blue Herald with no innate go again. 1 pitch floating. 5 damage. Would be surprised
Yeah, and so we have
to see how Chain plays this. And how Chain plays early attacks with an opponent really tells you a lot about their hand. Fano being able to develop a lot of what we call soul supremacy, building those cards into soul, moving arsenal. Looks like a very heavy blue hand from Mr. Black out there, with, again, the second spiciest haircut on stream right now.
Looks like Jacob just ended up taking that damage early on, which generally in a chain deck means that you're on full race.
Yep, I believe you're on full race. I think you're trying to... You want to get to your Prism opponent before they have the ability to set up a well-timed Arclight Sentinel. I think that's your goal on Chain. We banished it early on Hallowed Rites, which means this deck is made that they can play and set up for the long game, but I think against Prism that is suboptimal. I think you are go, go, go.
Giving his next Runeblade or Shadow attack.
There is a 6 in Arsenal on the side of Chain. I don't know if you see that.
I'm trying to paint the picture for everybody here at home. This is new to you.
It's very nice of him to let Fino know what's coming. What's that mean? That's a soul reaping there?
Maybe. So here comes a Shrill of Skullform blue after a Soul Shackle, meaning this is coming in for 5 with Go again. Now the red version of Shrill of Skullform in this deck just generates so much value. It's so
I'm actually really surprised at how much work this card does. Like we saw a lot of it on stream yesterday.
Yes, this card is absolutely doing work. You love to see it.
But when I'm getting my 4-card hands, my arsenal, plus my blood debt cards out of...
And it's really nice, too, especially when the blue version can come in for 5. That +3 is actually really huge, and just being able to have a card in your deck that can pitch for 3 and still come in for 5 damage makes you feel a little bit like a weak Guardian.
It's so versatile. It pitches for 3, it blocks for 3, it comes in for 5 on most turns. Shrill of Skullform, especially in Chain. Other Runeblades where you might have to do a little dance to guarantee the generation of some kind of token, Shrill of Skullform gets there without that problem in Chain. You just make a Soul Shackle and then throw Shrill of Skullform. And the interesting part is you can still throw Rosetta Thorn afterwards. Or something like an Unhallowed Rite from Banish Zone because it only costs 2. So on a blue pitch, you can still do something else as a follow-up. This card can get wild, and this deck can get out of control. And it looks like Fano will unmovable the Shrill of Skullform. I think that's one of the better targets for unmovable. Maybe something like Runic Reclamation is a pretty good target for unmovable, but that's one of the better unmovable targets in the deck.
The Shrill does have Go again from the Chain.
Unmovable,
effect, so,
definitely a weird card to play into the Chain matchup, as oftentimes Chain going low to the ground and super wide.
Whether it's from the
here comes the Shadow of Ursur pitch and the Invert Existence pitch, setting up for late game. I have no idea. Oh, making a rune chant.
I don't know if y'all heard that in the background, but we have the entire production.
It's a fun rune chant.
Or is that Mauvrin Scott?
And every single person.
No, that's.
What is that?
I'm pretty sure that's a rune chant.
It is something into an Unhallowed Rites, right?
Armada is having way too much fun back here over to the side.
I think
But
that is.
whatever this token is, I need one.
It's a Runechant token.
Yeah, it's a Runechant token.
Okay,
but
so
I
it is a
remember the
Runechant
picture,
token.
whatever it
Caster's
I
saying it
need
is a
one.
Runechant
So for
token.
the audience,
What
this
a
is
BA
Grasp of the
looking
Arcanine
Runechant
activation,
token. How
creating a
cool is that
Runechant
Runechant
into
token
an
look?
Unhallowed Rites. That's what this is. So I have a feeling we'll
So
be seeing
Runechant into
this
Unhallowed
particular
Rites there.
art for a little bit for this
This
match.
is now my favorite Runechant token of all time. Jacob, you're my hero.
It's weird to see.
It's
Okay, I was about to say,
You're so beautiful.
Jacob Bao was
I
still
love
at
it.
40, and I was like, I thought he took damage,
I
but I wasn't
hope
sure.
the,
There will be a
chat
blood debt
appreciates
ticked
that
at the
as
end of
much as we
turn,
do.
That's
setting
as
up
much
those
as we
late
do.
game cards
Yeah.
to come around
So
for
it looks
what
like,
most
Jacob
people
is
call
going to
second
be
cycle,
passing and
but
taking
in the
one blood
against
debt
this
here.
chain deck is
It
not
looks like this will be
actually
a
second
sigil
cycle,
insert
right?
Fano. That
It's
really
just
should be-
getting to
you
those
didn't know
banishes at
before,
the
seeing
end of the deck,
unmovable
and
cards
it's
Well,
cool
this
to
has
see
to be a-
versatile cards like Shadowverse down there. Go ahead.
Yeah, this has to be a sideboard card from Fano. I can't imagine he's running Sigil normally, but it's really interesting to see a
He
Sigil
has joined
sideboard
the
in for
Turtle
chain
Club, and he's ready to turtle
in
up.
CC. Like, that's
Turtly
normally a
enough,
card you see
Exactly.
in Blitz.
I'm so glad you got
That
that.
is a pretty wild card
Never
to
seen
see
the movie,
thrown
but I
down.
gotcha.
However,
I
we
also
do have
never
some
seen
gas
the
starting to be
Might be a Dana
banished
Carvey fan.
for
Yeah.
Jacob
Well,
Bao.
yeah, I mean,
What's
showing my age.
interesting is
Yeah.
that Unhallowed Rites
Possibly both of our
is
ages, but,
it,
you know.
after playing this deck a couple
I think
times,
we
that
hide it
Unhallowed Rites can
well, not
feel
very
kind
well,
of
to be honest.
awkward down there.
Not
As
very
it
well.
Listen to
cost
me
pitch,
talk
it
for
doesn't
a few hours,
have
it'll
you know
come
any
out.
kind of inherent
yeah.
go again.
Anyone
You
who
often need
watches
other
Fight Club
things to
know that I
enable
make
this card.
a
So
lot
the
of, like,
Unhallowed
80s
Rites
and 90s
can kind of
references,
clog
so
things up and
those are
make
the
things
good old
clunky
days.
for a couple turns. But if you are able to
So it
play
looks
it
like
and
we
set up
have,
even a bigger late
we do have
game
a
pitch
hit off
stack,
of
and
this Soul
Dennis,
Shackle. Ooh,
are you
this is
kidding
a
me?
spicy card. This is
Are you
so
kidding me?
It's going to be. It has an alternate.
Are you
cost
joking
here,
me?
Where you can banish a card from your hand, instead of paying its cost.
Dennis
And if
called
that
the
card
Soul
is banished
Reaping
from hand,
from
a blood
Arsenal.
debt
Ladies and
gains a
gentlemen,
resource
the
for
Prophet
every
Dennis
card done this
dropping
way.
by stream
Yeah,
to
Fano, we're
give
gonna
us
read through.
the
This
goods.
is one of those cards
Soul
that
Reaping
is
from
very
Arsenal
powerful, very
here,
great as you just said, but
generating a
it is
pitch. How
exceptionally
did you
powerful
know,
in this
dude?
matchup.
I love
Because
this
he put
card.
the it's the only
It's one of
6
those
attacking
cards
chain.
where it's
How
a
did you know?
legendary
But he put the
card,
6
functional,
dice on there?
but not
It could have been a
very
CNC.
right, so you
Could have been
gotta
CNC.
That's true. Let's see.
So that's really important to note.
Wow.
For Fino, right?
Drops
So,
the
like, this is
Soul
the
Reaping
Soul
here.
Reaping, right? Doesn't have more than one. He just has.
Did
a
not
Soul
expect to
Reaping.
see
But
this.
is a fantastic card.
Jacob
And we can see that
Bao
resource floating
essentially
there in
telling,
Jacob's pitch
but
zone,
then
and
not
that's from
telling,
the effect of
but
Soul
then
Reaping, you know,
maybe
banishing
telling
and
again
then
what was in his
generating
arsenal to the public.
that,
I think he might have screwed up here, though.
resource. Another little
Because he didn't Soul Shackle before he did this. He was kind of banking off of the Go Again from him having a card in Arsenal, card in Soul. But now Fino was able to take that card out of Soul and have him lose the Go Again on it.
Spectral Shield token.
So unless he's got another way to
have a
generate
double
Go Again or
this will
pop
be
Time
blocking
Skippers,
all
that's
of
going to be
the
it for
Soul
his
Reaping.
turn.
Time
And he
Skippers
doesn't
isn't
is
an instant,
stacking
is
up
it?
A lot of cards
Oh, that's
in
true,
his
yeah.
banish
I believe
zone,
Time
kind of
Skippers is
something
an
for a
action.
really
Yeah.
big
I
turn.
made
You know,
that mistake
as a team
yesterday.
player, you kinda wanna
Yeah,
do
so
that,
I
right?
actually think that was a little bit of a
But
misplay there
these
because he
cards
didn't shackle ahead of time. So
functionally in
he
your
kind
hand,
of
right?
shut down
You
his
can play
turn
them
and
from the
cost
banish
himself a
zone
little
if you
bit of
meet
blood
the certain
debt there.
requirements. A lot of them,
It did
you
look like
can't
he
play
shut
them
that
until you
down,
play
and that
a
blood deck's
non-attack
starting
action.
to stack up.
But yeah,
It's
there's
scary to
great
see
to-
that blood debt
to
just
ramp
start to
up here.
stack
Yeah,
on the
this is
side
a
of chain.
blue
Jacob has to
Fortune
become
Herald
kind of
coming
more aware of
Yeah,
that,
this
or
is kind
is
of
going to
the-
have to be aware of that. This is a
hedge,
blue
right?
War
The
Tune
Fortune
Herald
will
with
get some
one
damage
float
where we can, but
dropped on the side of
we see Jacob,
on the
he
side of
started
board
to
of
realize as
Fano.
well the
And
way this
things
game's
like
gonna play
Herald
out.
of Erudition
He knows that Fano
would
is
normally
going to
feel
turtle
like
up.
amazing
Exactly.
cards.
He's turtling up,
Against
he's trying to
Carrion
keep,
Husk
so
here just
yeah,
don't
you
feel
will
like
see
great
him
cards to play.
maybe not be as aggressive with some of these blood deck cards as you'll see in some of the other matches
Blocking
where he's
with
more worried about his
Skullcap
life total.
and
So what he's going to do here is he's going to kind of stock up.
Command and Conquer. It was my understanding that a Command and Conquer there pops War Tune Herald.
Yeah.
That's doable, Fano. He
Yeah.
can take that and
Yeah, I think this, and this is really a kind of a testament to what happens after 11 rounds of play. Is like you can kind of tell that Jacob is starting to get a little bit tired. That mental fatigue might be starting to kick in a little bit, and I think it's showing a little bit. I think that was two mistake plays in a row. That well, again, I've played against Jacob, and he's an awesome player, but.
Seasoned chain player.
I think that's
right?
yeah. I think that's a fair assessment. I think we have to remember that these guys have played Flesh and
A lot
blood now for 2 days straight, hours and hours and hours and on end, and things like this can and will happen.
What you hit from your Soul Shackle, right? As well as
so there's the Howl from Beyond.
What he drew into. This one is
one floating. No Soul Shackle made here yet.
It's a red one. It's going to give a good old +3, cost 2 resources.
Howl from Beyond, great target.
Yeah, so he's
You
setting up
might
for a
see
fairly
Unhallowed
full
Rights
turn here instead of a wide
just
turn,
here
but
to
also
recycle the
right
Howl
here.
from Beyond.
This is a non-attack
Right?
action.
Unhallowed Rights coming around to recycle Howl from Beyond, put that at the bottom of the deck, could be an absolutely wild play here. But in the meantime, that threatening +2 makes different cards in Fano's deck look a little bit better, right? Your Soul Shield feels a little bit better that's in hand here to block something where it's going to get enough value. So he did make Soul Shackle here. He has Go Again. And here comes Unhallowed Rights for 7 and putting back the Howl from Beyond onto the bottom of the deck, just like we discussed. Because like you, Dennis, I am also a prophet.
A 7 power attack here, so this is going really tall, right? This does have Go Again. Chain kind of
so 7 power attack here, looking like Soul Shield can't eat this. There is a Soul Shield in hand, but the question is Fano looking to kind of mitigate as much damage as he can and arsenal that Soul Shield for the end of the game? I'm interested to see how he plays this as one of the premier players in our game. Now, Fano keeping his life total at maximum, sitting up there at 38 right now.
To block with 2 cards, blocking out 6 here. I do love the like
Jake
the
about
representation
not
on the board
seeing
with that
much
chain, like you
Captain's
mentioned.
Call,
It's
not
like,
seeing
hey,
Malvern
this does
Skies,
have
not
Go
seeing
Again,
these
just to be
inherent
completely
sources
clear. I
of
love the
Go
really,
Again
really
that we're
tight
used to
plays
seeing
here on the Pro Tour.
out of this chain deck. And as the Soul Shackles start to stack, sooner or later, we are going to get into banished territory. We'll be banishing Art of Wars and things of that nature.
Yeah, it'll be definitely really interesting to see because it looks like he's keeping a lot of stuff in Blood Debt, and I'm not sure if that's intentional or he's just having a hard time clearing it out. And it looks like we do see a Captain's Call here on Arsenal.
So we do see a Captain's Call of Arsenal with Go Again, blocking 3, Fano blocking 3 for the 3 Bounding Demigod, not even a blink.
Although that means that we know he's for sure putting that Soul Shield into Arsenal, and he doesn't have an option of playing it this turn. So anything else coming through is for sure getting some damage.
100%, but the only thing coming through is that Bounding Demigod for 3. The Fano blocking 1 with Phantasmal Footsteps, taking 2, and I think it's clear to see here, Fano on more of a fatigue strat, keeping his life total as high as possible, and either waiting for kind of the perfect hand, or this chain just to run himself out of gas. And that's an option when you play chain, right? The option for chain, just like all your kids and stuff like that, to kick and scream and run themselves out of gas is there.
Only a Bounding Demigod added here, kind of a little bit of a hit and miss.
Yeah, a bit of a whiff there. Hitting 1 is still not bad, but it's not exactly what you want to see.
Bounding Demigod in the arsenal, I believe it's a blue Bounding Demigod as well. So not the best card.
Alright, so Fano doesn't have a whole lot of blockers this time. Looks like he's got a Sigil and a Parable in hand.
Sigil and a Parable, but remember the Parable does represent 6 block. Fano giving us the eyebrows. Checking us out here for a second. Remember that Parable in hand actually represents 6 block with the use of the Soul Shield that is in Arsenal right now.
That's the card that we're really looking for Jacob Ball. When an Art of War comes up for one of these.
And remember with Fano, you always have to look for the signature got you on screen.
Oh yes, I forgot. You have to look for it. We got to see if we can spot it. If we spot it, chat. If you spot it, you win. If you spot the signature gotcha on stream, you win. Here comes +2 from Captain's Call. There's a Malvern Skies that we're looking for. A Captain's Call pitch into a Ghostly Visit for exactly 6. The value here from that Soul Shield is going to be nutty.
As well as an on-hit effect of
what is it you do with me, Jim?
A single rune chant token. I would love to see that.
Oh, the eyebrows?
Again, because that was a magnificent alt art. But it does have Go Again. So just on board here, if you're Fino, you're like, okay, we have this big attack coming in. He also has Bounding Demigod that he can play following this up if he wants. He also has that Rosetta Thorn, like you mentioned, if he wants.
All right. Big attack sitting here. Malvern Skies.
He's threatening a little bit more damage. A little bit more damage here.
Have we made a Soul Shield and played Malvern Skies?
Yep.
We're gonna big attack.
Oh yes, Malvern Skies is the next Rune Blade attack, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we played both on the combat chain. Here comes the Bounding Demigod for 1 hit. Make a rune chant.
It will have that little
Oh,
bonus
2.
from its own
2.
effect,
Bounding
so,
Demigod when played from Arsenal gets +1. So 2 hit, make a rune chant.
which isn't, nothing.
Fano saying, you know what? I'm here.
With the Herald of
I'm here to
Evolution.
block these.
And I mean, And then
Is
follow
that a
up
Legion
with,
spoiler in the
good
background?
old, 2 and
You
2.
darn well know it is, Hunter.
Yeah, one of the better
You darn
weapons
well
in
know it
Legion,
is.
Especially at token rarity.
It's
Might
qui-
be the best.
It's quite good.
That's why it's blurred out.
Once again, I don't think that's very arguable either.
That's
I
why
think
it's
just,
blurred
one
out,
of the
Hunter.
One of the best weapons in the entire game. It pushes 4 damage for 1.
There's
and
some
it's not just
exciting
raw
spoilers
damage, it's
coming
like
up in
split
Legions
damage.
that I'm
It's like
pumped for.
4 difficult to deal with damage.
Yeah, and we see that we have Nullrune gloves up here, which has Arcane Barrier 1. If everybody at home, since
Okay,
there's an instance
so
of Arcane
Fano
Barrier
again
2,
really
it's only
committing to
2
that,
villains
and
as
this
a 2.
chain
You
deck
could only
looking
permit
smaller
one. You can't be like,
and
all right,
smaller.
push
The deck
2
looks
reavers
like
in
it's
here, all
starting to
Arcane
shrink,
Barrier 1
and
twice in
if
the
you're
same
on the
instance,
side
you can't do that. You can only do it
of
once per
Jacob,
instance. Yeah.
you're
So
kind of
the
worried that
instinct
this
to
life
is
total
once
hasn't
they
started to
build it.
dwindle
The-
at
yeah,
all yet.
It also should be noted that the
Yeah.
Crown of Reflection.
Yeah,
does have
TCG
healing
Timmy, he's
defensive
got to be on a
damage as
fatigue
well.
strategy. There's way too
Uh,
many defense reactions in his deck to
Okay,
not
so
be.
this is good and bad.
100% on a
Right,
fatigue
3 hits,
strategy,
and then
but
also
here's the
we are
banishes,
Ardor,
and we
so
saw great
that's-
early
that's a
pitch
good hit,
banishes
but also
from
one less
Jacob.
Ardor that
This
you
chain
have to
player,
play with.
not at the top
So
tables
that
because
was
he
what I
gets
was talking
beat
about,
by
really looking
fatigue
out for.
strategies.
Yeah,
He
it's gonna be
know
super important.
what's
Everyone
going
knows
on.
one
He
turn,
knows how to
there's
play
the
this
front
match,
turn from
and
him.
he has
3 hits
hit
out here,
some
pretty big,
amazing
4
banishes
hits
this
to
time
Jacob.
around.
And you may
But if we
notice
look in the bottom of that
he hasn't
banish
really
pile,
done much.
what's
That's
that
by
top
design.
card?
Exactly. I mean, you just want your chain opponent to deck
What's
yourself.
that top card?
You want to.
It is Art of War.
Like, hey, if you're just gonna
TY, yes, we got permission from LSS to do a watch-along live stream, so shout out to LSS. Thank you guys so much at LSS. And remember, at 85 or at 100 live concurrent viewers,
And Fano's doing a really
I
good
put
job.
on
there's
the
the
caster
gotcha.
jacket.
There's the gotcha.
All I can see is
There
the
was.
value
Was
of
it?
my card.
Yeah,
He's doing it right
What they
now.
are, I don't care what the name is. I don't
Is
care
he?
what they do. I want to know how much this is
He
blocked
just
for.
I didn't see it. I was
How much
talking to
life does that
chat.
gain?
Yep.
Oh no,
And it's
did I
just
miss
like,
it?
block.
You
What are
missed
gonna
it.
do? I block it.
I missed it.
I can't block.
Here
I
comes
block
the sink
twice.
below.
How much
Sink
is that
below
coming
coming
for?
down.
It's coming in for 4. Okay, I block it.
Looking to
Block
sink
it.
a card.
Oh,
Drawing
there's
back
Art of
up.
War.
Will
This is
sink,
Art
will
of War
draw.
from
There
hand.
is an Art of
Or,
War
you mentioned it
right
earlier,
there.
It's just such a awesome card.
Jacob and I
in
played
chain
top 8.
because,
Sam Dando.
you know, it typically
Yes,
has a
Jacob is
downside
an
of
amazing
banishing
player.
attack
He's not
action,
here because he
but you
easily
banish
gets
an
beat by
attack action
fatigue
that you
strategies,
can then
guys.
play
He's aware,
with
just like
chain,
we're aware
and,
that Prism is on fatigue.
it's
He
basically
is
the
aware that
concept,
Prism
right?
is on
You
fatigue.
get your draw 2, and I'm not entirely sure what the other effect is. Possibly go again. I'd be willing
Oh,
to bet
okay. It
go
looks like
again
he
here.
flashed in an
It's,
Art of War to
good old
leak a little
draw
bit of
2, go
damage.
again, which
That
is,
will he flash an Art of War to leak a little bit
setting
of
up for
damage.
a
So
pretty wide turn.
I know he picked Banish 1 draw. I'm assuming he picked
Oh,
Banish
maybe
1
it
draw
looks like
2
a
and plus
plus
1.
1 here.
Yep. Banish 1 draw 2
We do
plus 1. The Drip
have-
Daddy himself live in
We still have
chat.
the 3 cards in the banish zone here. So I mean, Jacob does have a lot.
Here
of
it comes.
options here.
Okay, this could be a very wide turn.
Looks like we have. Let's see. Motioning that
This
the
could be a
spectral
wide
shield is
turn.
going to
There is a Shadow Verser in the
absorb-
Banish Zone,
Maybe
which
more
can give
extra
some go
power
again.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
is a Rift Bind, which,
That was
based on
played
what's in the
good
hand,
after. So yeah,
could
the
be
Ardor was
pretty
played,
big.
After
This
the
is an
fact,
interesting
more
turn.
damage,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. As an
So
attack
that Bounding
reaction, right,
Demigon
it's
leaks
an
no
instant,
damage, right?
Little combat.
Because
Yeah,
of the Spectral
Exactly,
Shield.
right. So he's
Right, he
setting
tried
up
to he
his
tried to leak
rest
it
of
over
his
because of
turn,
the
but also
Malvern Skies to get
that
himself a
makes sense.
rune chant, and
I think that's
Fano
a great use of this. Just to
dropped
push
the
a
soul
little bit of damage
shield
through, but Fino's
or
like,
dropped
hey,
the soul
I don't wanna
to
take
make
any
the
damage.
shield and keep it from happening.
And then Jacob's
All
like,
right,
okay,
here we
well,
are. Chain
let
on his
me-
turn.
let
Art
me
of
see
War
how I
turn
wanna
here. We
follow
see
this
one
up.
Art of
Okay,
War
so
on the
we got a bunch of
battlefield. We
cards
see
in hand,
one
a
Art
bunch
of War in the
cards
Banish Zone.
and Banish
Here
as
comes the
well.
Shadow
How
of
many- this is
Ursa
where the chain players make
with
their money.
no
This is where they
inherent
take
go
themselves
again. Now remember,
apart.
he has an
These
option to
turns that
banish a
give
card
me
from his
nightmares,
hand, which
I
looks
don't
like he
think I
will
can
do.
ever sequence this
Seeping
right.
Shadows
Yeah,
banish from the hand.
It's a lot of
Giving Shadow
precision
Verser go
points.
again. Fano ready.
So this
Snap
is a
blocks
Shadow
with the
Verser.
boots, knowing no
Shadow
chance I'm
Verser
breaking
is,
the boots
a
here.
staple, obviously,
Barring
for
some
chain
Razor
players. It's a
Reflex
card that you
tech
play from your
over
banish
the
zone.
top.
It has an alternate cost,
Fano snap blocks.
or an
Shadow
additional cost,
Verser
I
for
should say,
3
of
with
banishing another card
instantaneous
from your
go
hand,
again.
to give the Shadow Verser go again.
2
which,
pitch
Jacob
floating.
does. He banishes
No
these,
Soul
Seeping
Shackle
Shadows
used yet.
from hand to give the Shadow Verser go go again. So
Blue
this is
bounding
just shaping up
Demigod,
to be a very, very
swinging
wide
for 3
turn
from the
here.
Banish Zone with
And,
Art of War.
Give it the Art of War, pumping
I
all
believe
these attacks
closing
by
the
one is gonna
combat
be,
chain here.
Going to be great for how wide this turn is going to be. Jacob still has cards in hand.
Yep, I can mute the
so,
video audio 100%. Closing the combat chain here. Fano still staring down. Fano definitely on the fatigue strategy. Might be fatiguing himself. Looking a little bit sleepy as he leans with the Silky Suave new haircut and the Sonic the Hedgehog mask. Respect for both. And Jacob forced to really dig to the bottom of the barrel and find a solution here. Looks like we will play Seeping Shadows as another non-attack action play. We all have to read Seeping Shadows every once in a while when we play it. And here comes the Riftbind. There have been 2 non-attacks played at this point. because Art of War is not a non-attack, but it does give +1. So Riftbind for 7 here with Go Again off the Seeping Shadows. 2 pitch floating. It looks like we'll be able to throw the Bounding Demigon and Rosetta Thorn. So we'll be able to make Soul Shackle, throw Bounding Demigon, and throw Rosetta Thorn in this turn. Yeah, this could be insane.
Yeah, this turned into a really nice play from Jacob.
This did turn into a really nice play for Jacob, but regardless of how nice the play is, look, Fano still has 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal, 1 card, and then 29 life. Still at a pretty high life total. Jim Williams envies Jacob because of his beard. There's some beard envy going on in stream here. Make Soul Shackle.
Hey.
Hey, what's
up? Do you want to go to the casino with us in a little bit?
No.
Just so we know, we can hear your background noise, Dennis, so in case any private conversations, I don't want anything leaked.
Get you too and see if you want to go.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Bye.
All right. I just wanted you to know, Dennis, we can hear your conversation, so I didn't want any private conversations about spoilers and all the flesh and blood info you have to be leaked on stream.
No problem. Sorry, I thought I muted my mic.
No, you're good. I just, like I said, I was trying to protect you. Fano getting a deck count here. Rosetta coming in for 2 and 2, digging into a deck count. There is an Eclipse. We see an Eclipse pitch early, so the strategy to bring out Eclipse and try to get some value that way is very viable, but Prism does kill Ursa pretty effectively. This is going to be interesting to see. Fano getting a deck count, trying to count the number of cards in deck, see how far he is off the fatigue strategy, doing math. Both of these players clearly much better at math than you and I, Dennis, because we wouldn't know what we were looking for, guys. 10 more live concurrent viewers, and I put on the caster jacket. We're at 90. I got the caster jacket ready to go. We're at 90 concurrent viewers for day 2 of Pro Tour Indy. This is sick. Here comes the Miraging Metamorph block. I'm sure Fano was debating, hey, do I take this and throw something back or block? I think block is the right call. You can't pivot back and forth between the aggressive strategy and the fatigue strategy. You have to stick to your guns. I think that's a great call, and he doesn't leak that much damage on an Art of War turn.
Yeah, what was that? He leaked about 9 damage, I want to say.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. We definitely don't like that, or don't hate that. I think about 9 damage leak. Fano ticks Tunic up to 3, offers to pass. He does have no cards in Soul, but the deck blocks efficiently. We've seen Sink Belows. We've seen the Sigil of Solace. This deck is meant to fatigue this chain deck. Chain with no arsenal going into this turn. Early Soul Shackle. Makes me a little bit nervous.
We see that Fano has another Sigil in hand, and I'm 90% sure he's got a Sigil in arsenal.
Okay, so it looks like we could be sitting on 2 Sigils, and that could definitely throw off the math when it comes to a chain player trying to figure out how far he has to go. And this is a common play. We're about to find out if that's a Sigil in arsenal. Command and Conquer coming down. No defense reactions. Blocking 6 here. Command and Conquer blocks 6. Hand is empty. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. It could all be down to this. This could be a great turn. Okay, so the lead. Okay. We will have Go Again because I believe we made a Soul Shackle. Is that correct? I believe we have Go Again off this. I believe lead the charge, gain an action point. I believe we still have 1 action point. But I don't think we have any floating. This will be interesting to see. Oh, no. Did Chain not banish at the start of turn?
Oh, I don't think he did.
I'm trying to think. I don't think Chain banished at the start of turn.
Yeah, because that Art of War is still on top.
I don't think we had a Chain banish at the start of turn, and now we've entered an interesting position, guys. Robert Anderson also asking the same question, did he banish? We're not sure. It sure doesn't look like he banished, and it sure doesn't look like either player caught it. I don't believe this was an act of cheating or anything like that. It doesn't seem like it. At least both players were aware of the deck count. After knowing both players, this was not the case. It just looks like we may have missed the banish trigger.
I think he got thrown off because Fano was doing the deck check right before his turn started.
Yes, and that's not wrong of Fano or anything. It's just it just throws you off your normal rhythm, right?
Yeah.
And that thing happens. And I think, and Fano being such a good guy too, just after interacting with him and talking with him personally for a couple weeks, he's a really nice person. I don't think there's anything malicious here.
Yeah.
So here we go. We're trying to figure out what's going on here. I think the judge is going to look to resolve this issue. I don't think he banished, guys. This is an interesting scenario with no banish here. When you miss this banish trigger, I'm interested to find out what happens. I'm not sure what happens when you miss the banish. Have you ever had this happen at an event, Dennis?
I have not. I have to imagine that even though it wasn't intentional, it's going to result in some kind of IP penalty.
Okay. So you think there's an IP penalty, and it does. The question is it beneficial for the chain player to have missed the banish or not beneficial, right? That's where we come to try to find out here. So they're cleaning up the turn. We are definitely going to find out what the situation here is. There's a 1 counter on chain, and I wonder, it's Stamdando is showing us it's an IP2. So putting that at the bottom of the deck. And let's see. Sam saying IP2 plus a warning. Sam would definitely know what's going on. Resident pro player, resident awesome dude. It doesn't look like... Trying to figure out... It looks like Jacob drew 4 cards. So it doesn't look like there was any kind of IP penalty assigned. It looks like there was no IP penalty assigned. They will be banishing cards off the top. 1, and they will banish for the 6. So the 6 banishes is the banish of the turn. At least that's the typical Sam with the typical pro ruling for breaking game states. It's awesome to have someone in chat so knowledgeable like that. Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. So we do hit 3 banish cards. We had a Riftbind, we had a Bounding Demigod, and that famed Invert Existence. We're getting a deck count. I'm not going to try. I was going to try to count along and give you guys a deck count, but there's no chance I can keep up with that and count these cards through video on stream. But looking at the size of the graveyard versus the discard pile versus the size of the deck, it does look like we're about halfway through. Chain playing a pretty large stack there, it looks like. Sam Dano knows from personal experience. Well, did you write your name on your deck list? That's the only question I have for you.
I'm just bringing like deck lists with your name written on it from now on when we go to events together.
For those who don't know, I forgot to write my name on my deck list. I got an IP4 on stream. It was horrible.
Yeah, IP4.
It was horrible. Howl from Beyond dropped. This is the big buffer. It does turn on cards in Fano's deck, like the Unmovable that we saw, like the Soul Shields. But this card can push some big damage if it's not met with an equally large defense reaction. Bounding Demigod for 7 with Go Again off chain. Looks like blocking for 7 with the Impenetrable Belief tech. The Impenetrable Belief tech, if a card is entered banished, it blocks for +2, blocking for 7. Jacob shaking his head at the Impenetrable Belief tech. Art of War, banish 1, draw 2, and probably, and +1. No Go Again here. Banish 1, draw 2, and +1. So I expect to see a Mauvrin Skies or Captain's Call from hand here. Man, Jacob thought he was getting over the top, saw the block,
well,
shook his head.
The important thing to note here is that depending on what Jacob has in hand, this could be an Ursa turn. There's 5 Blood Dead on the field, and if he drops 1 more and is able to play all 6, we could be seeing Ursa.
Very true. Great call, but pitch will be light here, right? Pitch will be light here. If he's able to drop 1 more, something like a Shadow of Ursa would help enable that. Shadow of Ursa, some kind of blue, would maybe help enable that. Fano having a blast, enjoying himself, playing on that back foot, and playing defense on turns like this can be stressful. What to block, what not to block. How we play this turn could make a big difference in the course of the game. Howl from Beyond again.
Ooh, all right.
Howl from Beyond number 2, Electric Boogaloo, pitching a yellow Strill of Skullform. Ghostly Visit pitch to play Riftbind. Holy smokes, that's a big old Riftbind.
All right, so we won't be seeing Ursa this turn.
No, we won't be seeing Ursa, but +2 from the 2 non-attack actions, and then +3 from Howl from Beyond. We're getting +5 on this Riftbind. Looks like it's coming in for 8. Do we have a Soul Shield still sticking around? Looks like
9.
this bad boy's coming in for 8.
9.
9. 9. It's coming in. Oh, Art of War +1. Art of War +1 always gets me, coming in for 9. Now, this would be a ridiculous moment. This right here would be a ridiculous moment to have unmovable. The worst of ridiculous moments. Fano does take the 9. Riftbind getting in there and getting it done for 9.
Oh, he just took it? Did he not have anything to block with?
He might not have had anything to block with. Drawing up, passing, having a conversation with his opponent, being just like me, talking with his hands. What could this be? Here comes the 7 banishes. That deck looking thin right now. 100% just holding out to get Ursa. Now, there's a lot of cheap stuff to play, but not a lot of go again. Not a lot of face-up go again we're seeing on the field. And that's the part that makes you nervous, right? Not a ton of face-up go again. Sooner or later, that time skipper is going to just have to be used. And even Art of War now, to banish 1, draw 2, and get go again, is not the greatest in the world. Because you're in a position where you're drawing more cards out of your deck. Chain at the end of his rope. Blood debt stacking up. I think he's definitely dealt more damage to himself than Fano's done to him throughout the course of the game, but sometimes that's how these fatigue matchups go. I'm interested. I'm leaning in. This could be a good game.
Yeah, it looks like he's got maybe 1.5 banishes left.
I think maybe he's got 1. Maybe. And that's a strong maybe here. Ladies and gentlemen, this one's coming down to the wire. We will not be here for much longer, as Chain definitely has to try to figure out how to get this done. Minnowism onto the field. Buffing something big. Pitching Shadow of Ursa. I love the pitch. Showing Riftbind going to search for a Minnowism. I would have to believe that we're 100% setting up to try to bring out Ursa in this game. Belittle, searching for a Minnowism. Finds a blue Minnowism. 2 pitch floating, blue Minnowism found. And you wonder if there's an Aether Ironweave in this deck that would have been run had he known Fano was on a fatigue strat. Oops, excuse me. Big hiccup.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I know that Aether Ironweave is definitely like good tech against the control strategy. I'm not 100% sure there's a lot of chain lists that that can spare the extra sideboard slot. Most people value Carrion Husk too much.
Right. Well, Carrion Husk is a great value, especially in today's Starvo meta. It's a great card, but you gotta wonder if Jacob could rethink this and know he was on fatigue strat. Is there anything in the board that may have helped? I'm always interested in stuff like that. Belittle coming in for 6, seeming like a really popular Soul Shield target here. Nope, gonna block for 3. And then we see, if we look in the hand of Fano Black, we see it. The Arclight Sentinel is in hand. Enough to play it as well. Arclight Sentinel is in hand. There is enough pitch to play it as there is a blue, a yellow, and a Tunic counter. Will we see Arclight Sentinel on the next activation? Go again on Unhallowed Rites here. Fano debating the Arclight Sentinel. Does it generate enough value to drop right now? Is the value there?
I don't think so, just because he knows that he searched up that blue Minnowism and he knows he's got the time skippers active. So you're not eating attacks at that point, you're just eating the time skippers, which is important, but I don't think it's enough value.
I think so too. I think I make the same assessment you do, and it's interesting to see here how this gets played. These are the turns where both chain players and prism players make their money. These are the turns that separate those players, the players at the Pro Tour, from most. Even after all these rounds, the grind is on, and we're going to see how this plays out. I would think, Dennis, I'm with you, but if there's a second Arclight Sentinel in Arsenal, he could go back-to-back, and the notion of going back-to-back might be enough to close this thing out.
No, I'm
now,
still
you're
pretty sure that
it's a Soul Shield, or a sigil, right?
Yeah.
So Dennis is pretty sure that's a Sigil of Solace in Arsenal. Man, oh man, this is going to be close. And speaking of close, how many viewers are we at? I didn't even look. We're at 94 concurrent viewers. 6 more, ladies and gentlemen, to 100. Let's go. Let's go.
At this point, if we get to 100, you're going to have to wear the blazer jacket tomorrow.
At this point, you know what? I might wear the blazer jacket tomorrow. It's top 8. I got to be fancy. Let me know in the chat what you think of this game. Let me know if you want me to put on the blazer for tomorrow and look all very professional. Very professional. Arclight Sentinel still trying to decide how they want to play this turn. This is definitely a close one. I can't believe that we're staring down an Arclight Sentinel at the end of a Chain Prism game. This is the one. This is the move on both sides of the board that both decks prepare for, and it's possible that we see it right now. And Fano could do something more interesting. Fano could drop Arclight Sentinel aggressively and try to draw into a second one. That feels super thin, though. 8 Soul Shackle banishes. Shadow Averser pitch tick down to 1. Here comes the Rosetta. Maybe. Psych. Yep. Nope. Maybe. Got me. Ghostly Visit for 4. I don't know if I like that play. I think maybe I'm trying to get out Ursa at the end of this game. Ghostly Visit for 4.
The problem is I don't think that this deck can generate enough go again anymore to get out Ursa.
That very well could be possible. We could be out of Malvern Skies and Captain's Calls and enough go again to really get out Ursa. And there it is, the aggressive Arclight Sentinel at the end of turn that I was talking about. Now, Jacob will have a chance to play around this and pop time skippers, but using that pitch to do so means it's far less likely that he is able to get out Ursa and play through all that blood debt. Here we go. Important banish. 8 cards coming off the top of the deck, going into that banish zone with an Arclight Sentinel on board. Fano at 8 life. Can he live here? He knows that he is close.
11 life.
I thought he's at 8.
Yeah, plus that Sigil and Arsenal.
If that's not a Sigil and Arsenal, you're going to look like a fool.
I already look like a fool.
If that's not a Sigil and Arsenal, you're going to look like an absolute fool, my friend. You better hope for your sake. That's a Sigil and Arsenal. Ooh, a Captain's Call and a Mauve Skies coming off the top. We know that we wanted to draw those cards. Captain's Call, Mauve Skies coming off the top here. What's it going to be? Closing moments of this game. Things are getting wild. Banish Zone starting to look stacked. Eclipse staring down Fano at 8 life. Arclight Sentinel on the board. Do we have the pitch? Lead the Charge is available. Lead the Charge blue only triggers off of a 2 or more cost attack. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So Lead the Charge blue on the board, only triggered off a 2 or more cost attack. Howl from Beyond played.
Yeah, cost 2 or greater.
I think we're desperately seeking for a way to get Ursa onto the battlefield. We're trying to find it. We're digging. We're digging for a way. We need Ursa. Ursa is the answer. Ursa is all we have left. I think we're going for it.
Yeah, and honestly, that makes this Arclight Sentinel play that much better, because if it wasn't for the fact that he had to he has to burn those 3 resource points on time skippers, I think Ursa might have actually been viable.
Maybe. Well, he played lead the charge instead of using it for pitch. So, oh, he generated go again off Howl from Beyond. Lead the charge is the next card you play. Okay. It's not attack.
Okay.
So he popped Arclight with Rosetta Thorn here. Now, second Arclight right there would have been devastating, but Time Skipper's still available, so Fano holds on. 8 life. Fano Black. Lots of blood debt here. What are we going to do? Here comes the bounding for 7. Excuse me. Excuse me, chat. Excuse me. Bounding for 7 coming across. Sink below will look to sink. Looks like he's throwing away a blue aura, but he will be vulnerable to drawing a no block here.
Yeah. And now even if he draws the Arclight, he won't have enough to lay it down, so...
Listic, thank you. If he draws the Arclight, he won't have enough to lay it down. Because Dennis is sold. He is certain. This man is betting his existence that is a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal right now on the side of Fano Black. Okay, so we pitch 2 more Blood Debt cards to the bottom.
All right, going in for the Time Skippers.
He's going in for Time Skippers right now. Pops Time Skippers. Has 2 action points. Has 1 action point? Don't know how many action points.
He's got 2 right now.
Got 2. Here comes the Ghostly Visit.
And I don't believe he's used Soul Shackle yet this turn.
Okay, no Soul Shackle yet this turn. Here comes the Ghostly Visit for 4. Time Skippers popped. Guys, we're on pins and needles. This is crazy.
Oh, wow, another Soul...
Sink Below?
Yeah, Sink Below.
Another Sink Below. Back-to-back Sink Belows. Coming out for Fano Black. Well-timed Sink Belows. 1 action point left. The action point was used up on Rosetta from Howl from Beyond. Here comes a Riftbind. Don't believe there's go again on this Riftbind. I think this will use up the action point. But how many Blood Debt cards will that be? How many Blood Debt cards? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many Blood Debt cards? I believe they're talking about the number of Blood Debt cards being played so far, and from what I can see, Bounding Demigon, Howl from Beyond, Riftbind, and Ghostly Visit, there's been 4 Blood Debt cards played. Does Eclipse have Blood Debt?
No.
So it doesn't count as the 6th Blood Debt card. Alright, so it looks like he will take 3. Fano will take Tunic up to 2. Shake his hands out. Shake his moneymaker. And here it comes. This will be one of the last turns, if not the last turn to this game.
Yeah, this has to be the last.
Can we get Ursa? Can we generate enough go again to get Ursa? I think we need to see something like Shadow of Ursa, banishing Shadow of Ursa into Shadow of Ursa. So we do have Shadow of Ursa in the graveyard and 1 in hand. We have 2 Shadow of Ursa available right now. Fano at 8 life. 2 Invert Existences currently available. But Invert Existence looks to target attack and non-attack action.
Yeah, but that doesn't actually matter for the purposes of playing it for...
No, not for Blood Debt. It's just an instant, 100%. Right.
But honestly, that's the reason why Fano is holding on to that Sigil. So when Jacob thinks that he has him with the invert at the end of the game, he can pop the Sigil.
Well, this is going to be wild. We're going to come down to the last turn of this game. The last turn of this game is going to be insane. What a wild ride. Ladies and gentlemen, we got there. 100 concurrent viewers.
There we go.
Today and tomorrow, I will be wearing the caster's jacket. Let's don the caster's jacket for the most important turn of this ridiculously awesome game. Here comes the Shadow of Ursa from hand, banishing the Shadow of Ursa. Let's go. Thank you, chat. Thank you for 100 concurrent viewers. Thank you for LSS for permission to do this stream. I'll even do the top button here. Let's go. We're official. We're here live with some awesome flesh and blood. I'm here with hometown TCG Dennis, Big Daddy Vegas himself, calling the last turn of this grindy matchup. Fano looking to block on a fatigue strategy, only at 8, but Chait, nothing left in the deck. What are we going to do? Here comes second Shadow versus Seeping Shadows is a great banish there. Could turn on the ability to play Eclipse this turn. Dennis, this is getting more and more wild. What is going on?
I don't know, man.
This is crazy. See, where did Seeping Shadows come from? I did not track that card through the deck.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive, but oh man, if he's got a couple blues in hand.
Well, presumably, as we get to the bottom of this deck, these are all blues, right?
Yeah.
Presumably, we're looking at a bunch of blues that were pitched and come back around, so pitch might not be a problem here. This is going to be interesting. No Soul Shackle made yet this turn. Bunch of blues coming around. At this point, Soul Shackle just representing free go again. Fano taking 2. Fano probably thinking, if Ursa comes out, I have to have a way to deal with this card. Here comes the Seeping Shadow. There's the Minnowism pitch. Belittle Minnowism package did its thing this game. Arclight Sentinel drop. Is that the game? He's played 3 Blood Debt cards. He could play... Is Eclipse an instant?
Eclipse is an instant, yes.
So can't he go invert, bounding, with bounding on the combat chain?
Yeah, he would have to throw
Eclipse.
bounding. Yeah, he would have to throw bounding after the Sentinel, and then he can go invert.
Does he get a window, or does the turn just end? The thing is, when you target Arclight Sentinel and the attack pops, does the turn just end? Fano Black with the Arclight Sentinel out of nowhere here.
Yeah, that is true. If he throws an attack, I think the turn just ends. So I think he has to invert before. Although I don't think he gets credit for the bounding regardless.
I think he does, because it's a card played, right? Sam Dando saying if it's a blue in hand, he has it. Fano Black, Arclight Sentinel on the chain. Sam, walk us through the line as our resident pro here in chat that you're thinking of the reason he has it, because I think he can go invert, bounding Eclipse, and he can drop Ursa and start to go to work. Let's find out. Bounding on the chain. Bounding on the chain, being popped.
Okay.
Looks like pitch to play both in, since they're all instants. Ladies and gentlemen, there it goes. Looks, he does get down Ursa. Sam is correct. Ursa hits the board. Cannot attack this turn, but Ursa hits the board, and now Soul Shackle just means Ursa for 6. Go again every turn. Here it is. I can't believe this worked. Sam Dando, you are correct. Our resident pro, 100% correct on this. 10th Soul Shackle that won't matter. Dennis, at this point, you're just Soul Shackling like a madman, right?
Yeah.
So 6 go again, and Ursa reads, you must attack and deal 6 damage to Ursa. If you deal 6 damage to Ursa, then Ursa dies. I believe you have to attack, what, once?
Right. Yeah, you attack once, and then he doesn't get free go again, but that doesn't matter so much with the Soul Shackle. And the nice thing is that Fano's at 2 life, so Rosetta Thorn is lethal, which means you're peeling 3 cards a turn.
You're peeling 3 cards a turn. However, yellow or red War Tune Herald off of a Tunic counter. If Fano just blocks out till he finds a War Tune Herald.
Yeah, but that won't even really so matter as much because Jacob's got enough of a life buffer that it's not a dangerous thing.
No, but if he does that, he can kill Urser, and once there's no more Urser, Fano can take over and win this game.
That's true.
Here comes what looks like a pitch. Is this a Soul Shield? And remember, if it's Sigil of Solace, Yep, he's got the Tunic to block the Rune Chant. Very true. Looks like he pitches to block the Rune Chant. He blocks with Phantasmal Footsteps, goes to 1. Sigil out of Arsenal. Dennis Kuhn, you're the man. Wait, that wasn't out of Arsenal. Oh, yeah, it was out of Arsenal. He's got one more card in hand. Is this third Sigil? Does he put the third Sigil in Arsenal for the Sigil play back to back? Arclight Sentinel drawn up. That card just rearing its head all over this game. Probably
Thomas,
not a great draw right here, but if that's a Soul Shield, at least Arclight Sentinel can turn into some block.
Yeah, no, this is an amazing game, Sam.
This game is incredible. So glad to have this on stream. So glad to have you watching along with us. The energy is so high, I had to stand up. Let's go. Ursa coming in every turn.
Tech.
The Sigil tech is all over the place. Foil sigils doing work. I got a stack of foil sigils around here somewhere. I don't know where they are off the top of my head. Here comes Rune Chant Urser. This is feeling like this is going to be the play a lot right now.
Yeah, it has to be, because he has to keep those 2 cards for pitching.
Right? And Arclight Sentinel can block the Rune Chant. Oh, so here comes Soul Shield. Soul Shield coming down, and getting Soul here may begin to be hyper important. Being able to build up some kind of Soul and be able to negate some of this damage. There is the Rune Chant. Will we pitch to block it? We will pitch to block it. The Parable Humility comes down, blocks. Fano keeps, is that 2 cards in hand? Fano keeps 2 cards. If that's 2 cards and he can kill Urser, he can take control of this game. Miraging Metamorph at Urser. I'm assuming at Urser. Is that correct?
It has to be. It has to be.
It has to be. I'm confused. Oh, that was Shimmers of Silver. That wasn't Miraging Metamorph.
Oh, okay.
That was Shimmers. Okay. I thought it was Miraging Metamorph. I'm like, what are we doing? I was like yelling at Fano through the screen. I'm like, win the game, dude. All right. And we're going to see this play pattern make Rune Chant, Urser, Rosetta Thorn.
He's trying to leak the 1 damage a turn and keep cards out of Fano's hand, which is what he has to do.
He has to. An Impenetrable Belief here. Not buffed. No cards have entered the banish zone this turn. Sam Dando correcting me on my Miraging Metamorph. That was Shivers. You are 100% correct. Looks like Fano is taking 2 here, going to 1. Oh, nope. Taking 1, going to 2. Taking none. I thought both those cards block for 2. Going to 2. Here comes the Rune Chant and the pitch. No cards left in hand. Staying at 2. Where are our 1-cost attacks? Where are our 1-cost heralds? Come back to us.
I'm not even sure it matters with the fact he's generating that Rune Chant every turn.
Now there is the War Tune Herald. Fano has found it and he set it aside. Notice he's found it. He has set it aside and he knows exactly what's coming here. He must block this 6. And he must block at least 2 of the next 1. And if he can do that, he can kill Urser. Here comes the block. Blocking 6 here. Blocking full 6. Here comes the Rosetta Thorn. He will take the Rune Chant. Oh no, Fano just gave his hand away. and he's going to throw Shrill of Skull form. Fano gave his hand away. He let him know. By putting it aside, he let him know the Fate Foreseen! The Fate Foreseen! What a psych out! What a play! Ladies and gentlemen, Fano Black keeps the War-Tuned Herald and is able to pop Ursa, keeping nothing but Minnowism left in the chain deck. That play was insane! Wow. Holy smokes! What did we just watch? Dennis, was that not the most insane thing you've ever seen happen?
No, that was crazy. Wow.
Holy smokes, it looked like he gave it away. He knew the War-Tuned Herald was there. Both players knew what they were looking for face up. He had the Fate Foreseen, and he is popping the Shadow of Ursa. Now, I don't know if there's a judge call here we're looking for. I don't know. There might not be an ability to concede, but the game is over. Fano Black takes home one of the most insane games of Flesh and Blood I've ever had the chance and the privilege to watch. Holy smokes. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that game was hype.
Yeah, that was a clutch game. That, man, down to the wire there, and just the amazing back and forth. Like, and that's the thing, is it didn't even really seem like a whole lot of back and forth, with the fact that Fano was basically just fatiguing the whole time. But like, that's just the kind of patience that you have to have, and like just the absolute pro tour energy.
Yeah, the Pro Tour acumen, the ability to hang tight through all of that damage, through all of that game. And no, I have my Tunic counter. I'm going to find my Herald, and I'm going to close this thing out and be able to sit tight. And the Sigil tech to just close that game and get the win. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am super glad that we got to watch that game together. That game was ridiculous. If you're here, if you're having a good time, if you're liking what you're seeing, consider liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing. We are over 100 concurrent viewers. So today and tomorrow, I will be wearing the Caster Blazer. I will be rocking the Caster Blazer. Shout out to you guys for making this awesome. And shout out to you, Dennis, for jumping into chat with me. Giving me someone to talk to. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing this, man. It's way better watching this stream.
Well, okay. I'm not, I said earlier in the reaction phase and in my video leading up to the weekend, while I might be unhappy with some things that other companies have done, this is a weekend to celebrate Flesh and Blood. This is not a weekend to complain about that. So I'm just happy to be here.
I'm just saying, it's awesome doing this with you.
Oh, okay. I think we all know what you were saying, but I appreciate you. Thanks, dude.
Way to bring it up, Josh.
That game was insane. I can't believe we got there. Awesome. We have MinMax Games in chat. What's going on? MinMax Games, if you got a breath, I've been getting pictures from the guys at MinMax Games all weekend. If you're there, if you've got a breath, tell us what the environment and the atmosphere is like. Tell us what the booth is like. Oh, should I just try to call Peter on stream right now?
Do it. Make it happen.
Should I try to call? There's no way he can answer, right? There's no way he has the time.
He'll make time for you.
There's no way he has the time. I'll just call him, and I don't want to blindside him. Just live call him on stream. I'll text him. Maybe I'll call him on stream. I want to know what the atmosphere at the Pro Tour is like. I can't believe I couldn't make it. I miss it. It looks awesome. I was so hyped. I had to move the sitting desk into the standing desk position. Whew. What a weekend. What a game. What a gameplay. Dennis, have you ever seen that?
Seen what?
Have you ever seen that game go like that long with a chain deck?
No. I mean, I've obviously seen chain decks deck themselves out type of a thing, but the fact that he was able to get Ursa at the end and kind of spare himself a little bit, that was huge.
That's crazy. Sam Dandos is there, Slam Dude. I've been getting pictures. I know. I can imagine how busy they are. They are just going crazy.
Also, can we just take a moment to hype out the fact that the calling sold out?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so let's talk about some barriers for success we wanted to see. And we'll talk later again this week about how the scheduling of the calling worked, how the sales of tickets and the allocation for spots and all like that. We'll get into that this week. But man, the fact that this event is so hype that our community sold this thing out. People traveling across the country and across the world to sell this event out was just nuts. I was so happy to hear how many people were there, how many people were loving the event. It's just everything about this weekend seems to be going extremely well. I'm hyped. I'm loving it. I I do want to check Easton, I believe, was our final hope. Devin Mychan in chat has been able to kind of tell us Easton's position. Easton on screen right now. Let's go. Let's go. Hometown TCG Easton. Hometown TCG Ascent out there showing out. So if we can get some updates in chat. In about 30 seconds, we're going into the next game. Get your predictions in chat right now. What is the next game? Who can correctly call the next game? We'll give you a shout out. We got one more game to go. Or wait, what was that? Was that round 11? Is that round 12? I don't even know.
That was round 11, I think.
Oh my gosh, we have so many more rounds to go. This stream has been hype. Thank you guys for hanging out. Get your predictions in chat. Tell me who we're going to see on stream in the next game. And I think I'm going back to the seated position. Dennis, what do you think? Standing, seated?
I'm always a fan of seated.
I think it's going back to a seated position. King, yes. Yeah, dude. I've been on the edge of my seat. I've been on the edge of my toes for this whole game, and it's been wild. The gameplay by both players was insane. I'm glad we got to watch that one. So promising. Sam Daniel thinks Uprising is going to catapult the game. I am tempted to agree with you. I'm pretty happy about our position in the gaming industry as I slide back into my chair at my desk here. Let's go.
Wait. This is Lexi v Kano. Yuki's back.
Yuki's back. We got Lexi. We got Kano. What a game. Let's go. Midmax is slammed, so I won't call Pete. I will make fun of him, though, and be like, oh, you're too busy for your fans. Real cool.
The official stream is on Twitch. It's not on YouTube.
The official stream is on Twitch, Matt. It is not on YouTube, but ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Alexander IV and Yuki Bender, two huge fan favorites going head-to-head in this matchup.
Yeah, it's nice to see both of these back on stream again, and Alex still only has the one loss, which I think he took to Starvo earlier today. So,
absolutely. So Alexander Vor 10-1, Yuki Lee 9-2. Here comes the game. One arcane barrier on the side of Yuki. That can be terrifying.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is Lexi does not do well with arcane barrier.
No, Lexi does make good use of her equipment. She does not like to have arcane barrier. You see Yuki take a deep breath as we see Alex look at the top of the deck and look to rip some damage early. Chat pointing out Yuki definitely showing the Kano disrespect with the equipment selection, and Kanos are loving. Kanos are feasting this weekend on no arcane barrier. In games that we've seen AB 3 and above, Kanos have struggled. And in games that we've seen AB 2 or fewer, Kanos have either gotten there or had a chance with a nice rip off the top to get there at the end of the game.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised to not see her running Heart of Ice right now, because that's kind of a staple for Lexi, specifically for this matchup.
Yeah, Heart of Ice would have been an interesting spot here, but I think Yuki made the same decision a lot of us made. And we just said, you know, if I have to pick these slots, these valuable slots in my deck for certain matchups, I'm going to forego the ability to kind of play against Kano. So it looks like she made that call, and we're going to find out if she's going to pay for it.
I really want to know how Sasha's doing. I know Sasha's another very big Kano player, and I have not seen him at these top tables, so I don't know if he made it to day 2 or not.
I'm not sure either. Guys, if you're a member of the Hometown TCG Discord, make sure you send me information as to how to get to standings. Any updates on standings are appreciated. We love to have them. That would just be a huge help. Thank you guys so much. I did reach out to Louis today. I think he's doing family stuff. I haven't heard back from the homie yet, but we've got the big homie. We've got Big Daddy Vegas himself, Hometown TCG Dennis hanging out. Dennis, this has got to be like one of your favorite games that we're about to see, right?
Oh, absolutely. I've loved Kano since I first started playing this game before Crucible War came out, but I'm just not smart enough to play him. And then the hero that I do like playing at these big events is Lexi. So these are two of my favorite heroes for sure.
All right, so Lesson and Lava going to the top of the deck. Unfortunately, this is going to get brutal for our Lexi player. Lesson and Lava going to the top of the deck. Aether Spindle going to, or hitting, Aether Spindle going to the top of the deck, 2 cards left in hand and 2 pitch floating indicates to me there's a blue left, will be playing that Aether Spindle, will be opting, and will be setting up later hands, and if you're Lexi, you don't love to see it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's Alexander Vor's build is different, but this deck has performed better than most Kano decks that I've seen. It seems like it has blues when it needs it. It doesn't have blues when it doesn't need it. And the one thing I've noticed that he does differently than myself and other Kano players that I've watched is I haven't seen him play the energy potion as much. Often he uses it to pitch, to Kano off the top, to get some value out of like a Sonic Boom or something like that. He doesn't take the time to lay down those energy potions. He's just putting them on the field. And that to me is counterintuitive, but man, oh man, at 10-1, is he just correct?
Yeah, that is the one thing, is that unfortunately Kano needs to close the game out so fast that a lot of times he can't take the time to set up those energy potions. And a lot of times you kind of rely on being able to either flip them off the top to get them on the field, or just have to use them for pitch to keep the momentum going. Because Kano has to leak through a couple of damage every single turn to get the life total low enough for that closing off.
100%. You're completely correct there. And the thing that you mentioned is getting off to a fast start. When Kano doesn't get off to a fast start, it puts him in this weird position. Like, he starts already behind the 8-ball. And if you go further and further behind, it definitely does not feel great. This is it. Yuki pulling the Goku, taking off the weighted jacket and saying, you know what? This is going to be serious. I can't fight you in my weighted clothes. That's the Goku move right there, the Vegeta. Like, all right, this is serious. I got a serious Kano opponent. Let's get down to brass tacks.
Yeah, the nice thing that Yuki's going to have going for her is the fact that she's playing Ice Lexi, which means that being able to lay down a couple of those Frostbites at key moments in that Heart of Ice that's already on the battlefield to pull a card out of Kano's hand is going to be very, very needed for her. And she needs to be able to... It looks like she's already working with a 6-card hand because she's got 2 in Arsenal, so... she's got to just be able to lay down a lot of damage and just keep disrupting Kano's hand.
100%, and this turn is going to be important.
Thanks, Devin. Sasha's at 15th. All right.
But, Devin, we still don't have updates on Easton, so you're killing me. You're killing me. And Ken, Piccolo was the OG weighted clothes wearer. That's true, but I don't know. It's Piccolo versus Goku. I'm going to say Goku on stream. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, Ken? Dude, Devin is the homie. Devin is the one behind the scenes making this stream run. Dennis, your job is lost at Devin right now. He is crushing it. Devin,
That's
shout
fair.
out everyone in chat. Shout out Devin. Devin rocks. Hooking us up with the info. Here comes the 3 of a kind from hand. 2 cards in Arsenal. No response from Alexander. Kano holding tight.
Oh, there we go. She took off the weighted cloak for the 3 of a kind turn. All right. Let's go.
There you go. Oh my gosh. 3 of...
Oh my God. All right.
What is happening? Yuki, what is happening? What is going on right now? Alexander Vor, what is going on? Do you think Alexander Vor is... Oh my God, look at all those cards.
Oh, she's got 2 Art of Wars in hand, too. I think she's just trying to do 30 damage this turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yuki Lee going, you know what? You will be blocking this turn. Like it or not, you're blocking my attacks.
Wait,
double
she can't
3
play
of
the
a
Art of
kind
Wars.
turn.
She can't play the Art of Wars. All right.
She cannot play the Art of Wars unless something hits.
Yeah.
Right? If she gets these reload ability, she can hit. Sam Dando pointing out what we all know, and we agree with you, Sam, but man is just hyped to see 2 3 of a kinds played. Look at all those freaking cards in hand. Easton 37th. All right, thank you so much, Devin. Devin the homie. Shout out Easton 37th at the very first Pro Tour. Really great showing for him. Oh, Kristen's calling. Hey, I'm live on stream. What's up? Oh, okay. No, she's in the basement. You got it. Maybe. I'm on stream right now still. All right, I love you. Bye. Come down and see her, and maybe I'll run upstairs. Okay, bye. Love you. Bye. As I told you guys, I was supposed to get going because my wife needed me to do stuff, but we'll watch through the end of this game. The dog is sitting here, curled up into a ball. We're going to get to the end of this game. Arrows have go again from the Perch Grapplers.
Last very long.
What?
I don't think this game is going to last very long one way or the other.
I don't think it's going to last very long either, but go ahead. Here we go. Sam says, it's turbo time. We're popping the Perch Grapplers. We're going to work.
Yeah.
Alexander Vore is like, I feel like I don't care. Sitting here going, I feel like I don't care. I feel like long hair don't care here. Alexander Vore saying, I'm going to kill you. You're going to kill me. And Yuki's looking at him saying, yep, this is a scenario. One of us is dying right here and now.
Yeah.
Frostlock on the combat chain is fused. Frostlock saying cards and activated abilities cost an additional 1. And if it's fused, it gains +1. If it hits a hero, they can't play or pitch cards with cost 0. Turns off Tome of Aetherwind. Turns off Zap. Things of that nature.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge card for Yuki this turn.
That is a huge card for Yuki this turn. This turn can get wild.
Alex just taking it.
Alex just taking the damage. So remember, we do have Frostlock hit. Things costing an additional 1 are happening. I wonder if Alex is trying to weather the storm, saying Yuki has used too many resources, or if he sees the reload tricks coming. He knows that reload is required here, and he's just going to block things that actually reload. Love to see what happens here.
Is that a blue Bolton shot?
That does look like a blue Bolton shot coming across for 2. I don't think there's any inherent go again on that Bolton shot, however.
It is. The Perch Grapplers give it go again because
Perch Grapplers gives it. Yep, you are correct. Perch Grapplers gives this card go again. This card coming in for 2 damage. I don't know, man. If I'm Alexander Vore, this one feels like a block. With 3 of a kind activated, not letting Yuki get cards into Arsenal feels important here. It feels important, and there's a chance that I am 100% wrong.
No, if she gets a card into Arsenal, it's most likely going to be Art of War, and then she's just going to pop off more.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, down to it. Does the Bolton shot hit?
Yeah, it looks like he took the damage. He went down to 24.
Went down to 24. Yuki has the option to reload here. Does not reload.
Interesting.
Does not reload here. Loads up a bigger Bolton shot. Loads up a Pathing Helix for +1. So Pathing Helix will be coming in for 5.
All right, there's a reload trigger on this.
There is a reload trigger on the Pathing Helix for 5. Alexander Vore staring this down and just having the guts to stare these arrows down and say, you know what? I don't see rain razors. Do your worst.
Yeah, and he kind of did the Starwo thing from earlier. He laid his hand down on the table, and it seems like he wants to keep his hand. He's basically saying, do your worst, and I'll see if I need a block once you get me down to under 10.
Right. Now, it's interesting. This Lexi deck does seem to be more of an ice-focused deck, right? We're seeing a lot of these ice cards. We're seeing the Frostlock. We're seeing the Ice Pitch. And it's weird not to see that Heart of Ice being thrown in there. All right, so the arrow has go again. Now, the question is, 2 cards left in hand. Is one of those cards a red Bolton shot? And if so, are we breaking Bullseye Bracers? That's the question here. That's the one source of Arcane Barrier. The one source of Arcane Barrier on the side of the field of Yuki Lee. She's got go again. Attacks coming in for 5. Blocked for 6. Looks like there's a Sleep Dart in hand. I wonder if the debate is, am I breaking Bullseye Bracers and throwing Sleep Dart at Kano? The Kano ability not looking that important this turn. Both these players know they have plenty of time to think. This game not going to go very long.
What? I can't right now. What?
This game not going to go very long. Both players, plenty of time to think. Oh, Dennis is having a private conversation. I'm going to mute that mic real quick. I'm going to turn him down as he's having a private conversation. There goes the Amulet of Ice. The Amulet of Ice break triggering because Yuki has fused this turn. The fusion has happened this turn. Amulet of Ice break happening right now. Beautiful Wifetown TCG back in the house. We got over 100 concurrent viewers, so I had to don the professional jacket. Thank you so much. After this game, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last game of the stream right now. So this one is an absolute banger. And then we have to go, I have to go use my bigness to carry stuff around the house. That is my job. I will be carrying stuff. I'm excited. I can't wait.
I'm sorry, Kristen, I kept him too long.
You can't take her up. Okay, are you sure? Ladies and gentlemen, our dog is about to walk up the stairs for the first time. And while this game is hype, the dog is also hype. The most insane combat chain being cleaned up right now. Yuki pushing through a good amount of damage, but you would want to have seen more, seeing that we used 2 3-of-a-kinds. We used Perch Grapplers on that turn. We did not push through. We only pushed through 6 damage. Not looking super great. However, this game, anything could happen. We're looking at a Kano versus a Lexi. This one's going to be spicy. This one's going to be sparky. This one's going to be fiery. I'm running out of adjectives.
I think she prioritized getting cards out of his hand so that she could set up for the Art of War turn.
I think you might be correct. It does look like Alexander Vor just draws up and passes in the final game that we will be watching today. Guys, thank you again so much. Consider liking, sharing, subscribing, all that fun. We flip up Sleep Dart. Yeah. Sleep Dart is an arrow that puts Kano players to the task right away. We find out early, is Kano blocking this or is Kano not blocking this? We found out almost right away. And just in case I lose my headphones, we've been streaming so long, my battery-powered headphones are going to die. We have been live for 5 hours and 20 minutes. Art of War dropped on the field +1, and I'm assuming we're going to get Banish 1, Draw 2. Now, Alexander Vor will have a window to respond to Art of War. He's reading Sleep Dart. He knows that when Sleep Dart comes in, that could be all she wrote for his turn. He could have to sit on his hand and do nothing. Dennis, put yourself in the Kano player's shoes. Are you playing this turn? Are you attacking right now with Art of War on the chain, or are you going to wait it out?
I think at this point you wait until she throws the Sleep Dart.
Okay, so you're waiting until she throws the Sleep Dart, and if you block the Sleep Dart, you're pretty much committed to blocking for the rest of the turn.
Right, but the thing is that once she throws the Sleep Dart, he has a window to activate Kano.
He does have a window to activate Kano, but you've committed. You've put yourself in danger, because this Lexi deck, with an Art of War in hand, could possibly find a way, and Bullseye Bracers, to do 24 damage in a turn, or pretty gosh darn close to it.
Yeah, it's not hard for Lexi to get up to 20 to 25 damage.
So if that's the case, if that were to happen, that would be a wild turn. And again, that would be an amazing Lexi turn, but do you want to risk your 10-1 Pro Tour record? Do you have the courage to risk it and look the best Lexi player in the world in the eye and say, you don't have it? Because that, to me, is a terrifying notion.
I definitely agree. I think the fact that the reason he was waiting is because she played the 2 3-of-a-kinds last turn, and generally you need 3-of-a-kind in order to get up to that level of damage, but I don't think he was expecting the double Art of War here. So this might change things a little bit now.
It might, because there's double Art of War, there's Banish a Bolt and Shot, Draw 2, and if these are 2 non-arrows, we're in a rough spot.
Yeah, that she just threw it for a third 3-of-a-kind.
She just threw the third 3-of-a-kind, ladies and gentlemen. This game is nuts. Alexander double-checking like, is that actually both of them? Is that the third one? Holy smokes. third 3 of a kind on the combat chain right now. If Alex is just picking the bottom of his brain, am I going for this? Yuki saying, you know what? You want a game? I'm going to give you a game. You better make some choices here, because I'm going to cycle through my entire freaking deck.
Yeah, this game's only going to last 3 turns anyways. I want to get the value out of my cards.
I want to get the value out of my cards. I'm going to town, and you can't stop me. Yuki digging the bottom of the barrel here, triggering Voltaire for the first time this turn. Loading up second copy of Sleep Dart. Go again. What will the load be?
I
Bolt and shot fired with go again.
Yeah.
So bolt and shot for 5, 6, 7. Bolt and shot coming across 4, 7. That's insane. We have drawn we have gone through the entire deck. Yuki has drawn 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards with 2 Artivores and 3. No, that's wrong. 3 of a kind. She's drawn 11, 13 cards. She's drawn 13 cards.
Yep.
Holy gosh.
7 of them were this turn.
Yuki, you absolute madwoman. Just going to town, drawing every card in your deck at all times. Oh, if one of these is Endless Arrow. Oh, no. Endless Arrow, guys, feels like a must block. Feels like a card you cannot let eat away at you. Oh, no. Dennis, we lost you for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, my headphones finally died. We have been live for way longer than I thought we were going to. Dennis, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me still? Oh, Blizzard Bolt, okay. This is going to definitely...
All right, Dennis, you can hear me. Let's get the action back on you. Can you hear me, Dennis? All right, I can hear you now. My headphones finally died. All right, Dennis, give the people some insight. Let's hear what you got.
Yeah, it does not look like she's fusing this Blizzard Bolt. So it looks like it's just coming through for a straight 7. But it does look like she gave it go again. So she's most likely coming in for that Sleep Dart for another 7, putting Kano down to 3. So Alex seems pretty committed to not blocking so far, but I don't think that he has the capability yet to do 33 damage in 1 turn. So he's picked up his cards now. You might be looking to block this one, but nope, laying him back down.
Alex has picked up and looked at his hand for the first time. He's put it back down. He said, yes, no, I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing playing Kano. I don't know what I'm doing yet because you haven't made me decide, Yuki. While you're pushing damage, you haven't made me decide. And holy smokes, Talismanic Lens pop. Here we go.
Yeah, because he's got to decide right now whether or not he's going for it.
Because he knows that Sleep Dart is coming.
Yeah, like I said, if he doesn't block, he's committing to going down to 3.
And he wants to know. Can he afford to go down to 3? Can he afford to push some damage and then try to go off next turn? And this does feel like one of those Kano plays where he's in between decision points. He hasn't quite decided what he wants to do, and he's trying to operate with as much information as possible. Blizzard Bolt still being thrown here.
Yeah, I think the fact that he didn't get his tunic up to 3 is really kind of hurting his turn here.
Probably, and it looks like he's taking damage. Alex says, you know what? Your Blizzard Bolt, it doesn't scare me. Do your worst. I'm assuming we'll see a 2-card block here and then something thrown back at Yuki. Taking 1, going to 9, we will see a card thrown back. Yuki exhausting herself, going through 3 3-of-a-kinds, 2 Art of Wars. If one of those turns would have been a Rain Razor turn, this game could have looked extremely differently. 1 card in Arsenal, 4 cards in hand for Yuki. Here comes Kano throwing something back.
Well, honestly, that's the really important thing, is that with all those cards she's drawn, she hasn't seen a Rain Razor yet, which means that all the other arrows that she's going to be pulling up are going to be a lot more deadly. But she's got to be hitting a Rain Razor pretty soon.
100% she should be hitting a Rain Razor soon. Sleep Dart is active. Kano Power turned off. But with the lack of cards in hand, Potion of Deja Vu dropped and drawn up. Oh my goodness. Here we go. The Potion of Deja Vu tech. Shout out to Mo Bogsley, Mark Johnson, member of Hometown TCG Ascent, super high on the Potion of Deja Vu play. Philip W, greetings from Germany. That's the first one we've seen. That's the first Germany we've seen in chat. Welcome to some coverage of the Pro Tour. Hopefully you're enjoying and hanging out with us. Guys, if you're from around the world in chat, let me know where you're from. If you're international, if you're from the United States, heck, if you're from my town, let me know where you're at, because we got a spicy game here. Potion of Deja Vu, gonna look to recur some of these cards we pitch in a given order. Definitely combos well with cards like Aether Wildfire that you need at a given time, and even things like Gaze the Ages to put back on top of the deck and then be able to play, get back in your hand, and opt and dig deeper. Here we go. Bolt and Shot pitch coming up. Andreas R, another German. What's going on? Germany represent in the chat right now. Love to see it. Pathing Helix coming down for 4. Go again. Alexander Vora at 9.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to close this out, because otherwise dropping that Channel Lake Frigid would have been a good play against Kano. So looks like she's going to try to strip cards this turn.
Yuki is staring at her opponent saying, I dare you. You can't do 33. Nana boo boo. Stick your head in Sleep Dart doo-doo, dude.
Oh.
Here it comes. Sleep Dart. Flying at you for 5 with Go Again. No pitch floating. But that Bolton shot. If that Bolton shot. Oh, no. It's not buffed. I was about to say if it hits. And we don't have Snapdragons. Never mind. Bolton shot just represents pure damage, ladies and gentlemen. Dennis, you ever say something halfway through a cast and just wish you had taken it back?
No. I'm committed to what I say. I'm confident in my abilities.
Good for you. What's that like? All right. Alexander definitely forced to be in the tank here. My wife is actually going to take a nap. So, Dennis, I know your day might be busy, but I might be able to stick around for even one more. We got 100 concurrent viewers, Dennis.
We do. Well, you do. I'm just here.
I'm just here so I won't get fined. Reverberate block leaking 2, going down in life, getting more and more precarious at 3. Here comes the Bolton shot. Yuki's like, do I fire this? Don't I fire this? 3 cards in hand. I think you have to fire it.
Honestly, I think that was not the right play there.
Really? You're wanting to hold it. You're questioning the best Lexi player in the entire world.
The only reason is because the Sleep Dart hit and turned off Kano, which means that she could have set up for a 6-card hand.
She could have, but now Kano, remember, is going to throw something right now. Kano's goal is to keep himself alive and inch these life totals closer and closer, getting Yuki closer and closer to 0 to be able to close this thing out. Pitch Potion of Deja Vu, and we're playing a Snapback. Now remember, everyone plays Snapback as an instant. Snapback can be played as a regular wizard action for 4 damage, and we want to start bringing Yuki's life total down. We're going to need a couple things. We're going to need a couple bad draws from the Lexi deck, which is possible. We can see the bad draws. And a lot of these tools that Yuki can use to smooth out those draws, the Art of Wars, the 3-of-a-kinds, most of those tools have been used. He absolutely, Sam Dando pointing out, if Arsenal is Aether Wildfire, he can kill her, and that is 100% correct. If that is an Aether Wildfire in that Arsenal, Yuki Leapender can be in kill range. She could be in lethal, especially with something like Potion of Deja Vu to really smooth out those cards for Kano and see what Kano can get. Yuki Lee 5-card hand, doing the crazy Kano math. Can I die? Can't I die? Flips over, looks at the cards, and here comes Lexi. Lexi looking to close this thing out, triggering Lexi, flipping something up. It would be cool if it was a Frost card, but I doubt it is. Ooh, Bolt and Shot, blue from the Arsenal. Would love to see more Bolt and Shot reds, but we banished one with Art of War earlier. Yellow Blizzard Bolt pitch. Trigger Voltaire.
Keeps laying Bolt and Shots into the Arsenal at end of turn.
There's got to be a reason.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I don't know what it is.
Endless Arrow. Here comes the Endless Arrow. And oh my gosh, if you're Alexander Voltaire, you can't risk. Yuki, 2 cards in hand. Double Rain Razors is an extreme blowout.
Yeah, and especially when you're starting off with Endless Arrow, you're baiting a 4 block, and then you're coming over the top with a Rain Razor. You generally don't start with an Endless Arrow.
Well, players like you and me don't start with an Endless Arrow, Dennis. Here we go. I have a Fedia pitch. The turn couldn't start much better for our Kano player. I have a Fedia pitch to trigger Kano. Yuki reading Potion of Deja Vu because, like the rest of us, she's not familiar with playing against the 10 trillion IQ Kano players. Mark Johnson, if you're in chat, Mo Bogsley. Actually, Mo Bogsley's at the Pro Tour right now. If you want a fun YouTube channel to subscribe to, a guy who plays a lot of Kano, youtube.com/Mo Bogsley or Mo Bogsley on YouTube. I don't know if he has a URL yet, but he is a member of Team Ascent and makes some amazing Kano content. He's a cool guy.
Starting off Blazing Aether and starting to...
Oh, no. Look at that. Look at the blazing off the top of the deck. This could be the combo. Now, he did use Talismanic Lens, so that ability to dig is not there. Banishing a Snapback as well. Snapback, Blazing Aether, both banished. If Sam Dando is correct, and we have an Aether Wildfire in Arsenal, pitching and Tunic counter to trigger Kano again. Gaze the Ages off the top. Playing Blazing, but in response, going to play the Gaze. So Blazing still on the chain. Opting to. Doesn't like either. Banishes Tome. Draw 2.
All right.
Alexander, for the first time in this game, sitting up in his chair. Sitting up in his chair, realizing not only does he have life, he has options.
He's not 100% sure what those options are yet, but he has them.
But if anyone can figure it out, it is the 10-1 Kano player at the Pro Tour. Dennis, you and I can merely watch.
Right.
and maybe scratch our heads like this and draw something really cool on a wall. Because we are cavemen.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure outside of those 2 cards he's about to draw, he doesn't have anything else in hand.
He's got nothing else in hand. He's about to draw 2 cards. But remember, he can crack Potion and put his pitch stack back on top of his deck and control what he draws. Meaning, he can reset Gaze the Aged. He can draw 2 blues, put Gaze the Ages, the 3rd card down. There's the Aether Wildfire. He can get 2 blues. I have a Fedia again. Gaze the Ages and an Aether Wildfire. Oh my goodness. The Deja Vu is crazy right now. And if Gaze the Ages is the 3rd card, he can trigger Kano, look at 2 more, put Gaze the Ages back in his hand for another blue. Oh my, Dennis, this is insane.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
Here comes the Tome. Tome coming down. Draw 2. This is wild. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the top end of Kano gameplay. Pitches the blue zap, shows the Gaze the Ages, plays the Gaze the Ages, will opt to, and Gaze will go back into the hand, puts the 2 on the bottom. Doesn't want the 2. Yuki saying, are you sure you get to do this 1,000,000 times in a row. This is the most insane Kano turn I've caught on camera, pitching the Eye of Ophidia for the second time this turn. Dennis, what are we watching right now?
I have no idea. And then Yuki's just sitting there like, I've got lethal on board.
Exactly.
So long.
Can you guys hear Dennis at all? Or is Dennis completely shut off? Dennis, say something for the fans.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Say something again.
Watching this endless arrow just stuck in time while Kano is waiting.
Hey, can you talk a little louder for us, Dennis?
I'm trying to. That's...
Eat your microphone, dude.
You eat my
I
microphone.
will do nothing of the sort. This is insane.
Can you hear me?
Second, yes, we can hear you. Second tome of Aetherwind off the top, Dennis.
Oh my god. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening right now, but that is the second tome of Aetherwind off the top of the deck. This is hype. Draw two more. Yuki, still frozen in time with the lethal on the board. This is the slowest arrow flying through the air that I have ever seen.
He is the chosen one.
He is. Sam Dando is correct in chat. Alexander Vore is the chosen one. Imagine a world where Kano takes home Pro Tour 1. My goodness.
So badly. You have no idea.
Oh my gosh. Alexander Vore, still, all of this going on. Alexander still digging for a way to do 30 damage to Yuki Lee Bender. Must find a way to do 30. Still has Storm Striders available. Has dug deep. Has Blazing Aether dropped on the combat chain. Has not resolved yet. Had an Aether Wildfire earlier with the pitch. Don't know where it went. He bottomed 2 cards with the Op 2 off gaze earlier. Is there a chance that he bottomed the Aether Wildfire thinking he needed to do better, and now that he's drawn all these cards, he needs the Aether Wildfire?
He's got to have an Aether in Arsenal. If he's doing all this, he's got to have an Aether.
How crazy. Alexander does all this and then passes priority. and then says, I block for 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely insane.
Oh yeah,
yes.
FabCast, we already hit 100 viewers.
Yeah, we hit 100 viewers, FabCast, you are correct. That's why we are wearing the caster jacket, the caster blazer.
Oh, Aether
Wildfire. Aether Wildfire has been revealed. Okay, so we found the Aether Wildfire. Now comes the math. Here comes the math. And the math is what we're all most afraid of.
Wait, was he digging for a double Aether? Is that what we're about to see here?
Oh my god, no way. No. You can't double, oh my gosh, double Aether Snapback Blazing?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yuki is so unamused. And Yuki, you're not wrong to be unamused, but gosh darn it. That's okay. 100. I don't know who would win versus these two in arm wrestling, but I know who would win in the number of cards flipped over in this game. And even though Yuki did 3 of a kinds, I think Alexander Vore has flipped the same cards over more than anyone I've ever seen. This man has flipped the same pitch stack over. Here. Oh, you are totally right. Double Aether Wildfire.
Yep.
Aether Wildfire coming in. Second Aether Wildfire coming in for 7. First Aether Wildfire hit for 3. Second Aether Wildfire coming in for 7. Oh my gosh. No.
Snap back into the blazing, yeah.
Does he have the tunic counter? Oh my gosh. Does he have enough pitch? I think they're talking about whether or not there's enough pitch to get this done.
Yeah, because he needs the snapback, because it's 7...
I think they're talking about if there's enough pitch to make this happen. Yuki frozen in time, and we throw to the casters! What are we doing?
Well, because I think the problem was is that he just picked the dice up and set it back down on Tunic, and they're arguing over whether or not he used Tunic earlier in the turn, I think.
Okay, so they're trying to figure out if he has Tunic currently available. So, ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to figure out, while they try to figure out if Tunic was available, if it was used earlier in the turn, or if not. I do believe Tunic was used earlier in the turn, but granted, It was hard to follow. All of that going on. This might be an area where coverage is happy that these things are recorded. There's an opportunity here to go back and watch the film, right? Because with something like Potion of Deja Vu, we do have this interesting scenario where because we move the game state and we move those cards and pitch back on top of the deck and then back off and back on and back off the top of the deck, we can lose track of how much pitch. A simple Kano turn, we can say, we use this much pitch, we see this much pitch, this is how it is. But combined Potion of Deja Vu with something like Gaze the Ages, we might actually have to go to the tapes and count the amount of pitch.
Yeah, the funny thing is, though, I don't think it matters because of the fact that if both of these Aethers hit, and then the Blazing Aether gets to do however much damage was done this turn plus Blazing Aether.
Yep, so it looks like we're back to the game. It looks like the counter was used on Tunic, but there was one resource floating because the one Aether Wildfire did not trigger Crucible, only cost 2, and there was a blue pitched for that Aether. So there was one floating.
Yeah, no, this is over for Yuki.
Ladies and gentlemen, this looks like it could be over. Sam Dando points out the Tunic counter was used like 10 minutes ago, so gosh darn it, it's hard to count. Yuki counting up the pitch, judges helping out. Blocking 1. And here comes the Blazing Resolution. The Blazing Aether is about to resolve for 19 damage. I don't believe Yuki's life total is reflecting. Oh, whoa.
No, it's 19 plus the 10 from Aether.
It's 19 plus the 10 for Aether. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Vor gets there. This is a real-life Harry Potter. Alexander Vor is a wizard. He gets there. I can't believe what we just watched. I don't know if I've ever watched a crazier game of Flesh and Blood. Chat, I don't know that you've ever watched a crazier game of Flesh and Blood. And that chain game was just nutty. Dennis, what's going on?
I don't know, man. Like this is crazy. Like the further that we get into these tables, like, oh my God, the level of play is just amazing.
And you said it here. We're watching the top level players. We're watching the best of the best duke it out for the top spot. My gosh. Ken said, like I said, Vor is a top 5 Kano in the world. The man's 10-1 at the Pro Tour on Kano. Might be top 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear from you in the chat right now. I can't be the only one hype. If I was you, I'd be sitting at my desk shaking watching this. You guys are definitely more reserved than me. Look at you go. Sam Dando kind of agreeing with me here, or I agree with him. There's an agreement. Best Kano in the world.
I think Sam Dando is disagreeing with Ken.
Yes, I could see that as well. But best Kano in the world. It feels like the best Kano in the world.
Like, I'm really excited to have seen that turn. I'm a little sad for Yuki. I really wanted her to pull it out, but oh man. Wow.
There's a lot of Lexi fans, of Yuki fans, of Alexander Vor fans in the chat, and it doesn't matter who you're a fan of. The fact that we got to watch that game is a privilege. Whether you're a fan of one side or the other, what a freaking game. Yes, he is a Kano. If you can hit tomes like that, you are the chosen wizard. Here we got to look at stats. We got Andrew number 1, Alex number 2, Yuki number 3, Isaac, Chris, Nick, William, and Kevin filling out the top 8. It's a top 8 that still could see some shakeup. Remember, there's 2 more rounds to go. These players need to continue winning.
Yeah. Although, like I said, it's aiming to be half of the top 8 being Starvo. I called 4 out of 8 Starvos.
You called 4 out of 8 Starvos. I called something on the reaction phase, and I don't remember what I predicted. I predicted something, though.
I'll be honest, though. I did not expect to see Alexi and a Kano in the top 8.
In chat, Dennis makes a great point. There's no way I didn't expect it. There's no way any of you out there expected to be watching day 2, round 11 coverage, and a 9-2 Lexi, or an 8-2 Lexi, and a 9-1 Kano, or what is 10-1 and 9-2, going at it on the top tables. This Pro Tour has been a breath of fresh air, and with a lot of people worried that we might not, have the best experience, this has been awesome.
Yeah, this meta has been great. Like, I think even going into this, we saw like 132 Starvos, and I'll admit when I saw the breakdown, I kind of rolled my eyes a little bit. But the way this meta has shaken up has been just it's been great to watch. I've been basically glued to my phone the entire the entire time this has been going on.
And Sam makes a great question here. I'm going to ask a poll. I'm making a poll in chat. Who do we want to win?
I want Kano to take the Pro Tour for sure. Like I know that Starva winning means he gets Living Legend, but I don't even care about that anymore. I want Kano to take the Pro Tour.
We have a poll going up in chat. I think I've never done a poll before, so I'm hoping. I want to know, who do we want to win? Sam Dando posed the question. I want to ask you, the viewers, who do we want to win? We have Kano Pro Tour for the win, or Starvo Living Legend. Get that thing out of here. Who do we want to win this Pro Tour? Cast your votes in the chat right now. We put up a poll. I want to know. I got to know. I think my backup camera has a heat spot on it. I think even my backup camera is getting warm from hours and hours of live stream. Oh my gosh.
6 hours in right now?
What?
I said, what are you, like 6 hours in right now?
We are 5 hours and 48 minutes into the stream. The poll is live, and Kano Pro Tour for the win is big. Hold on.
Yeah, you don't talk about
Hold on.
All the local game stores around the world who offer in-store play week on week. It is through strong local communities that are the foundation of our industry, for which landmark events such as the Pro Tour and the calling are built upon. I'd also like to thank our judges, event staff, coverage and commentary teams, special guests, the LSX team, and Channel Chronicle, and especially Wray for putting on the show today. I am a gamer just like you, and I know exactly what it's like sitting through the players meeting and just wanting to get on and play some games. So without further ado, I wish you many great games today. Play hard, play fair, and keep on playing the official blood. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to New Jersey. We're here just as the calling is about to start here on Saturday morning. You're looking at what looks to be one of the biggest.
All right, sorry, I had to get the James White commentary going in the chat. I wanted to hear it. I know everyone else wanted to hear it. When someone awesome like James speaks, we got to put it in chat.
They're
all right,
just
we got
now
the poll.
starting the calling.
No, I think it was from a recording earlier this morning. They tossed.
Okay.
I think they just tossed this between rounds.
Okay.
So, all right. Results of the poll are in. We only got 28 votes so far. Guys, if you're in chat, vote in this poll. Right now, I want to know who's going to win. I want to know what we want to see as a hometown TCG and as a Flesh and Blood community. Who we want to win this thing. I will go back. Let me check in with chat. We had a long round there. I didn't have a chance to check in with chat that much. Jim Williams pointing out the counter was off tunic. Great eye, Jim Williams. Great look. Monday 420, another display of why you should always keep Null Rune. Definitely looking like it's the case. Thomas Barkowski, local homie, comes out to all the events and everything like that. Thanks for shouting out. Yes, this makes me want to play games as well. Crack says, holy shit. What an ending. Robert says, Yugi. Robert also says, oh, great commentary. Thank you. Robert, thank you very much. Fabcast wants Kano. Kano, this was bonkers. We got a lot of Kano love in the chat, guys. We are between rounds. Now is the time. If you need to take a bathroom break, if you need to take any kind of break at all, I would do it now. Dennis, you down to stick around for another one?
Yeah, let me take a bathroom break and then I'll be back.
All right, mute your microphone, just in case.
No. You guys can do this with me.
All right, 100 concurrent viewers are going to go on a bathroom break with Dennis. No, thank you. Oh, thank God he muted his microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to take a second to appreciate you guys hanging out with me, enjoying some of this awesome coverage, enjoying Flesh and Blood. Thank you so much. Shout out to LSS for giving us permission to live view the content, to dig in and watch Flesh and Blood and hang out as a community. Shout out to LSS. Shout out to you guys so much. Thanks again. Consider liking, comment, sharing, subscribing. If you want to support further, consider visiting me on Patreon. All that stuff at patreon.com/hometowntcg. And then I want to know, I want you to pick the matchup. We just saw one of the two of the craziest games back to back. Who is showing up in the next match on stream? What are we going to see? Who's showing up in the next match? What heroes do we have? I want to know what you guys think. Put your predictions in the chat. Let's see if anyone gets this thing right. I'm interested to see who gets this bad boy right. It might be time to try the 4K camera again. Let's see. You ready? Let's see if the 4K camera has fixed itself. It was overheating earlier.
Hey, were you trying to just call me up earlier to tell me to put Levi out, or did you need something?
Dennis is super unmuted right now. We'll mute him on our end. Dennis is not great at knowing when to mute his microphone. So let's see here. All right, the 4K camera looks like it still might be a little bit gun shy. Let's see if we can get it going. We'll see if we can get the 4K cam going. We're going to see if we can't fire this bad boy up. In the meantime, thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for having so much fun. Yeah, I know you were unmuted the whole time. You were unmuted the whole time, Dennis.
Was I?
Yeah. We just heard your phone conversation. I muted you in the chat.
Oh. Well, sorry.
You suck at muting your microphone.
Apparently I do.
You totally do. You also suck at leaving Discord rooms.
Yeah, I do that.
It looks like the 4K camera is still a bit shy, so we will stay with the camera we got.
I know why. It's because of the fact I keep thinking that I'm talking to you through my headset, and I'm talking because of the fact you called me on Facebook. I'm apparently talking to you through my webcam.
Well, change your microphone output. What are you doing? This is a professional stream. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a professional stream, and we got an amateur over here. What is he doing? This is Pro Tour 1. Does he not realize this is Pro Tour 1?
I was not informed this was a professional stream.
That's because if anyone informed you of that, they lied. This is so much fun. Dennis, I'm so glad that you're hanging out with me today, man. This is so much fun. I'm loving this.
Yep, I'm cracking my energy drink right now. It's
I
gonna be a long day.
I got my second coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, are we like a long time between views here? What's going on? Are we a long time between matches? What's the plan here? Is this a break? If this is a break and I have a chance to go eat something or pee and I don't know about it, I'm gonna be mad. I refuse to do the bottle under the desk. Stop telling me to do the bottle under the desk. All right. It looks like the poll has ended. Let's get the results of the poll here. It looks like 70% of people want Kano to win the freaking Pro Tour. 70% say, I don't care if I have to keep playing against Starvo. I want Kano winning this Pro Tour, and that's what I am talking about. Let's go. Devin's got time for one more before a kid's birthday party? Oh, Lord. My goodness. Thanks for hanging out, Devin. Matt C says, what'd you say, Dennis?
I said kids' birthday parties are the worst. I highly just don't recommend them.
Hey, that hits a little too close to home for me right now. Not funny. Matt C, Kano lifestyle shout out between games here. We are taking the full tour of the Pro Tour. Only one of these headphones works right now, Dennis, so hold on one second. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, how funny would it be if that guy... How funny would that guy be with the microphone if he just walked into my office and like walked on camera with me? I was like, yeah, guys, I'm at the Pro Tour, but I'm pretending to stream remotely. Matt C,
I'll be honest,
thank you so
I would be
much.
so mad at you.
What?
I would be so mad at you right now.
That's right, because I told you. Okay, guys, I got a little bit of story time for you. When planning on going to the Pro Tour, those of you that know, my dog tore her ACL, and my wife can't exactly carry the dog up and down the stairs right now. So I have to stay around to carry our 50-pound dog up and down the stairs when she needs to go to the bathroom, when she needs to go to bed, stuff like that. But I told Dennis, if the dog is feeling better, then I might decide on Thursday morning to try to drive out to the Pro Tour. Now, unfortunately, the dog wasn't feeling better, but this meant Dennis held on until the last minute and said, I might just last minute go to the Pro Tour. And then I pointed out, I can't go, But I pointed out flights were cheap, and Dennis still didn't go. So chat, roast Dennis for not going to the Pro Tour. This was ridiculous behavior by Big Daddy Vegas. You should be at the Pro Tour, and I'm still mad about it. I'm still upset. I'm upset with you.
Why?
Because you didn't go to the Pro Tour, and you could be at the Pro Tour, and I could be jealous of you being at the Pro Tour.
But then I wouldn't be here on this great stream.
That is 100% true, and this is a fantastic stream courtesy of you guys. Thanks to you guys, this is an awesome stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for hanging out with myself and Hometown TCG Dennis. This man is one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT. Definitely.
Yeah, Cameron, he had that game won whether he put the counter back on or not. But, yeah, he just won it more.
All right, guys, as we get into the next round here, let's check in with chat. Again, Matsy, thank you. Nicholas, thank you so much. Devin, oh, there's beer. It's a Lego Star Wars themed birthday party with beer. Dennis, I think Devin's got you here. Cameron Bebop, yes, he does.
Wait, all right, I didn't know that. Like, Devin, where's your kid's birthday party at? I might go to that. I'm gonna ditch the stream and go with you.
All right, guys, we have a Star Wars mirror here, and we know how these play out. Strap in for a long game, because it's going to be a doozy. We're going to see if we can't get the 4K cam to be unshy. Looks like the 4K cam is back. We have some camera action back. We're in the Starvo mirror. Let's get into some hype gameplay. Break ground for 7 right off the bat. Are you chopping up onions or something, Dennis? It sounds like you're chopping up something on a cutting board. What is going on?
I'm holding an X-Acto knife and I'm playing around with it.
It sounds like you're chopping something up on a cutting board. Anyway, we got break ground for 7 coming in. Turn 1. Blocked. Ooh, block for 4. Take 3 damage. Turn 1, it looks like. Get an arsenal. Oh my goodness. I wonder if we have Pulse Starvo activation here?
No, Jim, the cocaine is in my drink.
Voltic, we have Pulse of Volthaven into break ground. So we're showing the Starvo activation. We have it. Turn 1, and here comes the break ground. For 9 dominate, we know Pulse of Volthaven is in the hand. 9 dominate coming, and this Starvo mirror starting like they all do with heavy hitters. The interesting point of these Starvo mirrors is when we get down to the nitty gritty at the end of the game and the value generated by Rampart of the Ram's Head versus the stall created by something like Stalagmite. And we see already the Turn Timber fused from Andrew, stopping this very first Starvo activation. 3 cards left in hand and could have an activation of his own.
Yeah, and we've already seen that, like, Andrew's been on stream a couple times now, so is, I don't know how to pronounce that name, Masij?
We'll call him Masai.
Masai? Okay. But we already know that Andrew is great in the endgame Starvo play.
And I think we saw Masai play against Yuki Lee Bender earlier and then try to go and then maybe have a little bit of falling off, but they sit at the same record right now. And Masai saying, I'm playing the Stalagmite to try to shore up my aggro matchup. And that means that in this Starvo, I might give up a little bit of value.
Ooh, I didn't see he was running Stalagmite. I don't like that play here in the mirror.
All right, card in arsenal, 2 in hand, and we look down in the hand of Andrew, and we do see 1 copy of Oaken Old in the hand of Andrew. And we got to strap in, ladies and gentlemen, because these Starvo mirrors are going to be some long ones. At the end of the day, both of these heroes are still Guardians, right?
Yes.
We see a lot of people saying, Starvo go Burr, Starvo go Burr. These are Guardians. And it looks like Andrew opts to pass here. Holds on to the Oaken Old and opts to pass. Masai does dig with Crown of Seeds.
Kano won. Durder being Kano won. Lexi was had 29 life, was coming in for lethal, and Kano said, hold my beer.
Pulse of Foldhaven, Winter's Wail, coming in for 8 damage. That is a 6 and a 2. A second turn Timber found. Durder Bing, if you missed that game, that was one of the greatest games of Flesh and Blood we've ever watched. It was insane. If you get a chance to look back at the stream and watch a game, watch the one before that with Fano Black into Chain, and then watch that Yuki Lee, Alex Vor game, 100%, those were incredible games. It was wild.
Unfortunately. What are you talking about, Cole? That was awesome.
The chat saying unfortunately, yet when the poll came out, 70% of the people in the poll wanted Kato to win the Pro Tour. So, I'm just saying, there's math here that's not adding up, ladies and gentlemen. I have something in my pocket. What's in my pocket? Oh! Let's go! Starbucks gift card in my pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. What a great day. This day gets better and better.
Is that a Starbucks gift card in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
I am both. All right, it looks like we're throwing back to the casters. I was talking about the Starbucks gift card. Well, that's okay. Dirter Bing, the game will be here on stream. It will not be one of those streams for me that disappears for a couple days and then comes back. It will be here permanently, so you can look for that game and you can dig in and watch that game. It was hype. Break ground coming in here. I think just a naked break ground as we throw back to game coverage. Break ground for 7. Still a pretty good attack. Do you know what I mean? Even when Starvo doesn't do it. But my goodness, still an attack for 7. Crown of Siege trigger here. And the interesting point, Dennis, you and I were talking about Stalagmite versus Rampart. Starvo uses the Stalagmite so efficiently because when you pitch for Crown of Seeds, you have something else to sink that mana into.
Well, and I've seen Masai do this on a couple of other streams that he's done where he runs the Stalagmite, and what he generally uses it for is he uses it to block, to make it so that when people have a Starvo activation, they have to choose between swinging the Winter's Wail or putting a card in Arsenal. So that's when you're going to see the Stalagmites come through, is on turns where he's trying to save a little bit of damage and take a little bit of pressure back.
Okay, so on 4-card hands. So on 3-card hands, that's not really an option, right? But on 4-card hands, it would be. Because then we force them to not have an Arsenal no matter what. But here's a Starvo activation and an Evergreen coming in for 9. Evergreen for 9, and this is one of those cards that replaced a lot of the Autumn's Touch in these Starvos decks. Now, the Autumn's Touch ban did make them softer to aggro, but Dennis, you talked about taking pressure back, and Stalagmite does give them an option to, into the aggro matchup, in an aggro-heavy meta, be able to take some pressure back.
Yeah, definitely.
So here we go. Big attack on the chain right now. But you know what's interesting? And this is a thought that just crossed my mind. I want to give a shout out to the awesome Ben, local Ben, who always runs a billion Arcane Barrier. At this Pro Tour, he would be crushing it against these Kanos. This man frequently runs AB5 like it's his job. He would be slapping Kanos. I know his Pro Tour didn't go the way he wanted it to, but I wish he just saw a bunch of Kanos, because the look on their face and the devastation when the AB5 is permanently flipped over would just be ridiculous. Yeah. So shout out Ben. Shout out Ben for always teaching me a lesson when trying to play Kano.
That's the only reason he runs it, is for you. Like, he can sit down against another Kano and he's running AB1. He just brings out the fire for you.
He just hard punishes me on repeat. Oh my gosh.
Oh, fused Oaken. I don't think it's Starvote Oaken, but still good enough.
So not a Starvote Oaken, but a fused Oaken Old is often good enough. This attack is so devastating. It is ridiculous to try to block out, and I believe we've seen all 3 turn timbers from Andrew's side of the field. I think we saw 1 early, and we saw 2 in successive turns. There's a chance we've seen all 3 turn timbers. Now, he's looking at a lot of elemental cards. He's holding that rainbow hand, and he's holding that rainbow hand like, what am I doing with this? Do I block it? Am I throwing? Am I trying to crack back? Discarding 2 cards here could be like spinning the wheel. If you don't block this, there's a chance that you get to keep enough cards to Starvo. Huh? Do you want to spin the wheel? The answer is no. Don't spin the wheel here, kids. 9 damage dominated Oakenold coming in. It is fused. What are we going to do? We're definitely blocking something. Heaven's Claws blocks for 3. One of those key elemental cards that does block for 3. Heaven's Claws did not experience a ban, which is pretty clutch here. Coffee is done.
Ban, a suspension.
Oh, yes, sorry. Sorry, a suspension, which means banned until. All right. Be interesting to see what he keeps here. Oaken Old dominated. No follow-up. No follow-up from the dominated Oak and Old. Weird to see one card still in hand. You wonder if maybe there wasn't a window, it wasn't a blue, the ice card wasn't a blue, so it wasn't worth throwing Winters. That's weird to me. To see Oak and Old, 2 cards left, and not throw a Winter's Whale is interesting. I want to see if this pays off, and I want to know what the decision was there for. But remember, these players are at the top of their game. They're some of the best in the world. They're literally X3 and X2 at the Pro Tour. They know what they're doing.
Wait, what were you questioning? The 2 cards left and not doing what?
Throwing Winter's Whale. Oh, no, there was no go again. It wasn't a Starvo activated. That's right, it wasn't Starvo activated. Now I remember. And just like after playing for 11 hours, after casting for 6 hours, your brain can get a little mushy. All right, Dennis, Winter's Whale here. And you've played against Starvo a decent amount. When you see naked Winter's Whale and 1 card in hand, it feels like a bit of a reprieve, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Now, admittedly, the reason why I'm not sitting at the top table is because when I see a naked Winter's Whale, my gut instinct is to take the damage and crack back, and you see a block here coming from Masai, so he's a lot smarter than I am. But
Personally, I can't attest to that. He is much smarter than you. There's a blink and a pulse in hand. And here comes, I'm sure, I thought it was going to be the Oak and Old. I thought it was going to be the Oak and Old fused with the pulse and keeping the pulse in hand and looking to wheel this back around and do it over and over again. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like we have an Evergreen. And these are great attacks. Your red Earth attacks are great attacks to throw with your Starvo ability in the early game, especially against the defensive version of the deck. Against the defensive version of the deck, you're trying to see how many of those defensive resources you can soak from this deck. I want to see Staunch Responses, I want to see Turn Timbers, and here it looks like we're just going to see a Crown of Seeds. But if you're on the side of Masai, you're like, I want to get these defensive resources against cards that don't have hit effects.
Right, and you can already see that it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, where Masai used the Pulse of Eisenloff last turn to fuse the Oak and Old, and rather than putting into Arsenal, he kept it in his hand so that he can keep using that as a consistent Starvo cycle. So it'd be interesting to see how long he does that for.
See, and that's just such a good play. And then blocking with that Channel Lake Frigid, throwing back to what you were saying about blocking this hand efficiently. And there's the Staunch Response. So Masai kind of happy to see, hey, I'm getting Staunch Response here with just a regular attack. But Andrew, look at that deck. He has set up Pummel to come back around. And Andrew notoriously has played for second cycle in this Starvo deck. And when that Pummel comes back around, it could spell game.
Is that the pulse he just pitched for the hammer?
That is the pulse he just pitched for the hammer.
Okay.
So he did pitch pulse for hammer. He did rip a card from his opponent's hand, and now he's going to make his opponent choose. Are we arsenaling something, or are we throwing that hammer? Odds are we're going to see an arsenal. There's a Tunic counter available to dig with Crown, and maybe he lined up the pitch of that pulse for the ability on Tunic to dig one more because of the likelihood that you're going to find something. Listed correct. As we've talked about a couple times on the stream, this is a marathon. This Starvo Mirror is going to go long. And while they're going to be trading big attacks early, when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, to the final portions of that game, they both transform into Guardians that are able to block damage efficiently and swing a weapon extremely efficiently. 9 damage, Evergreen coming in. We're going to see if we can find another defense reaction. Dennis, what you thinking?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's not even so much the fact that it's a marathon in just this match, but you have to realize that every single one of these Starvo v Starvo matches is a marathon in and of itself, and this is round 13. Like, how many of these Starvos have these guys already slogged their way through, and they're still going strong?
Yes, these players, that's a great point. These players have run, probably 7 to 8 marathons in the last 2 days. If we're talking about the Starvo Mirror being a marathon, they've run 6 to 7 marathons in the last 2 days, and they're still hanging in there. I have been commentating for 6 hours, and I'm already losing it. I'm already going insane.
I mean, that's not hard for you.
I'm halfway there when the stream starts, so... Listic, yeah, that's crazy. Get sleepy after playing 2 games. And this is an interesting throw here. Throwing an Evergreen after a dominated Evergreen is an interesting throw here, but it's definitely an attempt to seize control of tempo for good.
Well, I think he did that because I'm pretty sure Andrew just took the 9 damage from the Evergreen. So I think that he's basically like, I'm not coming in for a 4 for an Icy Hamler. It's very clear you want to keep a Starvo activation, so you're going to pay for it.
I believe that to be true. I think that's a great call. As we get Red Shirt Guy walking back in the background, shout out to anyone else who used to play World of Warcraft and Red Shirt Guy in the background.
Oh, see, he's got a Starvo activation with a crippling. That's why I told him.
Okay, so he's got a Starvo activation, and it looks like it will pull him off the Starvo activation with a crippling plan, and that can be devastating, right? Pitching and switching that plan halfway through the turn can be devastating, but Andrew started this game setting up for second cycle. And with his opponent throwing 2 Evergreens there, he might feel like his opponent has jumped off the second cycle plan. And if your opponent's off the second cycle plan, you're on the plan, and you get there, you're at an extreme advantage.
Well, and that's how he beat Chris Ray earlier.
Yes.
He definitely relied on his second cycle, and it worked out for him with that clutch tome.
Dude, should you be a caster? Great, man. I completely forgot about that. Hell yeah, Hometown TCG, Dennis. Doing work.
I absolutely should be a caster. I just don't have the kind of energy you do.
Carry this stream, dude. Well done.
I need you here for the energy and me here to remember shit.
That's fine. I'll need another coffee. We'll make it happen. All right, it looks like we're prioritizing that Arsenal, as we often see Starvo players do, throwing that card on Arsenal, drawing up. And what you like to see here, and something that might be different from our local armories, is both of these Starvos, and I say this in every mirror, diligently holding these equipment cards. So many Starvo players that you play against in your local scene or online or whatever it might be, get their life total. They start to see their life total get a little farther away from their opponents, and they want to throw equipment just to make themselves feel closer. It's a comfort feeling being close in life. These players will hold these equipment until necessary, and it is a skill. Dennis, you and I both know the temptation to just throw equipment out there is super high.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one. And I admit that's one of my biggest weaknesses in playing this game is I use equipment way too early. And I've definitely gotten better with it, but I've watched some of these matches now where they're going down and they still have full equipment when they're at 5 life, and that is not me.
No.
Usually when I'm sub 20, I'm throwing equipment.
Well, speaking of being sub 20 and throwing equipment, blink into Frost Fang with a hit effect.
Wow.
Masai is just feeling out these turns where his opponent wants to keep this hand. He's just feeling this game state out and saying, I'm going to leak a little damage through. I'm going to fake you out. Oh, it's only Winter's Wail. It's only Winter's Wail. Don't worry about it. And then boom, over the top with something ridiculous. And here comes that equipment block. Blocking for 3, keeping the Starvo activation, going to be able to keep an Arsenal card. I believe there's a staunch response in hand, so we may be able to swing Starvo and keep a high value D-react here. Great play from Andrew, but also prove me wrong when I say they hold equipment to the end of the game and just throwing equipment down right in my face.
Well, it's just whenever you say something, it's immediately wrong. So
100%. And there, oh no, it wasn't a D-react. It is the Oaken Old, fused Oaken Old, double Oaken Old, Oaken Oldier, Oaken Old, 411. Now, Masai, I'm not sure about the build. I'm trying to call back, and here is the moment you were talking about, Dennis.
Yeah.
You mentioned this. He's throwing that Stalagmite to try to put his opponent to a decision, saying, you're not going to swing Winter's Wail next, because if you do, you will give up that Arsenal. I won't have it. He's saying, no, 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 not going to happen. And the Turn Timber.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, exactly what he's been doing this entire time.
Giving him a Frostbite, full blocking the Oakeny oldest of the Oaken Olds. Wow. Blocking 411, keeping 2 cards, meaning he is not going to get Winter's Wailed, but he will swing a Winter's Wail back and Arsenal a card. That is the power of Stalagmite in this build, but it will suffer in the long game.
Yeah, it will suffer in the long game, but like Oaken Old is the biggest tempo shift in this game. So if you can take your opponent throwing an Oaken Old at you and then still retain some of the tempo yourself, like that's a huge win.
100%. checking in with beautiful wife down TCG. I believe she said she was taking a nap, but now I got a text, so maybe she's not napping. I don't know what's going on. At this point, I'm in for the long haul. This is round 13 out of 14. There's one more round, guys. We are in it to win it. Dennis, you're with me, right?
Yeah, I'll stay.
Let's. Oh, wow. Sound like chat twisted your arm a little more, guys. Apparently, Dennis doesn't want to hang out with you. I want to hang out with you, however.
I want to hang out with chat. I just don't want to hang out with you.
Thanks. Thanks, man. The homie, showing up when I need him most. Have friends, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
If it wasn't for Devin and Listic in here, I'd be out of here.
Well, shout out to Devin and Listic for also carrying the carrier of this stream. We see a Winter's Wail coming through, an efficient block, which is going to happen in the Starvo Z Starvo mirror over and over and over again. The efficient block coming down. Can you imagine? While this comes back, I'm assuming we'll only see a Winter's Wail thrown back. We do see an Oaken Old in hand. Interesting to see. I'll love to see if he arsenals the Oaken Old or if he keeps the Oaken Old and then arsenals the other card to try to prioritize the activation. But as we talk about this, can we take a second in chat and talk about how the fact there's only been one bathroom break in this entire stream, and I have drank like 2 cans of soda and 2 gigantic coffees? I think I deserve some medals or something, or I need to see a doctor. One of the two.
Why not both?
Winter's Wail coming through. Absolute banger of a Winter's Wail. Winter's Wail v. Winter's Wail in this matchup definitely feels interesting. Judge hovering the table there in the background. Very curious as to what's going on. So anytime you see a judge hovering, you feel nervous.
Maybe one of them didn't put their name on their deck list.
Too close to home. Sam pointing out what we said earlier with the hometown TCG Ascent jersey and the blazer. I do look like I'm a man of great faith. I do look like a man of great faith. That is 100% true. But I do have great faith. I have great faith that we are watching some of the top level gameplay and best flesh and blood that we have seen to date. That is something I can truly get behind and believe in right now.
He's just trying to match like half of your drip.
First of all, if I wanted to be on Sam Dando's drip level, I would actually listen to my wife when she says which clothes to buy, and I might get close. I would stop wearing shorts and t-shirts to everything. Preaching the work of James White. I'm out here. Hello, my good man. Can I tell you about my favorite game, Flesh and Blood? Do you have a moment? So Winter's Wail back and forth. This is where, again, once we see this game get below a certain life total, second pulse found for Masai here. Once we see the game get below a certain life total, we are going to notice things start to get tighter. These Starvo players tighten up, they take less damage, and they go to work. Devin says, Holy Town TCG. Guys, we're going to get demonetized. Let's calm down. Easy. Easy here. Break ground coming through. Pitching to be able to remove the counter from Tunic, then using the counter from Tunic to throw Break Ground through the Frostbite token. That is fantastic. Break Ground 8, sitting at 22, not lethal, but you have to think long-term value. If you're an Andrew C, you got to be thinking long-term value. How much damage can you leak and still be in this game? Rampart rearing its ugly head again and just getting value. Staunch response. Masai is lining up these big attacks with staunch responses, with turn timbers, and he still has Oaken Olds left in the deck. You love to see this if you're on the side of Masai. That is a yellow Break Ground matched up with a red staunch response.
Yeah, that's a huge block. Like, he's trying to save those for the Crippling Crushes, which I don't think we've seen a Crippling Crush from Masai yet. And having to use those red staunch responses to eat those up is huge.
Sam, I'm not reading that message out loud. Dennis, I'm on board. I'm with you. I was distracted by Sam's message that I refused to read out loud to the chat because I don't need my channel being taken away from me. I'm too professional. Too professional.
Sam Dando, I would like to subscribe to your newsletter.
Whoa, we're getting staunch response
Oh,
for
wow.
Winter's Whale. Double staunch response here on the Winter's Whale. We've used 2 staunch response. There's red, there's yellow, just into Winter's Whale. What a crazy turn. Ticking Tunic up to 3 and passing. Wow.
Yeah, that was a huge turn for Masai. He didn't leak through any damage, but that was a huge turn.
That felt like a huge turn, but again, we see Andrew maybe intentionally trying to get these defense reactions out of the deck so that when second cycle comes around, he just gets to go Starvo, Starvo, Starvo. And I believe in the game that we watched, it was something like Tome of Harvest that turned that on to dig 3 cards deeper and get closer to that second cycle. So while we're talking about that play, there's a chance, Dennis, that just might be the intent.
Yeah, I think so, but I think that the big difference is here is that when he did that earlier against Chris, Chris was on a lower life total. He had leaked through more damage during the course of the game. So if Masai can keep ahead of his life total and still keep burning those D reacts, I think that even when he gets the second cycle, Masai is going to be in a much better position.
I got you. Okay, well, we're going to find out because this game is here for the long haul. We are going late. And am I the only one just nervous about the judge just sitting over Andrew's shoulder? Like, my goodness, talk about nerve-wracking. What is going on here? Oaken Old, Fused coming down. Now, we used 2 defense reactions last time. So just a regular Oaken Old fusion. Or no, Starvo Oaken Old fusion. Either way, both effects are the same. Just a little more knowledge about what's in hand. We do see Pulse of Candle hold. Crown of Seeds used to be digging here. Dig with Crown of Seeds. None float. So Rampart of the Ram's Head will exact a heavy toll, but look in the hand. Look what we found on the side of Andrew. We're going to line a good one up. We've got a staunch response. Now, if the staunch response was in hand before the dig, I would have liked to see something pitch there and save Tunic because you're going to need the 2 pitch anyway. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
So here we go. Staunch response found in hand, but will it be used? 1 block there. Because staunch response blocks for 7. And if we would have pitched instead of used Tunic, we could have Rampart, Crown, and Staunched for a total of 9. Blocking, oh my god, using 2 cards and blocking for 9. What is going on? What is this deck, Dennis? What is this deck? Unless it's not a red Staunch, we don't have full information. It is a Staunch response. It looks like it's blue. Possibly a blue Staunch response. Are we looking at Rainbow Staunch response Starvo right now?
It's fine because blue plus Crown still takes it.
It still takes it. Goes to 5, then buffs to 7 or buffs to 8 with 3 more block with the 4 pitch. Yep, you are correct. Blue Staunch response gets the job done. Rainbow Staunch response coming through right now. So that's why. There's the answer. We were looking for the answer. That's why the play was made that way. I got to stop questioning players that know way more than I do about playing their decks. Andrew cleaning up the combat chain. Judge went around and back to standing over the shoulder of Andrew, apparently looking to intimidate him off of his 10-2 game. Giving Masai here a window to Crown. So does Masai have it? Does he need to dig? Nope. My goodness.
There we go.
Crippling Crush, just naked Crippling Crush, straight up for 11, dropped on the table. We've been saying it all weekend. Even when Starvo misses, guess what? Boom, Crippling Crush, deal with it. Here
and that's the thing, is it's huge that he just used that Staunch response on that Oaken Hold. So, it's not dominated. He can still take care of it, but it's going to mean he's got to take a turn off.
100%, and it does put your opponent off that plan. And it's probably not going to leak any damage. Naked Crippling Crutch against this deck, probably not going to leak a ton of damage, but will peel your opponent off of their plan. It 100% peels them off. That's a great call, and it's just inconvenient. Like, it's 11 damage out of nowhere. And that is a Pulse used to block the Crippling Crush. So Pulse used to block the Crippling Crush there is huge. drawing up. Looks like we'll move to Arsenal and pass is what it looks like here. Giving a crown window here. Guys, these Guardian Mirrors can be insane. Jim Williams is still waiting for them to make a Crippling Crush playmat. Bravo playing, I would have never guessed. Chester Cheetah, if you missed some of these earlier games, man, oh man, you missed out. The Prism Chain game, followed by the Lexi Kano game. Go back and watch this stream after we're done today. It was round, were they both in round 12 or 11? Were they both in round 12? It was insane. Those games, Dennis. I don't remember what round they were in, but they were insane.
Are you talking about the Kano match with Lexi?
Yeah, and then the one before it.
That was 11 and 12.
Okay, so they were 11 and 12. They were consecutive rounds. I didn't know if they were the same rounds and just showing back-to-back footage. Frostbite generated. Go ahead.
That's true. It might have been. I keep forgetting that they're doing that.
I don't think it would have been because the Prism game went so long. The Prism Chain game went so long. I don't think it would have been. I think they would have been in separate rounds. Those were some sweet games. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Winter's Whale flying at the face of Andrew. These Winter's Whales, man, by the end of the weekend, they're going to need some repair. They're going to be damaged. These things are being used to the fullest extent of their potential. These games are just insane. So we put a poll in chat earlier. Chester Cheetah talking about Starvo. Oh, the pummel. Pummel on Winter's Whale to leak through some damage here. Pummel on Winter's Whale to force the Frostbite and leak through some damage. It does force through the Frostbite. It does leak through a good amount of damage here and gets you kind of, maybe pulls you ahead a little bit in tempo. 17 to 23. If you're looking at a Starvo activation, you might be able to hold on and throw one back. But we want to start seeing, if we're in that seat, it's got to be something like Crippling Crush. It's got to be Oak and Old. If you really want to take that tempo, if you really want it to mean something, it better be one of those big attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, showing Starvo, and we're going to see the same trick here. We're going to pitch to break the Frostbite, remove Tunic counter, right? Have one floating, and we'll throw no Tunic counter. Andrew making very certain that everyone knows he's got no Tunic counter. And then he's throwing the Starvoed Evergreen for 9. It's blue for 7 go against Sink Below coming from the side of Masai. Sink Below and Fate for Scenes, not something we've seen in a lot of these Starvo decks.
Yeah.
Sink Below.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think Masai runs as many staunches as Andrew does. I think he takes the Sink Belows because his whole plan is relying on continuous Starvo triggers.
I think so too. And speak of the devil, Dennis, you speak it into existence. Here comes a Starvo trigger smashed down on the table. Oh my goodness. The Starvo triggers that just won't stop. One in Arsenal, Spicy and Icy, Winter's Whale ready to follow up. Wait, is this confused? Blue, it must be a blue Evergreen, correct?
Yeah, it's got to be blue.
It's got to be blue. And if a blue Evergreen is eating a red staunch response, my goodness, are you happy on the side of Masai? And you are just thinking, there's one float here. You know we got a crown. Let's pull a 3 block out of the hand and let's throw Winter's Whale. Andrew reaching for that Arsenal. And the more I watch, the more I think the use of these defense reactions is 100% intentional. By the time we get to second cycle, Andrew says, I don't want them in my deck. I want them gone. And if they're gone, I can be on the Starvo into Starvo into Starvo plan. So tracking his pitch, getting those defense reactions gone. Dennis, maybe we're wrong.
No, I think so. I think his whole game plan is for the first half of the game, he burns through all his defense reactions. He maintains life, and he takes board state. He lets his opponent basically get through all of their big red attacks, use their Oak and Olds, their Crippling Crushes, and stuff like that. And then in the second half of the game, he comes back and he starts swinging when his opponent's already weak.
Gotcha. And I think I've said this now, and this is my favorite analogy on this stream so far, is it's like having a kid. Sometimes you just got to let the kid kick and scream and punch and flail and tire themselves out. And once they're tired, then you can possibly discipline them.
Well, remember, Chester Cheetah, even if Starvo wins this round and hits Living Legend, he doesn't go out of existence right away. He's still going to be around for the next couple pro quests.
Yes, he will be around for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sitting right at about 100 viewers. You guys rock so much. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us here today. Thank you for joining the live watch party. Shout out to LSS for letting us do something awesome like this when I couldn't make it to the Pro Tour. They rock. They love the fact that we get to bring Flesh and Blood and bring this to the rest of the community. Just huge shout out to everyone involved for making this happen. And Dennis, shout out to you for jumping on commentary with me at the last minute. And here comes the Crippling Crush.
There we go. I think it's a naked crippling crush, right?
It is a naked crippling crush, but it's a crippling crush nonetheless. Here comes the crippling crush. Flying at the face for 11. Andrew is like, ooh, maybe wish I still had that staunch response. That bad boy would be sweet right here. Triggering Crown of Seeds. Digging. 2 float. What are we going to find? It's not dominated. The whole hand can just be laid down to block this attack, but like you pointed out, it just peels you off your plan. Chester Cheetah, no, thank you for hanging out, dude.
And honestly, we have to be getting into his second cycle right now, so every crippling crush that's coming in and cutting out his plan in the second cycle is just hurting him even more.
100%. It's coming in. The value is there. The value is insane. And we got the heat warning on the camera. Maybe for tomorrow for the top 8 stream, which we will be doing live right here. We will be watching top 8 gameplay of Flesh and Blood. We will see the first Pro Tour champion crowned right here. It's going to be incredible. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow and join us. We are trying to get to 200 consecutive viewers tomorrow. So make sure you tune back into tomorrow. And wow, the Crippling Crush block gets the boots and the shield and the crown. Oh my goodness. Wow, I did not see that coming.
Yeah.
Your boyfriend thinks Josh is hilarious. Thank you. I'm funny, but looks aren't everything. Sam Dando says, remember when they banned Plunder Run because it forced people to use their whole hand to block? Yes. Yes,
I don't remember that. I don't remember the time of Plunder Run. What's a Plunder Run?
Go back and watch that video, and I talked about the ban, and I was like, Lexi and Katsu did nothing wrong and just got soft banned. It was horrible. It felt so bad. Oh. So there's the Winter's Wail. The card will be arsenaled.
But I do kind of like Katsu getting banned for no reason.
You're just a meanie poo-poo face. So, you know what, Dennis? Nobody likes you. Except all of chat, apparently.
Well, and Jim.
Jim's in chat. Jim counts. What a wild ride we're on. There was no block here. Here comes the Fused Oaken Old. Fused Oaken Old. I don't believe it was Starvo activated. I can't tell. Put a dice down there. Let's toe. It was for 9. Just regular Oaken Old. Regular old Oaken Old. Come on. Regular old Oaken Old is so 2000 and late. What are we doing? Why are we just throwing regular Oaken Old? Dennis, is this just a waste of time?
Yeah, it's because Masai used all of his Starvo activations early on.
He has spun the casino wheel till the handle fell off. The man can spin no more. He will just throw amazing Guardian attacks with incredible hit effects for the rest of the game. Oh well. Pulse of a Candlehold coming down to block. Oh, the pummel on the Oaken Old.
Oh,
Fused
that's why.
Oaken
That's
Old
why.
into pummel. Holy smokes. Is this the first one we've seen?
Did you just turn into a Cubs broadcaster? Holy cow.
Maybe. I have yet to see an Oaken Old. Is this going to peel? This is going to peel every card from Andrew's hand, putting him to 6. Oaken Old will put 2 on the bottom. Pummel Trigger will discard the last one. He can do nothing. He will have no arsenal in response. There's a chance for Masai to close this out. And there's an argument here to go ahead and swing Winter's Wail and put him to 2.
Yeah, I think so.
There's an argument to swing Winter's Wail and put him to 2. I want to
He's
see.
not going to.
It
Look
doesn't
at the
look like he's
Arsenal.
going to. It looks like he's going to Arsenal and try to keep up tempo. If he can dig up something powerful here, he can look to close it out.
Yeah, because I mean, he's now at a point to where, with him taking all those cards and then still getting to go into the turn, even if he doesn't get a Starvo activation, he's at a point to where Andrew's not going to be able to Starvo anymore.
100%, and now he knows his opponent has been setting up for second cycle. He has been aggressively removing defense reactions from his deck. So he's saying, fine, you want to use all the defense reactions, I am going to try to stay on the front foot and punish you for not having them.
No, Chester, he had go again, but he prioritized keeping an Arsenal spot rather than swinging hammer.
So he will look and see if he's going to Crown of Seeds here. And if we see a Crown of Seeds triggered right here, we know he's digging for that Starvo activation. Checking out the card in his arsenal. 12-6. This is some of the biggest life gap we've seen in the Starvo mirror. The problem is...
And Masai hasn't even used any of his equipment. He's still got a full Crater Fist and a full legs.
100%. But we do have that Rampart on the side of Andrew. So if Masai starts to miss and is throwing Naked Winter's Wail, that Rampart's going to generate value. But if he doesn't, if he stays on the front foot with no equipment on the side of Andrew, we could see a shift here, and we could see an evening of the leaderboard where these two players go to the same record. Tunic goes to 1. Almost forgot, but hasn't done anything for his turn. No Starvo activation. However,
he's pitching a lot.
Pitching a lot. Break ground for 7. 2 cards in hand. None float. We could see a blink hammer play here. 7 break ground. This turn feels weird. I feel like you have to keep blocking damage here. You have to keep a card out of Andrew's arsenal. If you're Masai, no play here. Just a break ground. Nothing crazy. Goes to arsenal. Now this is a window. Andrew's got a window. He's going to throw just a Winter's Wail, get a card in his arsenal. He's got a window to start drawing up some of these Starvo activations.
Oh, but this isn't an Icy Hammer, so...
It's not an Icy Hammer, it's just a hammer. So if Masai has it, if he's got a Starvoed Crippling Crush or something insane, he could look to close this game out. He will dig with Crown of Seeds. Card to the bottom. Card in hand. What could it be?
All right, Devin, have a good time at the party.
Devin, you're the homie. Thank you so much for hanging out. There's a block. Did we keep a Starvo activation? It's time to find out. Tunic goes to 2. It doesn't look like we've kept a Starvo activation unless he's waiting for his opponent to drop to show him. Nope. Just a naked Evergreen, which again, at this point in the game, with your opponent at 4, still a good play. Naked Evergreen 4/7. This feels like it's going to command a full block, and there's that yellow pummel. We've entered second cycle. That yellow pummel that we talked about early in the game is in the hand of Andrew. It has come back around. We see a pulse. We see a yellow pummel. This is what he was setting up for, but he doesn't have the life to withstand this attack.
Yeah, that's going to be the huge thing, because this Evergreen is most likely going to take a card to pitch for the crown, and then he's going to have to block with at least 2 cards. So,
yeah, it feels like this will get at least 2 cards out of the hand. Devin, thank you so much. Enjoy the birthday party. Enjoy the Legos. Enjoy the drinks. Thanks for hanging out. That's a weird combination of things to say to an adult, but I'm into it. There's that pummel pitch again, turning 2 block into 2 block. And it looks like, did he just fish up a staunch response? He just fished up a staunch response. 1 float. If only that was a blue pitch. He could respond with a staunch response and have his own Starvo activation. Late in the day, 10-2, 12 games of extremely high-level Flesh and Blood. There's the staunch. Arsenal pass on the side of Masai. We will get to throw back an Icy Hammer on the side of Andrew, but will that be enough? Tunic on 2, we see a blink in hand. The blink play with life totals this close and dwindling can be effective. It can be the play that closes out the game. All right, Dennis, are we throwing an icy hammer here? It feels.
Did he have an ice card? I didn't.
I thought he did. Maybe he doesn't. He does. Oh no, it's just a hammer.
Yeah, because I think I don't think he had the ice card available.
Just a hammer thrown. Taking 4. Starvo activation.
Yep.
Pulse? Oh my. What? Oh, he's Starvo activating. He's just showing pulse and blink. Okay. I thought he was playing pulse and then blink. I was like, what is happening? Pitching blink and shock striker. Oh no, crippling crush
There we go.
for 13.
This might be it.
13 damage, 12 damage. 13. Oh, okay. I was like, whoa. 12. How does it get to be 12? 13 damage, crippling crush. Time to dig. Oh no.
Yeah, and then he's still got a hammer for 4 coming in. I think this might be it.
This very well could be it. This card is dominate. 1, 2, 3. That's the game. Masai takes it down, ladies and gentlemen. What a grind fest. That Guardian Mirror is insane. Crippling crush at the end of the game, getting work done. These players even up in overall score, and they go to the leaderboard tied. That was insane. Oh my goodness.
I really expected Andrew to take that game, but wow.
Well, he set up for second cycle very well. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis, I don't know about you. We have one more round to go, and I'm in it to win it, but I think I need one more bathroom break. Do you need a break?
Go for it. I took one during the last break.
All right. Well,
the longer one that was intended.
Well, you then have the opportunity to entertain chat while I am going to use the bathroom. Thank you guys for hanging out so much. I will be right back. Dennis will be here to keep you company as I have a short bathroom break.
I'm sorry, guys. Oh, we're going into Kano v. Breyer. All right. We get to see the... good, Sasha. I was just talking about... I wanted to see how he was doing. Oh, we got Sasha versus Zach. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I was commentating earlier when Zach was playing against the Prism, and that was a crazy game. Like, Prism came out super strong. Yeah, Breyer should get destroyed. I think Breyer is running what? Well, I don't know here. Like, Breyer's running. Looks like does Vexing have Arcane Barrier on it? Cool Hand. Yeah, Vexing Cool Hand has Arcane Barrier, so it actually looks like Zach is running 3 Arcane Barrier, which is more than most other people we've seen playing against Kano today. So it'll be interesting. That is true. He does have to draw blues to use them, but yeah. But the thing is that all you really need the 3 Arcane Barrier for is when Kano goes to do that the Aether Wildfire turn, so that you can knock it down to where he's only pumping his stuff up by 1 point. Like that's where the kill hand or the kill turn really comes from. So having the 3 Arcane Barrier to stop that turn is sometimes enough. Sasha's going in for a double lesson in lava right off the bat. He is not playing around. Lesson in lava to find lesson in lava. Yeah, and honestly, Sam, we saw that tech happen earlier today.
There's
and
gameplay already?
Yeah, well, they switched over to the other. They switched over to the other table. for round 13. But yeah, Sam, we saw that that tech earlier with the Star of the Stove with the shock timers tech, and that absolutely was what closed the game out, and that's actually what caused Alex Moore to get his one loss today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Dennis, how was it while I was gone?
I was scared.
Was it better?
Huh?
I didn't realize we're jumping right into gameplay. We have Zach Bunn. We watched Zach earlier. The Wolfpack, all in chat. And Sasha Markovich. We have Kano versus Breyer. This is intense. This matchup should be sick.
Yeah, we launched right into gameplay because this is the other table of round 13.
Oh, let's go. And there's a judge over the shoulder of this table as well, making people nervous on every possible occasion.
That's that same judge. It's the same round.
Oh, is it stand? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Hometown TCG, Dennis.
Sam is saying that Breyer should get destroyed here.
Sam's saying that Breyer should get destroyed. Breyer, though, representing a good amount of arcane barrier. 3 arcane barrier.
Sam disagreed with me. That's what I was saying. Sam disagreed with me.
The Sonata hit gives 1 token, throws 1 arcane back.
Devin's back for the Wolfpack. Screw the child's birthday party.
Ooh, let's go.
He said he was leaving. He said he was going for the beer. He lied.
Oh, he didn't go for the beer? What a liar. One second, Dennis. I'm gonna try to turn off some of the whitewash on this camera. We got one more round to go. All right, let's turn off some of the crazy overhead lighting. Let's get into this game. Sonata throwing 1 arcane. Going into banish. Bramble Spark fused?
Are you going for mood lighting? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just wanted to get some of the whitewash lighting out. It was my face is very bright on the backup camera. The lighting is set up for the main camera.
You're always so bright.
I really am. But Bramble Spark fused is probably one of my favorite cards of all time. Bramble Spark fused, giving +3, 1 arcane, generating that embodiment of lightning, and then throwing Swarming Gloomveil for a total of 6, 1 arcane, and go again is just sweet. Like, that play is just amazing. So much fun.
Yeah, Sam, that's what I was saying earlier. I totally knew that.
Little regard, no stage makeup. This is, I am just this pretty all the time. Literally all the time. Levi giving me the insider info that Zach did a lot of testing with Sasha so he could be good. Nice. I gotta finish up this coffee. Guys, this is just one heck of a stream. We're still in round 13, Dennis. We got 1 more to go.
Yeah. I gotta tell you that I'm gonna be so happy to go get my pizza after this is over.
Are you going to get me a pizza?
No.
What?
Why would I do that?
I don't know, because we're homies. Chat, Dennis doesn't want me to have a pizza. I think I should get a pizza. I think I deserve a pizza. I might get a pizza just to spite Dennis. Let me know what you think. Pizza or no pizza in chat. I think the answer is always pizza. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, the answer is definitely pizza.
So we banished an Aether Wildfire off the top with Kano. Kano sitting at a precarious 17, throwing the Aether Wildfire here. And this is what Sam was pointing out in chat. Aether Wildfire for 4, and while Zach does have AB, the deck doesn't necessarily run a ton of blues. AB3 presented, Aether Wildfire coming for 4.
Yeah, but I think that even if the deck doesn't run a lot of blues, when your opponent comes out with an Aether Wildfire, even if you got reds in hand, you just drop the reds and you keep your opponent from being able to fire off.
I 100% agree with you. We got some votes in chat. This is not a drill. I have 2 hours with no wife and kids. What do I do? What do you mean, what do? You just jam games. You go... Does the LGS have games right now? If there's people at the LGS, you go to the LGS and you hang out and you play games. No wife and no kids is a rare occasion, and while we love them dearly, we have to make the time without them count.
Devin, did they leave you at home for the child's birthday party? Is that what happened?
Devin was just playing with Legos and drinking beer and called it a child's birthday party. And you know what? Gosh darn it, I respect it. Aether Wildfire still on the combat chain here, throwing 4 damage at the face of our Briar hero, Zach. Looking like going to take all 4. Says, no. All
I don't
4.
like that play. The whole reason for running 3 arcane barriers for this move right here.
It sure feels like it.
Although I think that Aether Wildfire was on Sasha's turn, so actually it wasn't as deadly.
I think so too. 2 float, none in hand. This Lesson in Lava just going to dig up something that can be played on the other time, or being drawn into the hand. Lesson in Lava for 4, just trying to even out these life totals. As we've seen with these Kano players, you have to chip away at these life totals and get it close before you go for it. Chat is all in on pizza. So Sam, Nicholas, Thomas, Chester. Well, Chester's sending me a pizza, so this man is the homie. But the answer just is always pizza. Chat is just right. Dennis, you are correct yet again. The answer is always pizza.
I know. It was actually funny because I ordered a pizza yesterday, and I was basically just like, I only want to order food one time this weekend because I'm going to be watching FaB, so I just ordered more pizza to get me through the weekend.
Kristen and I did that the other weekend. I had a cheat day on my diet, and we just ordered a bunch of pizzas, and we sat around, we watched TV together, we laid on the couch, and we ate pizza, and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Like,
oh, that's right. I forgot that you're normally not allowed to have pizza.
Yeah,
you hate life.
That's what love is. When you and your lady just sit around on the couch with your dog, watch TV series, and jam pizza, that's life. Like, whew. Drifter Comic wants me to get Chicago-style deep dish pizza, and there is a Chicago-style deep dish pizza joint within walking distance from my house. So that's dangerous. Surprisingly, I have not overeaten on the pizza from there yet. This is crazy.
Yet.
Sam Dando points out that we did see a Tome of the Arknight play, and I want that card to be good. And with things like Eye of Ophidia, that card can be just gas. But man, oh man. All right. This is the optimal Ravenous Rabble. Look at it, and he shoots the J. And Zach leans back, shakes, shoots the J, and goes for a Ravenous Rabble for 5, showing off Gorganian Tome. Are you kidding me? What a play. This is the dream. This is the dream. Ravenous Rabble, 0 for 5. Go again. Sam right now is losing his mind. Where's the meme of that person just like running around his house going like this? This is the dream. I want to do this so bad.
I think Sam's making that meme right now.
I think you have to. Or the meme with the stars and the mind blown. There has to be someone in chat that just didn't even realize that was an option. I didn't even realize this was an option until I started playing Briar. Where I was like, oh my gosh, I can Ravenous Rabble for 5 if I hit Tome. It's insane. Ravenous Rabble into Yellow Burgeoning. Chester Cheeto wants to ban Tome. Or Ravenous Rabble. I want to ban something. I don't know what you want to ban. He wants to ban something. I don't know what it is. All the books. We saw Gorganian Tome off the top. We see 2 tomes pitched. Sam says all of the books. Zach feeling pretty good about his step back J just there. Where he threw down the Ravenous and then threw up the Jordan. Said, watch me work. Zach has too much knowledge.
Yeah, we have a Tome of the Arknight there. We had a Gorganian Tome. I don't like where this is going. I do know Sasha's down to 7. I'm not a fan of that.
Sasha's down to 7. We know 1 card in hand doesn't block for anything because it's Gorganian Tome. Triggering Kano on the turn, revealing the top. Gaze the Ages. Definitely a good card to see if you have 1 more to play in hand. Triggering Kano a second time. These Kano players keep ripping tomes. What is happening?
Oh, and he's got a full tunic to draw for free. Let's do it.
How do these Kano players keep... They're so much better than me. They're so much better than me, Dennis. All of the books! More books!
Arguing that.
These players just whipping books at each other, back and forth.
I've been saying that for years now.
We haven't been playing... Oh, have we? We've been playing this game for over a year. That's fair. Fine. Whatever. But all of the freaking books!
It doesn't matter. I was just...
I don't care. I'm mad.
I just like playing against you so I can pummel.
I hate your pummels. I hate them so much.
I only run pummels against you. I sideboard them out for everybody else now.
Can I mute you? This is my stream still, right? All right, book comes down, and with book on the stack, we'll play gaze, we'll opt to, we'll put gaze back in the hand. I keep saying this. With book on the chain, we'll play gaze, we'll opt to. This is stuff that, if you're not a Kano player, if you're not familiar with the deck, these are mechanics you have to learn. You have to learn to play. And as a Kano player, there's, especially the Pro Tour, there's so many opportunities to make mistakes here that you have to be on your game. And these Kano players are on their game. Opt to has happened. I believe they stayed on top. They're pitching for Kano, showing Voltic Bolt, pitching Gaze, showing Energy Potion. And then Tome goes off, drawing 2. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Energy Potion from Kano goes down. So now, Dennis, you pointed out, there's a Tunic available, there's an Energy Potion available, and Kano still has an action point.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to see too much more fireworks from this one, though. He's done a whole lot. I think we're going to throw the Voltic Bolt, but I don't think we're going to go for another Kano activation. I think he's trying to set up now.
I don't think we'll see another Kano activation, but here we go. Voltic Bolt coming through for 6. 2 float. 1 float. Voltic Bolt coming through for 6. Sam Dando, that is a great point. Whisper of the Oracle into Tome of the Arknight. Guys, 90 concurrent viewers again. We're climbing back up. The Starvo Mirror lowers us a little bit, but when we get a hype game like Kano and Briar, 34-7. Look at everything Sasha just pulled off. Like, look at that pitch stack. This is insane. And some might call it insane. Some might call it fun. Some might call it a lot of work for very little payoff.
Devin, don't listen to Mo Bogsley. He loves Prism in all formats.
Kano does bring all the nerds to the yard. I am nerdgasming over Kano.
Mo Bogsley just says he hates Prism.
Mo Bogsley is just wrong. Ragamuffin's Hat, however, in the Kano decks, has been kind of an MVP.
Yeah. I still am not 100% sure if I like that play over Talisman, but...
I'm not sure which play I like better either, but man, oh man, is Ragamuffin's Hat showing out? So maybe that's the clear-cut answer. Ragamuffin's Hat. We'll have to see as this game winds down. Voltic Bolt on the chain for 6. Zach looking at his opponent at 7 saying, kinda just want to end this bad boy. Kinda just want to, kill his opponent. Looks like he's going to take 6.
It didn't work out too well for Yuki.
Oh, the sweet Kano Lexi game was nuts. When this stream is over, go back and watch the Prism Chain game that was right before it, and then the Lexi Kano game. Oh my gosh, those games.
All you have to watch for the Kano Lexi game is the last 10 minutes.
That's because the first 10 minutes was the last 10 minutes. Both players drew like 90 cards that game. It was insane. It was crazy. It was the craziest thing. It was so much fun. We're seeing Zach take that 6, go to 28, and I still feel like you're not in kill range yet. If I'm piloting the Kano deck, I feel like I'm not in kill range at 28 with AB3. Like I don't feel confident into this life total.
And that's honestly the big difference between Yuki and Zach right now is the fact that Yuki only had the AB1 and she was at 29. But now with the AB3, if Sasha comes off with another Aether Wildfire, even if you just have reds, you just pitch the hand and you say, do your worst.
Yes, and you stay alive. And then Kano's definitely in the driver's seat, but you don't die on the spot, right? The ability to finish your opponent on the spot is very, very important in Kano, especially because most of the time when they go for it, there is lethal on the combat chain. Now, Whisper of the Oracle into Gorganian Tome, making the embodiment of lightning, and then choosing which card you draw is just a great play. Whisper of the Oracle in these Briar decks is definitely an underrated card. It blocks for 3, it's an on-attack action, it's half of a go again, and it lets you peek at the top of the deck for things like Sonata and Gorganian Tome. Very, very cool play.
Honestly, Eric, if you're looking for resources to learn how to play Kano, I really think that the going back and watching these matches is going to be your best resource. And I know that there's a lot of people that do a lot of Kano game tech and stuff like that, but seriously, watching these players at the pro table is going to be your best resource. Like figuring out how much they let their lives drop down before they have to go off, seeing like what they hold on to, what they arsenal, what they play and pitch and stuff like that. That's going to be your best bet.
Definitely agree. And I think what we're looking at is while the Gorganian Tome is on the stack before the draw, Sasha is saying, do I go for it now? You've only got one card in hand. You can prevent at max. If that card is a blue, you can prevent 3 damage. So Sasha is in the tank right now saying, with Gorganian Tome on the chain, am I going for this? Am I going to risk it? Am I going to try to get this win right here and right now?
I mean, this is the turn he kind of has to go for it, because I don't think that there's any way Zach is not going to present him lethal and peel some cards.
I think Sasha's feeling the same way. He said he's going to present lethal. There's no matter what. So
Yep,
we need to go for this now. And here comes the Aether Wildfire. It's always Aether Wildfire. It's always Aether Wildfire out of Arsenal. And it is a big Aether Wildfire for 6 freaking damage.
Yeah, which means at least 3 is getting through no matter what, which is going to be huge.
6 damage coming down. Huge Aether Wildfire saying, before you draw that card, what do you have? What you got? What you got for me before you draw? Zach thinking this through, saying, are you fainting? Are you bluffing? Can you kill me? If he can't finish Zach here, and Zach is able to keep cards in hand, he can go for lethal while Kano has nothing to do. And that, my friend, would be a move. Now remember, Ragamuffin's hat says if Sasha gets down to 1 card, and that card is something like a tome or a gaze, we can have the option to Ragamuffin's hat, put that card on top, pitch the blue from the top to then play that card. It can get wild. Prevent 1 does pitch the Snatch. And the Channel Mount Heroic ditches both cards. To prevent 2 damage, Dennis, very much in line with what you were saying, ditches both cards, both reds. Sasha made the right call here, says, you got nothing but reds. I don't believe you. Let's see what you got. Triggering Kano. With the Kano trigger, Ragamuffin's hat on the stack. Drawing, looking at that card, doesn't like what he sees. Or does, and maybe he's just very confident. Showing Lesson in Lava. $24, no block on the side of Zach.
Oh, that's going to be pretty big, because then he still has the energy potion. He can put a blazing on top. He still has the energy potion and the tunic to do a free Kano reveal.
Yes, he does. This is coming in for 8 damage that cannot be stopped. Everything dealing +4. Putting Zach down to 16.
Oh, yeah. That's huge then. Because then the blazing will come in for...
This does 8 +4 +12. It comes in for 12 +4, which is 16, which could be exactly lethal. We could be looking at exactly lethal 4 game here. Blazing goes on top. Here's the pop. Kano trigger. Banish and play Blazing for exactly 16 damage.
Yeah, Kano's about to slap.
Ladies and gentlemen, is this it? This is looking like lethal on the chain. Exactly 16 damage. Oh my gosh. He gets there. Ladies and gentlemen, Kano scoops it up from such a high life total. Holy smokes. I did not see that coming.
Yeah.
And then, thank you, shout out, we've thrown back to DM Armada to remind us, if you're going to play Kano, you must do math. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, man, I love Kano as a hero so much, I wish I was smart enough to play him.
Dennis, we all wish you were smart enough to play him. We wish you were smart enough to do a lot of things.
Me too, man.
Me too, man. Me too. What a freaking game. Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
Wow, I can't believe how that just went down. Ladies and gentlemen, what a freaking play. Holy smokes.
And that with a hero where they actually brought Arcane Barrier. This is the first time we've seen an Arcane Barrier above 2, and it just, yeah.
100%. That hero, we had AB3, but Sam Dando in chat, who's been around all day, shout out Sam for hanging out, did point out that even with AB3, sometimes that's a tougher get. For someone like Briar, that can be a bit of a tougher game because the lack of blues, and we saw that shine on that last turn. Literally one of those cards being a blue wins that game for Briar. But since they were both reds, Sasha took the gamble and it paid off. Holy smokes, what a gamble. Chester Cheetah, maybe Starvo won't get LL. I know, I put the poll in the chat, and the chat from earlier wants Kano winning this Pro Tour. You know what, Dennis? I'm going to put another poll in chat. I want to know, have we changed? Do we still want Kano winning this Pro Tour?
Can you imagine the hype if Kano wins this?
Oh my gosh. I want to know, there's a poll live in chat right now. I just whipped it up. I want to know if you guys want to see Kano winning this Pro Tour, or if you hate Starvo that much. Let us know in the poll. We got a poll going on in chat. I gotta know. I gotta know how y'all are feeling. I gotta know what it's like on the other side of the desk. What this is like.
Mo Bogsley is so angry right now that Kano's doing
Oh my gosh, I wish we could get Mo Bogsley in the chat. Mo Bogsley is so mad right now. Now, Mo Bogsley put out a tweet. I'm going to address this tweet publicly. Let's get some Twitter drama going. Mo Bogsley put out a tweet that said, guys, can I please play Kano? And all of us were saying no, and then Kano's rocking the Pro Tour. I said play what makes you happy, Mo Bogsley. Maybe your teammates pressured and bullied you.
What did he say Hometown TCG Ascent told him? Play a real hero?
That is, I can neither confirm nor deny internal Ascent discussions and what they may or may not be. No way, no how. What a freaking game. Is Yuki still in contention for top 8? I believe so. I believe she is still in contention for top 8. We will let you know as soon as we get some standings. Devin was giving us standings earlier, but Devin might have got himself and found himself with a little freedom. So hopefully Devin is out at the LGS or hanging out with friends or doing something, just enjoying his free time, because it's rare these days that we all get some free time to hang out. But man, oh man. What is it? Someone said, I think it was Thomas. Shout out Thomas. I'd rather lose to a good Kano player than a meh Starvo player. That is true. Nicole wants Yuki to win. Yuki has been playing well, and I don't know how she does it. That woman has a mastery over that deck that is insane. You love to see just that amount of control over your deck. It's really cool to see. It's like watching these Kano players play, right? It's like watching Alex. It's like watching Sebastian play Kano. Just the mastery you have over the cards, over your deck is amazing. And guys, we are entering round 14 in chat. This will be the final round today, but we will be back tomorrow with top 8 coverage right here. So make sure you come back. We're going to come back. We're going to cover some top 8. We're going to enjoy ourselves. This gameplay so far has slapped. It's been amazing.
Are you going to get Louis for tomorrow?
I asked him. We're going to see. We'll see what he's up to. Why? Do you want to be here? Do you want to be back tomorrow, Dennis?
No, I'm going to go join George and do commentary.
George is friend of the channel, man. George did the reaction phase with me. Why do you got to throw George in my face? Friend of the channel. Homie. Homie George. Guys, scroll up. Let's get at this poll. I want this poll popping. I want to know who you guys want to see. And this is our standings. So as we sit at the standings right now, Yuki is in 16th with 9 points. So it looks like Yuki needs a lot of things to go her way to get into top 8. But look at that leaderboard. At the top of that leaderboard, Alexander 4 on Kano in the number 1
12
slot.
and 1.
12 and 1 on Kano in the Pro Tour. Can you believe it? If you had Kano on your Pro Tour bingo board, check off that box and you just win.
Yeah, so we are for sure seeing Kano in the top 8.
We're for sure seeing a Kano in the top 8. And as it sits right now, we would see 4 Starvo, exactly, what, half? No, wait. One?
No,
we'd only see 3
right
Starvo in the top 8.
Yeah,
Oh, Dennis.
Another Prism.
Dennis, your prediction is not looking great. 3 Starvo in the top 8.
All right, there's still one more round to go. We're going to knock out one of those chains.
Oh, man. We have the Runeblade matchup. Jacob Shaker on Briar into Kevin on Chain. Let's go. Runeblade matchup. Pick your Runeblade. Pick your Runeblade. Favorite Runeblade. Let's hear about it. Dennis, this is like your favorite, right?
No, not really. I want to bring back Kano.
So the only downside of this, guys, is this is going to convince all of us that we can play Kano, and we will all quickly learn that we cannot.
We cannot.
We cannot. All right, Briar starting off. Snatch, go for 4 with Go Again.
I'm just taking Kano to all my locals now.
Let us know in chat. I want to know who you think is going to win. I know who Sam's rooting for here. Actually, I might not know. I think Sam's okay with Chain. I know Sam likes Briar. Sam, thanks for hanging out all day. You have been awesome to hang out with, as well as Hometown TCG Dennis. I'm going to call you Min-Max Sam.
Min-Max Sam? I want to be Min-Max Sam.
I'm not. No, your name's not Sam. Your name's not even Sam.
It could be. I can fix that.
Thomas says, I guess I'm bringing Arcane Lantern to all locals. Sam's here for Chain.
So you can just be like Ben and run Arcane Barrier 5.
Ken420, thank you for hanging out. I could never forget about you, Ken. What do you mean? Creates the embodiment of lightning here.
Who's Ken?
Ken's in chat, dude. What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
Coax a Commotion coming down. Coax a Commotion 4 and 1. Wow, Briar turning on the pressure right away. No time off the gas. Pressure right away.
Oh, you want to see Briar win this, Nicole?
Oh, the Briar hype. Sam's here for Briar. Sam's here for Chain. Nicole's here for Briar. Oh man.
Did we see a Briar in the top 8? I don't think so. I think it was 2 Chains, 2 Prisms, 3 Starvos, and a Kano.
I don't think we saw a Briar in the top 8.
Yeah. But there's still one more round. They can get there.
All right. Here we go. Briar drawing up. Chain looks like he does have Runic Reclamation in hand. Now, often we see these Chain turn, this first turn not being that great, but with the Briar presenting pressure already and into a heavy aggro strategy, it feels like on Chain, you gotta throw something back. And we're seeing Husk. Husk is finally going to be important. Every game that we've watched with Husk has not been an important game. This one will.
Oh, yeah, in this matchup for sure. Yeah, I think Briar's strong. Yeah, Ken, I know you've been here all morning. I've just given you crap.
No, Ken, you have been awesome. You have been a great time. Thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you so much. It looks like the poll has ended. 65% of people still want Kano winning the Pro Tour, and 34% of us are like, heck no, please, no more Starvo, no mas. Runic Reclamation coming down 4-7. Big attack coming down for our Chain player. Leaking 4 damage through. Briar looks like going to 36. Creating a Rune Chant. I don't think that works. I don't think you create a oh, was there an embodiment of Earth? There was an embodiment of Earth, so they will generate a rune chant token. Guys, for those that were hanging out earlier, when I thought about calling Min-Max to see how crazy it was, they just got back to me and said how swamped they are. They are doing work out there right now. They finally just got back to me. Here comes the Rosetta for 2. Chain keeping an Arsenal card.
I honestly did not know, Sam, that Runic was Briar tech. I thought it was pretty much just used for Prism.
No, it's pretty great. It destroys the embodiment of Earth, and if they play it, if they do a turn where they try to set up an embodiment of Lightning, it blows that up too. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. All right. We've got through the first turn of this game. 33-38. Briar a little bit on the back foot, blocked with 1 card, 3 card hand, 1 in Arsenal. Let's see what the play is. Nimblism here. And Scar for a Scar, setting up Nimblism, Scar for a Scar for 7. Rosetta Thorn fully online.
That's a good point. I forgot that Channel Mount Heroic was an aura.
Oh my gosh, destroys Channel Mount Heroic. That's true. I forgot it's not an aura with cost 0 or less. I was used to Scour. Because I have always been a Kano player, and you guys are just catching up on the Pro Tour. That's not true. I just wanted it to be true. Coax a Commotion coming down again for 4 here from the Arsenal. I wonder what he's going to create. Is it going to be a Quicken token? What's he going to do here?
Got to hit first.
Oh, it's got to hit. That's right. If you're Kevin, are you rolling the dice and saying, I'd like a Quicken token too? I would love some Go Again. I would love to take some Go Again. Please. Please and thank you for the Go Again. No block. Taking damage. Haymakers being thrown on both sides of the table. Defense? What is defense? These players are going at it. I wonder what the mode's chosen on Coax a Commotion. I don't see a Quicken token. Banishing a Bounding Demigon. Great, or I guess not great, just a decent banish off 1 shackle to get a playable there. That could be huge. Any damage that we can leak through is also important. Yes, it destroys Quicken tokens. Sam's still on the Runic Wreck train, and the more he talks about it, the more involved and online I am about it. This seems awesome. Embodiment of Earth out there as a target for the Runic Wreck. Soul Shackle goes to 2. Activate Chain. Go again on the next thing. What do we got? The Shrill of Skullform, which, Dennis, you and I talked about this card doing work, and here it goes again. Just being a powerhouse. 6 Go Again for 2.
Yeah.
This card just doing work on this Pro Tour. Every time we've seen a Chain deck play this card, it's been a good value. You'll love to see it. Briar just probably going to go, 6 damage, no on hit. That's fine. I'll race. Let's go. And you got to wonder, if Briar doesn't find Channel Mount Heroic, is there enough gas to get over and through Husk without a Channel Mount Heroic? Shadow Averser banishing a Riftbind from hand. No non-attack has been played yet, but Riftbind goes into the banish zone, so Bounding Demigon offline. Riftbind not buffed. What's in the arsenal? 1 pitch floating. Looks like no cards in hand. Since Kevin has Runic, we're getting a prediction that Briar will be behind the gun, will not be able to win this, but it's going to be interesting. Briar definitely trading life totals for pressure right now, taking this damage, going to 23 from 23 to 27, taking 4 more. Embodiment of Earth destroyed. Here we go. Kept a full hand, no blocks. Here comes the pressure. We're going to need to see some serious pressure from the Briar player right here. And Briar is gambling and saying straight up, Jacob on Briar saying, I can provide more consistent and overall pressure than you can, Chain, even though Husk is menacing, it's sitting there, and it will steal some value from one of these turns. Blue Earthlore Surge, it looks like. Blue Earthlore Surge is dropped into a Ravenous Rabble. Ooh, 4. It's not Tome, but it looks like a red. So Earthlore Surge 4/7 with, Ravenous Rabble 4/7 with Go Again. This is a good start. Is this a Husk target? Dennis, is this a Husk target?
No, it's just straight damage.
It's just straight damage. You are still high enough where a Husk is not a chance to be eaten, but you're gambling then. You're going to stay above 13 this turn. And I think that might be a fair gamble. But the last thing you want is to take this and then have to use Husk on something that deals 4.
Unless that 4 has a hit effect.
Unless it's like a snatch or something, right. Eric, too early for Husk IMO? Possibly, but we've committed to the race. Interesting he didn't play Tome of Harvest. I think he had other things in mind. It looks like he's got something valuable in that arsenal, and there's a chance that if it's a Revel in Runeblood in Arsenal, he gets to play Revel, swing with Rosetta, and there's the Husk. There's the Husk play, blocking with Husk, creating embodiment of Earth. Sam says Lightning Surge in Arsenal. Let's find out. Looks like he's looking into that Arsenal. Sam is correct. Lightning Surge coming out of Arsenal. 4/4. Eric, I was wrong about Husk. You and me both, dude. We were both wrong. But hey, that's what separates us. Sometimes the top players get one up on us. Lightning Surge coming down. 4 damage. Here comes some equipment block on the side of Chain. And this is what I was talking about in the other game. These Guardian players are willing to just hold on to this equipment. Right now, all that does is block naked damage. It doesn't prevent an embodiment in any way. I'm not a fan of that block, but we have to see if our Chain player has something in mind and a reason for the block. I don't love that block there. Dennis, this is something we were talking about being good at. I don't like either of these blocks. What are you thinking?
Yeah, and see, I agree with you 100%. I told you exactly what I do. Once I start getting down in that 20 range, I start reaching for equipment. And just like now, a Rosetta for 2 and 2, he took just enough damage to get his life under, and then he blocked the skull cap for the Rosetta. So I kind of feel that was 2 equipment pieces that were wasted that might come back to bite him near the end of this game.
Okay, well, we're about to find out if that was a good move or not. We haven't seen Channelmon Heroic, but we have a prediction for Art of War here on the side of Chain. There's 2 cards in the Banish Zone. There goes an Art of War off the top of the deck and out of play. Art of War and Shiro of Skullform, no gas there. However, there's still 2 cards in Banish, so that's not the worst case scenario here.
Yeah, now that the problem is, now that he's blocked with Husk, he's got 1 damage leaking through every turn, so he's got to be a lot more careful.
He's got to be a lot more careful, so we'll see. We'll see how this turns out. I'm not a fan of the equipment block. I think we could have saved that block until later in the game when a hit effect mattered, blocking a snatch, something like that, rather than just raw damage. Sam tried to call the Art of War. I don't know if he meant to call the Art of War off the Banish. I don't know if I'm giving you credit for that, dude. I think you might be reaching. But as a content creator, I am someone who has reached before and will again. So you know what? Credit all around. Sam called the Art of War off the Banish, even though he didn't. Minnowism being played here, turning on the Bounding Demigon that is sitting in Banish. Let's see what sources of Go Again we can find. Sam doesn't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. Make a Soul Shackle. And here we go. Sam is lost. I'm lost. We have been live for 7.5 hours. You know I am lost. I don't know if I can handle a Starvo game at the end of this stream. Dennis, we have to dodge Starvo. I don't know if I can handle it. Here comes the Riftbind. Riftbind coming in. Is that a blue Riftbind then?
No, it looks like it's red.
It's red.
Wait, no, because Minnowism buffs it by 1.
Is that a blue Minnowism? Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that is red.
That is red with a blue Minnowism, dropping down Riftbind for 5. With Go Again, Shackle was made. We see the Chain Hero card up there to indicate the Shackle. Here comes Enlightened Strike. Enlightened Strike for 5, presumably Go Again. Enlightened Strike for 5. Go again here, putting some pressure back on Jacob, our Briar player, and saying we're going to trade life totals. But after getting Husk, this is not the worst thing to see. You got Husk, and normally Husk indicates a giant tempo swing. If after the turn Husk is popped, you can keep these life totals close, you might be able to look to close this game out on the front foot. Looking at 5 go again from from Enlightened Strike. No Art of War played yet. No Channel Mount Heroic played yet. There is one pitch floating for the Rosetta Thorn, which is online for 2 and 2. Oh, okay, never mind. Jacob is at 18 before the thrown Enlightened Strike. So a little bit different, much different scenario here. It looks like
he took the 5 from the Rift Fight, yeah.
Yep. So it looks like we'll block 2 here, take 3, go to 15.
Yeah, so he's trying to keep a full hand. So he's probably going to be taking another 4 right here.
He does look like he's trying to keep a full hand. But again, it's the Skullcap block does nothing but keep your life total a little bit higher. It's almost like it makes you feel a little bit better here. This block could be used in a different turn, I feel, unless you don't think you're going to get another one. Taking the 2 and 2 from Rosetta, holding back the Skullcap, and the reason, I guess, for the Skullcap block is you're saying, I don't think I'm going to be lower than life than you again. I think
that would make sense there.
Right. I think I'm always going to be higher life than you, so I'm going to throw this Skullcap out and get the 2 value out of it while I can, because come a couple of minutes, I won't get that value out of that Skullcap. Here we go. Briar keeps a full hand here. Chain has used Husk. Bounding Demigon sitting in the banish zone as well as Husk staring at us, bringing the total 11 to 18, and it's going to need to be some very serious pressure. Oh no.
That's a good way to start it.
Oh no. This is the Sonata whiff. All Sonata does there is represent half of a go again token. Oh my goodness. If it's a Channel Mount Heroic turn, there's not much else going on, Eric, and I think we might be in trouble. You don't want to see that. You definitely needed to see that Sonata hit. Here comes the Force of Nature fused, generating the embodiment of lightning. And the Lightning Surge for 5, draw a card, with go again off the embodiment of lightning, and with the +1 off the Force of Nature. Now this draw a card effect will present a bunch of pressure.
Yeah,
this draw, yep, go ahead.
We're getting to the point in the game where Chain can't afford to block, so forcing him to block to keep the card, either he's going to force him to block to keep the card draw, or Briar's going to get more cards, which will extend pressure. So yeah, this is a really good Force of Nature turn.
This does feel like a great Force of Nature turn, and you wonder what's in that arsenal, because we've seen Tome of Harvest shown for fusion, we've seen it played, or we've seen it pitched before, but he's really not prioritizing playing that Tome of Harvest. And I wonder if you could have played the Force of Nature, fused it with the Tome of Harvest, then pitched the Tome of Harvest to drop pitch into Sonata to try to guarantee a card, or a little, maybe a little bit of a bigger opportunity to get a card there. It's one of those things that's so weird. So that will, Entwine Lightning will connect. It will generate that embodiment of Earth. It will draw a card here, which could be huge.
Yeah, that's huge value right there.
The draw card there, we have go again. We've played one non-attack action. If that's a blue, we can still play Tome of Harvest.
I think that this is a perfect example as to why he shouldn't have used that equipment earlier, because if he had both of those online at 2, yeah.
Enlightened Strike coming down 4/7 here. So this is buffed. Snapdragons is available. If this Enlightened Strike hits, it will also represent card draw.
Yep.
So sneaky play here from our Briar player, but you have to wonder, is there lethal available? Even if he breaks snaps here and draws a card, is lethal available? And you gotta respect, Sam points it out as well, and I was thinking the same thing, how Jacob is holding the Snapdragon Scalers. Like, watch me. I'm going to break these. This game is ending, whether you like it or not. One of us is walking out of here, and one of us isn't. Just dramatically holding the Snapdragon Scalers.
Now what you really have to wonder is whether or not he had the Enlightened Strike in hand, or if he drew that off of the Force of Nature draw.
I think the Enlightened Strike came from Arsenal.
Okay.
And the card from Force of Nature draw didn't turn on the Enlightened Strike, right? It enabled the Enlightened Strike because you were able to have that card in hand to put to the bottom and still have one more left.
Yeah.
And with a Tunic counter, if this Enlightened Strike hits and you draw into Revel, you're able to play Revel and throw Rosetta for a metric boatload of damage. Chain definitely thinking about that. The Revel draw is such a blowout here. Blocking for 1. Taking 6. Wow. Force of Nature value. Blocking for 1. Taking 6. Giving go again. So no feint with the Snapdragon Scalers. Holds the Snapdragon Scalers and drops them on this combat chain. Says, no, 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 no. I'm not done. Do we draw Revel? Tap the top of the deck. It looks like it was a Weave Earth Blue. I can't quite tell. It was a Weave Earth Blue. We're going to clear up the combat chain. We're going to pitch to make a Rune Chant, I'm sure.
Yep, and then come in for 2, 2, and 1.
And then there's the Revel. It was Revel. Oh my goodness. 5 Rune Chants on the chain. Here comes Rosetta Thorn. Punishing
2 and 5, yeah.
Punishing 2, 2, and 5. Punishing our chain player for taking the chance. 7 Arcane. Is there any Arcane Barrier on the side of chain? There is. Skullcap.
Yeah.
Skullcap represents Arcane Barrier. Holy smokes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not just a caster, I'm also a prophet. I will be here all week. Please remember to tip your waiters and your waitresses and your hometown TCG dentists. What a freaking play. I cannot believe we just saw that happen, all enabled by the card draw off Force of Nature. Wow.
Yeah, then see that right there, I think that was the point where he needed to have that equipment block. He needed to have the Arcanite Skullcap, he needed to have the 2 on the grasp, and he needed to throw creepers in front of that. Like, Force of Nature is just one of those cards that if you let it hit this late in the game, you lose.
Absolutely true. So it looks like he takes the 5 Rune Chants, pitches to AB to block the 2 from Rosetta, and now throws second block of Skullcap and creepers in the way? Or just second block of Skullcap? Second block of Skullcap, I believe he's planning on going to 1. I believe
he has to close it out this game or this turn.
100%, which means the game is face up. When you have Carrion Husk in Banish Zone and you go to 1, you commit to closing the game out. You say, this is it. This is the last turn. Both players know exactly what's happening. We're blocking everything we can for the rest of the turn. Looks like our chain player will go to 1. Here we go. High roll banishes off the top. Show me the money. We're turning into the final turn of this game no matter what. Let's see. Briar must block. That's a good start. Shadowverser. Bounding Demigon. Okay, I was about to say, are we going to miss on a banish here, please? Like, can we miss?
Hey, he's got some tools, but I don't think it's enough. I think Briar can just lay down the whole hand.
He's got some tools. It's going to depend what's in hand. Do we see an Art of War? What is going on?
Yeah, an Art of War would be clutch here.
An Art of War would be clutch here. Thiago, no, I am not watching on delay. I'm watching live. This is a live viewing with all of you guys. When you've been watching the game for 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 19 seconds, you get a feel for things. Time to open Twitch next to this. I'm sure there's probably a delay because I'm streaming Twitch's view here, and then you're watching me, so it's coming through me. So there'll be a couple seconds, I'm sure. But you're watching me say it live, and you're seeing me stare at the screen. All right, lots of tools here. Lots of tools here. Lots in the hand. Turning to the judge, saying, hey, judge, do I really have to close it out this turn? And the judge is going, yes. Yes, you do. You must win. You must win right now. You do not have an option. But with Shadow of Ursa in the Banish Zone, it does give you access to like a weird kind of niche source of go again there, which could be cool. What's the Arsenal card? What are we looking at? This is going to be interesting. You'll love to see it. Skullcap forever turned off. 3 block available via equipment. 4 card hand with an embodiment of Earth. I can't imagine Chain gets there, but man, oh man, there's got to be something I don't know. Nicholas rooting for Briar. Belittle comes down. It is red to Belittle. He is not showing. From my understanding, he is not showing a card to activate and search up a Minnowism. He is just throwing Belittle. Tome will block 3 and perfectly block the Belittle. It has go again. The 3 block because of the embodiment of Earth. And here we go. Chain digging to the bottom of the barrel. What are we going to do?
Yeah, Listic, that's the amazing thing about Flesh and Blood is that every game that you have turns into nail biters like this. You don't run into those experiences where it sometimes you'll run into it where it's very one-sided, but I'd say 95% of the games you play, it always comes down to this. And it really kind of hammers out those decision points and makes those important.
Spellbound Creepers activated, Minnowism dropped, 1 pitch floating. Cards in Banish Zone, nothing in hand, 2 action points, 1 in Arsenal. What is it going to be? What is it going to be? Chain up against it. Digging deep, trying to find lethal here. Desperately seeking lethal. Soul Shackle, giving the next Runeblade attack action go again. Showing you Chain, breaking the combat chain. So we have go again. We have a red Minnowism on the field. That 1 remaining pitch is there for Rosetta. You can feel it. You know it's coming. You know why it exists. So Soul Shackle made go again. We should still have 2 action points off this, because this attack should have go again coming in for 7. Is that correct? I believe that's correct. Maybe it's not correct. Dennis, did we lose you?
No, I'm here. Sorry, I wasn't.
No,
you're talking to me.
No, you're fine. I was worried that I lost you. I was like, oh no, not at the end of the stream, not in round 14.
No, I'm like glued to the screen, like trying to watch what's going on.
Here comes 7 block coming down, or 6 block coming down, leaking through 1 damage, 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
This sure feels like a long shot.
Yeah.
Still 2 action points. Chain needs his own copy of Revel in Runeblood.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2 action points, does he have a card left in hand or no?
He's got 1 in Arsenal, 1 float, 2 and 2, not falling for the bait. Jacob Shaker says, I have at least a 3 block in my hand. I'm not falling for this. I will throw Grasp willy-nilly in front of this. Take 2, go to 8 with 1 action point. Does Chain have a 1 action point play here? Shadow of Ursa for 2. And that's the game. Briar able to block it out, was possibly feinting a Razor Reflex there, but it doesn't matter. Briar gets there. Wow. The Revel turn was so huge. Can you believe that was Revel? Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, the fact that he held on to it so long and just kind of kept it there for the point he needed it is, yeah, just great.
That was absolutely wild. Crazy to be a part of such awesome gameplay. Force of Nature for the win. The Revel play was insane. What a crazy day, guys. We will be streaming top 8 gameplay all day tomorrow. Briar getting there, getting over the top. What a freaking day. Dennis, what a day this has been, man.
Yeah, this has been great.
This has been insane. I'm just making sure we're not going to toss to halfway through another game or something like that right now, because I am ready to wrap this up. We have been live. Oh my gosh.
Bravo beats Bravo. And they don't even toss through half the game. This is the full. Oh no, they are at least going in half the game here. That's nice. I don't know if I could have done a full Starvo v Starvo.
Yo, we've been live for 7 hours and 42 minutes. Oh my gosh.
You're going to be in so much trouble later.
Okay, pull it together. I'm a professional. Get it together. Get it together, Josh.
You better hope Kristen is napping right now.
Get it together, Josh. I just can't sit on my butt anymore.
Sitting on my butt. That's where I'm a Viking.
Okay, we're looking at a double dominated, Oakenist of the Oaken Olds, double dominated, fused in so many ways, flying at the face of Masai. 11 dominate, go again. 2 cards in hand on the side of Isaac. It looks like this could be followed up with a Winter's Wail, but you never know. A lot of times, these Starvo players keeping cards back, holding back resources.
Well, I bet you, like, we're in the middle of the game now, so this Masai likes using the Stalagmite on these Oaken Old turns to force the choice between the Winter's Wail and the Arsenal. So I bet you that there's at least going to be a Stalagmite block here.
It definitely feels like it, but man, oh man. The Oaken Old coming in for 11 always feels good. I don't know if I have another whole Bravo mirror in me.
Well, it's not a whole one. We're midway through. I don't know how to pronounce your name in the chat, but Ninja decks right now are struggling a little bit in the meta. We did see a little bit of Bolton at in the Pro Tour. Warrior and Ninja both struggle a little bit into this meta. So, there's definitely ways to make the decks, but they're going to be a little more struggle bussy.
My phone just started playing YouTube. All right, guys, let's hang in there. We got one more to go. We got one more to freaking go. Oaken Old flying at the face for 11. I am spent, ladies and gentlemen. I am so spent right now. Oh, my God. Pulse of Eisenloff as the D-React, flying out of nowhere.
I want my pizza so badly.
I want your pizza so badly. Pulse of Eisenloft as the D-React coming out of, I believe, the hand. Picking 3, 2 will go to the bottom.
Chester, good for you. I love Dory as a hero.
Sorry to hear that.
I mean, yeah, sorry about your luck, but good for you.
Sad but true. Oh my gosh. This has been a wild day. Winter's Wail. So the Stalagmite block wasn't there. So here comes Winter's Wail. Oh my gosh. I need like a treadmill and some weights. I need to move my body. It's been sitting here so long. Frostbite going over to the side of Masai, but looking like draw up and pass will send that Frostbite right back to the hand of Isaac. Isaac will have an opportunity to Crown of Seeds on his opponent's turn, as is tradition. As is tradition. Throwing it away. Isaac digging wants to find like the ability to start getting on the front foot and Starvo into 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 Starvo. And having a pulse in hand right now is a good start. It is just an evergreen. Here comes an evergreen for 9 dominate go again. We know one of the cards in hand is pulse. You gotta wonder, if that card will go into Arsenal. I think it takes extreme diligence to Arsenal one of these cards here. To not say, okay, fine, pulse Winter's Wail when you're behind by this much to try to catch up. I think it takes a lot of discipline to go, you know what? I'm going to keep my Arsenal. I'm going to give myself another chance to dig. He keeps a pulse in hand and passes. You love to see it. He holds the pulse and he passes. Can he find the Earth card to Starvo again? Winter's Bite. There is a Tunic. Winter's Bite, there is a Tunic counter.
No, man, it's not a stupid question at all. Dorinthia, Bolton is more set up in this meta than Dorinthia is. Dorinthia has a hard time keeping up. But here's the thing. If you want to play those decks, the Dorinthia and the Katsu decks, it's not to say that they can't compete in this meta. You have to learn the decks through and through. So we always recommend play what you want to play, because the pilots are the ones that really make the decks and whatnot. So I mean, we've seen some crazy decks here that have surprised us just because these players know their decks through and through. So if you want to play Dorinthia and be the best damn Dorinthia player you can.
It will always behoove you to play a hero you're better at than to play something that is quote unquote more meta. This is an insane day. Winter's Wail coming down for 8. Pulse of Oldhaven Winter's Wail for 8, looking through the Lexi-sleeved Starvo deck of Masai. I didn't notice that till just now. What a psych out. The Lexi-sleeved Starvo deck is such a psych out. Winter's Wail for 8. Masai taking his time, thinking things through. Taking 8. just takes 8. Straight up.
Taking 8 and a Frostbite.
You know what? I'm a fan of that, because that means this game is closer to being over. Oh my god.
I think Masai's on the same wavelength. Like
oh my gosh. Our own Pulse of Oldhaven in the hand of Masai. Pitching. Using Tunic counter. Break ground. Coming through for 9. Wait. Oh, that's 8. Okay. For 8, dominate, go again. I was like, what is happening? Now we're just cheating. Chat, now we're just cheating. I know. I appreciate you guys hanging in here and getting through this with me. This is the last game. The last game of the day. Hang tough. Hang tough, chat. Hang tight. We're almost there. The last game of the day. My voice is gotta go sooner or later. I have been talking for a good 2 years now.
Can attest. Can vouch.
Dennis, I'm so tired. Hans, dude, Ninja getting Draconic Rosetta is the dream. You can't combine Oldham and Lexi cards. You can combine talent cards. You can't combine class-specific cards or hero-specific cards. So we do have Break Ground for 8, Dominate, Go Again, thrown at the face of Isaac. I need these two Starvo players to realize where their power truly resides. And where their power truly resides is not in freaking Turn Timber. Pulse of Oldhaven, Lightning Surge, 8, Go Again. If he's going to Winter's Wail here, I don't think he Winter's Wails here. But I kind of like that Pulse of Oldhaven used for Winter's Wail.
Yeah. He's definitely going to Arsenal that last card.
Yeah.
But
if that last card is an ice card, couldn't he have just pulsed in Winter's Wail versus Pulse and Lightning Surge?
I'm sure he could have, and maybe he just didn't have the pitch for it. I don't know what that last card is.
True, we don't know what the last card is, and maybe he was feinting Go Again there. Maybe feinting a Winter's Wail, trying to get his opponent to misplay. Here comes an icy Winter's Wail from the side of Isaac. And of course, as all these Guardian Mirrors always are, the game is tied.
and still another 30 minutes from completion.
Oh, no. I want people to forget how to play and just, like, screw up. All right, we see the reveal. We see the Starvo reveal.
Yeah, Masada's just at the point where he's just like, I'm just taking damage. And
yes! Yes!
Yeah, there
yes!
we go. Starvo crippling crush.
Yes! Starvo crippling
lethal.
crush. Let's go!
Casual lethal.
Casual lethal. Sneaky lethal. Isaac says pass to reaction and forgets that there's no defense reaction in his arsenal and loses. I wouldn't wish that on Isaac. If Isaac watches the stream, that's way too mean. Isaac, we don't wish that on you. We do just really want to go home.
We're already home.
I know, but it hurts. It's starting to hurt.
Why does home feel so bad?
I love it so much it hurts sometimes. We have been live for 7 hours and 52 minutes and 52 seconds. In 7 minutes and 1 second, we will have been live for 8 hours. This is a full-time job.
Thomas, I think the reason is because no one really knows what the Phoenix cards do yet. At least we have spoilers on the Dragons.
Oh, guys, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. I want to go home. I'm clicking my ruby slippers. I want to go home.
I just want my pizza.
No, it's a defense reaction in Arsenal. That's why he's not crowning. Oh, no. Please don't be a D-react. Please don't.
It's a D-react.
Please don't be a defense reaction. Please, chat. It's a defense reaction.
Oh my god.
What is happening? Please, God, no. Oh no. Why does everyone hate me? Chat. Anybody in chat who knows one of these two amazing players, see if we can peel them off their strategy. Oh my gosh. 6 minutes until 8 hours live. Chat.
Now we have to go for the 8 hours.
Chat. Okay. Serious talk. Serious talk. Chat. Everyone out there, wake up. Wake up. I need your energy. I need you. Send me your energy. Pitch all of your resources and send them my way. I am going to make it through the rest of this game. Right now, if you're out there, if you're still awake with these Guardian matchups, I need to feel it. I need it. Send me your energy. Winter's Whale on the combat chain. Icy Whale coming down for our opponent. Jim Williams has been here for the full 8 freaking hours, sending his energy, lending me his powers. I need a mailing address for that energy. Good try. Respect. Respect for the effort. I'll pitch a Gorgonian Tome for you. That does not help me. That generates nothing. Play a Gorgonian Tome for me so I can play mine and get more from it. Hang in there. Yes, Starvo. Starvo does suck to cast sometimes. Exposed to the elements. Targeting the shield. Exposed to the elements and targeting the shield or crown. Exposed to the element says, if it was fused with an earth card, put a -1 counter on target equipment. If exposed to the elements was fused with an ice card, destroy target equipment with 0 cost unless they pay 2. He's going to put a -1 counter on the shield, and he's going to destroy Crown of Seeds. Crown of Seeds has a 0 block. Holy shit. He did it. He destroyed Crown of Seeds, and there's a -1 counter on the shield. The value.
Oh my god.
The exposed to the elements value.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. He did it. Exposed to the elements tech coming through with the
I
spice.
think that's the first time this whole weekend we've seen that happen.
Oh my gosh. Isaac staring down the barrel. No more Crown of Seeds. No more shield. Can he close out and draw into it? What are those 2 cards out there for? Are they blocks? I thought those were the fusion cards. I believe those were the fusion cards for Exposed to the Elements. Oh my gosh. The spicy tech coming through. Math happening quickly. Quicker than I could do it, at least. Cards going back into hand. 1 pitch floating. We can full block this attack here.
Now, the interesting thing is that means that the card that he has in hand is a red card. Because if it wasn't, he could have pitched that to keep the crown alive.
100%. He definitely could have, and he didn't. So it's a red card in hand. We know that for certain. Sam pointing out the stream games have been dream games. They've been insane. Great point, Sam. They've been awesome games. We will full block the Winter's Wail, keeping 2 cards here. Using up that equipment. Equipment being used. Crown of Seeds still available. Tunic up to 2. And we will throw Winter's Wail back, arsenaling the red burgeoning, or I think it's a yellow burgeoning, arsenaling that card, meaning Starvo activation on this side of the table is live. Oh my gosh, what a play. I can't believe that this game went from a snooze fest to an absolute banger with 1 fused Exposed to the Elements.
Yeah, all of a sudden I'm awake again.
How is Isaac going to get out of this one? 7 life, a little bit behind. However, sometimes, guys, you don't need Crown of Seeds. Starvo just Starvos. And Isaac has an opportunity to just say, you know what? I'm great at Flesh and Blood, and I did it. But instead, we see a block with a Crippling Crush on the side of Isaac, drawing up. I would be surprised to see anything other than Icy Winter's Wail here. Let's find out. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Pitching Lightning Surge to break ground for 7. 7 damage coming through. Seven damage coming through. 2 counters on Tunic. No ability to crown and dig. That arsenal target could be a punish. It's important to note that if he didn't like the arsenal target, even if the last card in his head was a red, he could have used it to Crown of Seeds to get that card out of his arsenal, right? So let's say it's a blue Winter's Bite or something, or a blue, I don't know, the winter card, the ice card that blocks for 3. If it's a blue one of those, he could have used the 1 pitch to get that out of arsenal.
Which one are you talking about? The one that Isaac has?
Yeah, so there's still a card in arsenal.
Yeah, he laid that down after the crown was blown up. That's why we know it's a red card.
Okay.
With 1 card in hand. So I'm guessing it's like a red break ground or red Autumn's Touch or something.
Sounds good. Okay, so we see a block for 3 on the break ground, taking 4, going to 5. Maybe I can't do math. Oh, it was a yellow, or was a blue break ground? Heaven's Claws pitch on the side of Masai. Break ground being thrown back. And these break grounds that are being thrown back by Masai are going to be more taxing because we can't use crown and we can't use shield here. So it's more and more taxing on the side of Masai to throw these 7 damage attacks, get an arsenal target, and then dig and be able to Starvo. Here comes 7 damage, sitting at 7 life. Sneaky, sneaky lethal. Looks like we're laying a multiple card block. We got a 3 card block. And we will full block. And the pummel. Pitch to pummel over the top. 4-11, block 7, take 4, lose card in hand. No pressure for you. Masai pulling out all of the anti-Starvo tech Oh my goodness, the pummel gets the staunch response out of hand. Or no, he plays the staunch response from Arsenal in response to the pummel. Masai clearing the staunch response. I'm not sure what the conversation is here. I don't know if the judge is talking about time, but there's a judge talking to the table. Pummel is a game changer, does get the staunch response out of Arsenal. We proved Masai showing Isaac how good he is at Flesh and Blood by showing him 3 cards of varying elemental status and going to throw a dominated break ground. Or evergreen. Whatever. 4-7. So does that make it yellow? Or is it blue? It's blue. Blue break ground coming in for 7, showing off his skill, saying, look at me, look how skilled I am. I can show you all 3 elements at once. And his opponent saying, I'd like to do the same one day. Thank you. Wow, another staunch response. Isaac drawing into another staunch response is just massive. And without Crown of Seeds, full blocking this might be the move, as the Arsenal target not nearly as valuable. Pulse of Candlehold block coming down. Taking 1, getting a Frostbite, probably looking to Arsenal. Unless he's going to pitch, trigger Tunic, and still throw Winter's Wail. Let's see. Side drawing up, will have a window to Crown of Seeds, does have a Tunic counter, which he can use to Crown of Seeds here. He can Crown of Seeds off of Tunic. So he will throw Winter's Wail for 4. Winter's Wail on the combat chain, no ice trigger. Pitching to trigger Tunic, knowing he might be blocking with it. Coming up here, 6-7. Winter's Wail, no ice. Thrown at the face of Masai. What are we going to do? How is this one going to pan out? Digging through the graveyard. Isaac trying to figure out what resources he has left in the deck. Winter's Wail v. Winter's Wail. I can literally hear the bonking noises from these hammers. Looking like we will block from hand. We love our Arsenal card. Could this be 2 cards left in hand? Lightning Surge from Arsenal. 4 with Go Again. 4 with Go Again out of the Arsenal, probably into a Winter's Wail here, presenting 8, getting an Arsenal target, and peeling cards or pushing damage onto our opponent. If you're planning on throwing something back and you have to block something, you definitely want to be blocking the Winter's Wail. Remember, a 2-block with Tunic and Crater Fist right now full blocks this Winter's Wail, keeps 3 cards, and allows for a single Starvo activation. Lots to think about here. Players in the tank. Crater Fist and Tunic representing 2-block on the board right now. Crown of Seeds destroyed by Expose the Element because it was a wild, wild time.
Oh, that was only a blue lightning surge, so he was only presenting 6.
Oh, he's only presenting 6. Okay. Blue lightning
which is still
surge.
lethal, but
Still sneaky lethal. Evergreen and Crater Fist full block the Winter's Wail. Masai will get an Arsenal card. 3 cards in hand. We are presenting Starvo. 3-card hand. There is a red Evergreen to throw at our opponent. Red Evergreen for 9 dominate. Now, it doesn't matter how behind you are. This gets serious. 9 dominate with Go Again means we could be looking to end the game right here on the spot. Especially with a deck that plays like Exposed to the Elements, Blink, things of that nature. You can find yourself with a no-block hand. 9 dominate on the combat chain. Opponent digging for answers. Looks like we will trigger Crown with a card from hand. Not using Tunic counter. Triggering Crown with a card from hand, drawing up. 2-pitch floating, which says to me we may have found a defense reaction. We did find a defense reaction, and I believe we can fuse it? Huh? Fusion, huh? No fusion here. Maybe fusion here. Don't know if there's fusion here. Dennis, what's going on? It is fused.
Yeah.
9 dominate is fully blocked. Here comes the icy Winter's Wail. I believe that's still just the fusion card. Okay. Winter's Wail on the combat chain. I'm wondering if the judge is letting these players know they've either gone to time or they're very close. Time is still a factor in these early matchups. Game is winding down into the wee hours. Anything can happen. It's anyone's game here. He wanted to make sure it's double fused. It's the Okeniest of Oken old fusions. It looks like are we looking at a Starvo activation in hand? It's hard to tell. I can't tell if we're looking at a Starvo activation. It does look like we're taking 4 to Winter's Wail here. Getting a Frostbite, earning our Frostbite token. Taking 4 to Winter's Wail. Looks like 3 to 3. And we're going to see the trick where we pitch, we dig. Here comes Evergreen coming through for 7. Evergreen for 7, dropped on the battlefield. Opponent at 3, doesn't have Crowd of Seeds, doesn't have Shield. Dennis, how long can he keep this up?
Not for much longer, because we're at the point to where Messiah is definitely going to be on the front foot now. And even if you can throw these naked 7 attacks, like you're still peeling at least 2 cards, and your arsenal target doesn't matter as much anymore without Crown. So you're stuck with what you got. There's not going to be a whole lot more room for Starvo activations.
Opponent full blocks the Evergreen, keeping 1 card. And here comes the Hammer. Hammer, sneaky lethal.
Yeah, see, he's not even prioritizing arsenal anymore because...
Well, with Crown of Seeds, it becomes silly. I think you prioritize taking damage. 8 hours and 10 minutes live. Going strong, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much if you've been hanging out for any of this stream. Thank you so much. And shout out to a couple of the real ones that have been here since the beginning of this stream. Oh my gosh. 8 freaking hours of live commentary, live gameplay. What a stream. Here comes the Winter's Wail. Masai thinking things through. People standing over his back, making him nervous, for sure, I'm sure. Lots of eyes on this game, the last game of the day. Tons of eyes as we watch Masai and Isaac close out day 2 of the Pro Tour for us. Masai has Frosty Winter's Wail staring him in the face. No counters on Tunic. No availability. What is he going to do? How will he play it? Isaac at 2. I feel like a baseball announcer. Here's the pitch. Crown of Seeds trigger. Going to the bottom. Drawing up. Preventing 1. Here's the Tunic block, preventing 2. Masai going down, taking 2 damage. Looks like possibly going down to 1. Looking to end this thing right now.
No, I think he's still going to block from hand.
Still going to block from hand. It's a possibility.
We're probably just down to the point where the deck doesn't have a whole lot of 3 blocks left.
Going down to 1, keeping a full hand. Ha, Dennis. Don't you ever doubt me. We're going to see, can he end this thing right here and now? Frostbite token. Show us how good you are at Flesh and Blood, Masai. He's so good at Flesh and Blood. He shows us the rainbow. And here it comes. The double pitch here to satisfy the tax given by the Frostbite token. Break ground for 8. Dominate. with no trigger. That's the game, ladies and gentlemen. It comes to an end. Masai gets one over on Isaac. What a game. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll be how we end. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Remember to like, comment, share, subscribe. Dennis, do you have any final words for the people as you get the last word for being the ultimate homie?
I'm not prepared for this.
Good. I like when you're not prepared.
No, like seriously, these games today have been amazing. The meta shakeup has been great. Like just watching all these pro players doing what they do and just showing an absolute like I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than like my brain is fried. But
dude, you don't have to. You know what? You don't have to say anything.
Yeah,
you did the work today. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out. So we had some amazing games. Again, thank you to LSS for letting us do this. I will be back tomorrow with top 8 coverage. So come back. We are shooting for 200 concurrent viewers. We're going to try to double our viewership. Tomorrow we're shooting for 200 for the top 8, and we will watch as the first Pro Tour champion receives the crown. I can't wait. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. What?
It's gonna be Kano.
Oh, it's gonna
calling
be
it now.
All right, guys. If you're in stream, you guys are the real MVPs. Again, like, comment, share, subscribe. Visit me at patreon.com/HometowntCG. Jump into the Discord, hang out with all of us. Until next time, you guys know me. My name is Josh.
I'm Dennis.
And we will see you around. Goodbye.